Chapter 2508 Walking into the Lion's Den. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian met with the Millet Emperor and Li Changxing. One was the master of Zongchan, and the other was his elder brother. Both of them were close to Zongchan. Now that Yi Futian was heading over to seek revenge, they had to be present. "I will also head over to take a look," said Emperor Shi. His group had also come. Emperor Shi, Thunder Punishing Sky Lord, and Emperor Shi's disciple, Yang Wuqi, were here. In the past, when Yi Futian was chased by Ninghua, it was Yang Wuqi who had rescued Yi Futian and blocked off Ninghua. During the conflict back then, Emperor Shi's group had grown closer to Yi Futian. They were also very curious about the starry cultivation court and had been cultivating here all this while. Even when the Ziwei segmentum was sealed away, they remained here. If the Ziwei segmentum with Yi Futian as its center was considered independent from the various other forces, then Emperor Shi's group would also be considered part of the Ziwei segmentum faction. In terms of relationship, Emperor Shi and Yi Futian were not very close. He had merely aided Yi Futian at that time and thought highly of him. Emperor Shi himself was a man who was solely focused on cultivation. He had no desire for authority and influence. Hence, he had always been cultivating on Turtle Deity Island before this. Afterward, when he was exposed for aiding Yi Futian, he offended the domain chief of the Donghua domain, Ning Yuan. He could not remain on Turtle Deity Island any longer. He was also attracted to the miraculous, starry cultivation court, which possessed a relic of a great emperor. Due to these reasons, he gradually ended up growing close with Yi Futian's faction. Although they were close, they never mentioned that they would join Yi Futian's group. They were merely borrowing the space for cultivation. However, after cultivating for many years here, it was clearly inappropriate to dust off their sleeves and leave. Moreover, in this current grand era, they wanted to witness how far Yi Futian and the Ziwei segmentum would go. The Black Turtle had also advised Emperor Shi not to attempt the second stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path when it took the blow for him. It would be the end for Emperor Shi. However, Emperor Shi understood that it was impossible for him not to attempt it. If he wanted to take that step, the starry cultivation court might be an opportunity for him. Here, he could comprehend the will of the great emperor at all times. Yi Futian glanced at the people around him. The Millet Emperor had a cold and indifferent expression. Li Changxing also had a stern look on his face. They had been waiting for this day for a very long time. They would never forget Zongchan's death. "Let's go." After the group gathered, the golden-winged giant pong bird Mo Yunzi served as their mount. He spread his wings and took to the skies, leaving Ziwei Imperial Palace behind in an instant. "Do Zhao, where is Ninghua now?" asked Yi Futian. Do Zhao replied, "The 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture have all established pathways to the original realm. The Donghua domain has also done the same, and the passageway is controlled by the domain chief's manor. They established a realm in the original realm and called it the Donghua realm. After more than a decade, it has grown to a considerable scale. This Donghua realm is directly linked to the Donghua domain in the Divine Prefecture. For many years, cultivators have continuously descended from the Donghua domain. Many of these cultivators, including those from the various major forces in the domain, have set up strongholds in the Donghua realm." Xiao Dingtian added, "They call it the Donghua realm, but it is not that impressive. After all, the population is still too small. It is more akin to a city. It is a relic discovered by the Donghua domain chief's manor seized and occupied by them. They developed it afterward. However, the capabilities of the Donghua domain are limited, and the relic is not very precious. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hold on to it up until now." Someone added, "That's right. These past few years, the outside world has been in a frenzy over relics. The conflict has never ended, although war has yet to erupt between the Divine Prefecture, the Dark World, and the empty Divine Realm. They have been slaughtering, pillaging, and fighting over territory. Yi Futian nodded his head. From the looks of it, the outside world had changed dramatically, while the Z-Way segmentum had been sealed away. For top-level forces, it was not difficult for them to create a city out of thin air. As for the pillaging of the resources of the original realm, he naturally could imagine that happening. The Millet Emperor analyzed. The Donghua realm is connected to the domain chief of the Donghua domain. If we attack Ninghua, Ningyuan will surely come to assist him. I can hold Ningyuan back. However, you still have quite a lot of enemies in the original realm. Many of them want to kill you. You must settle the score with Ninghua as soon as possible. If we get encircled, the situation will become very messy. Do you have any plans in mind? In the past, with the help of the Wangshan Watchtower, the Millet Emperor was able to put up a fight with Ningyuan and found a way to retreat. Even though the Millet Emperor was severely injured in the process, he was able to escape alive. After devoting himself to cultivating for many years, the Millet Emperor now had an even more profound cultivation. He could engage Ningyuan in a battle for a short period of time with the aid of the Wangshan Watchtower. If Emperor she were willing to join the battle, it would be even better. Nevertheless, their group should not linger in the original realm for very long. For now, I will kill Ninghua and spare Ningyuan, Yi Futian said. Ningyuan was the domain chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor. If Yi Futian killed him, the Donghuang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture might take his action as a threat to their authority. Their situation would become murky then. Currently, Yi Futian's forces in the Z-Way segmentum were still not strong enough. They needed to be patient. Hence, Yi Futian only planned to kill Ninghua this time and let Ningyuan have a taste of the agony of losing his own son. The Millet Emperor placed high importance on Zongchan, and Zongchan was supposed to be his successor. Yet, Zongchan was killed by Ninghua. Most likely, Ningyuan had never experienced the pain suffered by the Millet Emperor before. Yi Futian would spare Ningyuan. The Millet Emperor was stunned. He cast a surprised look at Yi Futian. His question was meant to find out how Yi Futian planned to escape unscathed from Ningyuan. However, Yi Futian said that he would spare Ningyuan for now. This caused the Millet Emperor to feel somewhat bizarre. Did Yi Futian think that their group already possessed the strength to kill Ningyuan, the domain chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor? How much did Yi Futian improve exactly during his trip to Western Heaven recently? Which level was Yi Futian's cultivation at now? To the side, Li Changsheng, Emperor Shi Yangwuqi, and the others also glanced at Yi Futian. His statement of sparing Ningyuan caused their imaginations to run wild. The current Void Realm had even more realms than it had before. Many relics hidden in the void space were discovered and developed into cities. The Donghua realm was one of them. This place was conquered by the Donghua domain and became the base for their forces in the original realm. Just as Xiao Dingtian had said, it was more appropriate to consider the Donghua realm as a city. The outskirts of the realm were still barren. The only city was the one in the center of the realm. Development took place in the areas around the city, slowly expanding outwards. This place might evolve into a true realm in a few years, with cultivators inhabiting every inch of land. Of course, the city which was located at the center was already very busy and lively now. After all, top forces from the Donghua domain and other places gathered and established powerful troops here. Moreover, a lot of top cultivators from various worlds were also here since many fateful encounters were awaiting them in the current original realm. An ancient aura permeated this continent where a relic stood. However, the city was newly built. In the sky above, a golden-winged giant pong bird glided past, heading towards the center of the city. Its wings were outstretched, shielding the sun. Many cultivators down below raised their heads to look at the bird. They were slightly shocked. "Such a powerful divine bird," someone exclaimed. "It's a 9th-tier demon emperor," someone pointed out. With a dash, many renhuangs took to the sky. A 9th-tier demon emperor had come. Moreover, It was carrying quite a few cultivators with it. Something big was about to happen. Let's go and take a look. One by one, the local cultivators dashed and tailed the golden-winged giant pong bird from a distance away. They wanted to see what would happen. For the cultivators to be able to use a 9th-tier demon emperor as a mount, what level would they be at? They might have come to the Donghua realm bearing ill intentions. The Donghua Palace was the branch set up by the Donghua Domain Chief's manor in the original realm. Vice Chief Ning Hua was cultivating in the palace. He had returned from his adventure not long ago. After discovering that the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum had come out to the outside world again, he taught them a lesson. He would have killed some of them if a few experienced cultivators from the other party had not joined forces to push him back. As for Yi Futian, he was now the common enemy of all forces of the Divine Prefecture. A while ago, there was news of him visiting the Great Bright Domain and then the world of Buddhism. Ning Hua's father, Ning Yuan, heard some rumors from the imperial palace, claiming that Yi Futian was hunted by other cultivators when he was in the world of Buddhism. The divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, had been destroyed. Apparently, Yi Futian went to explore Western Heaven after that. There were no detailed updates of his trip there. After all, Western Heaven had no connections with the Divine Prefecture. They could only learn bits and pieces of information regarding Yi Futian through the imperial palace. Yi Futian had indeed gone to a very far place. Now that so many years had passed, he would most likely be back, right? Otherwise, it would be unwise for the cultivators to emerge from the Ziwei segmentum and be active in the outside world again. However, since Yi Futian had lost the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, and had become the common enemy of the Divine Prefecture, Ninghua was curious to see how long it would take before Yi Futian could muster his courage to leave the Ziwei segmentum himself. As for Ninghua, since many other cultivators revealed their talents during the chaos of the original realm back then, he was no longer a bright cultivator people looked highly upon in the original realm now. Taking Yi Futian as an example, he was almost invincible among the Renhuangs. This caused Ning Hua to feel very stressed. Therefore, he had been training hard to improve himself. Currently, Ning Hua's cultivation was at the peak of the Renhuang Plain. He believed that in a few years he would have the opportunity to undergo the divine tribulation. At that moment, a powerful pressure descended outside the Donghua Palace. This caused Ning Hua to frown. At the same time, in the Donghua Palace, cultivators took to the skies one after another. They looked up into the sky and saw a divine, golden-winged giant pong bird floating in midair. Its gaze was as sharp as daggers. On the back of the divine, golden-winged giant pong bird, a very familiar group of figures stood. The leader was dressed in white robes and had white hair. Everyone in the Donghua Palace knew who he was. During the Donghua banquet, Yi Futian had astounded everyone in the Donghua domain. After so many years, Yi Futian actually dared to emerge from the Ziwei segmentum. Yi Futian gazed down below from the back of the golden-winged giant pong bird and shouted, "Ninghua!" His voice reverberated throughout the space and shook the Donghua Palace. This caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. Ninghua appeared. At the same time, several beams of spatial light shone in the Donghua Palace. It seemed as though teleportation grand matrices had been activated. When Yi Futian's group saw this scene, they did not do anything to stop it. It could even be said that they did not mind it at all. It was as though they had not seen it. Their gazes were fixed on the figure emerging from the Donghua Palace. It was the previous top monstrous figure and the vice chief of the Donghua domain, Ninghua. Yi Futian, Ning Hua called out as he looked up at the group of figures in the sky. He never thought that Yi Futian would emerge from the Ziwei segmentum and appear here. For a moment, the members of the Donghua Palace, as well as countless people in the surrounding area, all raised their heads and looked up at the gigantic divine bird in the sky. Was Yi Futian here to seek vengeance? Spatial light shone. In Donghua Palace, cultivators kept appearing. They were all cultivators from the supreme forces of the Donghua domain. Cultivators from Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, Taihua Mountain, Nanhua Clan, Desolate God Palace, and other major forces appeared. They all looked towards Yi Futian and were somewhat surprised. It had been many years since the great emperor revealed himself, and Yi Futian sealed himself away in the Ziwei segmentum. However, for Yi Futian, this amount of time was still far from enough. For Yi Futian to emerge from the Ziwei segmentum now was undoubtedly him walking into the lion's den. Many people had a score to settle with him. Chapter 2509, Ning Hua's Big Defeat. In those forces that sided with the Donghua domain, many people were close to Yi Futian. For example, the sword goddess from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow was one of them. She even sided with Yi Futian's camp and fought with him once. However, later, it was disclosed that Yi Futian had something to do with Emperor Yiqing. After being informed of that, the imperial palaces were irritated. Dong Huang the Great even took up the matter in person. In such circumstances, the forces in the Divine Prefecture did not have any other option at all, and Yi Futian completely understood that. The Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow fixed its relationship with the Domain Chief's manor after the passage was opened, so they were also in the Donghua Palace at the moment. The Sword Goddess and her disciples, Qin Qing, Jiang Yueli, and Chu Hanqi, were all there. They all set their pretty eyes on Yi Futian. Gazing at the white-haired young man that had returned, they wondered how he had been cultivating all the past years. Taihua Skylord and Goddess Taihua from Taihua Mountain were also there. Goddess Taihua threw Yi Futian a complicated look. She had the opportunity to inherit one of the imperial stars once, which Yi Futian had offered her. However, she missed it due to her guard against him, and that was because of the relationship between the Domain Chief's manor and Ninghua. By then, Yi Futian had returned with such a powerful lineup. Was he going to settle things with Ninghua? Ninghua, you kept chasing me after the Donghua banquet in the Donghua domain. The Domain Chief's manor killed everyone from Wangshan Watchtower. So many years have passed, and you hurt the practitioners from the Ziwei segmentum again. Today, you will pay with your life. Yi Futian looked down at Ninghua, filled with pride. That scene contrasted sharply with the condescending manner in which Ninghua had looked down at him when Yi Futian attended the Donghua banquet. Big shots from various top forces in the Donghua domain were all sitting in the air back then. As the vice chief of the Domain Chief's manor of the Donghua domain, Ninghua did not even look at Yi Futian. However, people seemed to see Yi Futian's despise for Ninghua at the moment. There was contempt in his indifferent tone. He sounded like he had never regarded Ninghua as a decent opponent. "Do you intend to kill me?" Ninghua showed a sarcastic smile. Looking at Yi Futian, he said, "The divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, is broken. How dare you leave the Ziwei segmentum? The great emperor was merciful enough to let go of you. But now that you are already here, you won't be able to go back again." Several divine lights containing the formidable force of the great path of space descended into the Donghua Palace as soon as he finished speaking. As those divine lights came, practitioners showed up from thin air in different directions. All of them were powerful. Yi Futian already met some of them before. Although he did not know them well, many of those people were there when that incident happened. All of them seemed to be powerful cultivators from the Domain Chief's manor. Forces from the Domain Chief's manor of the Shangqing domain were among them too. Zhou Muhuang, the vice chief, was one of them. "I guess your scouts already got some information for you. The Domain Chief's manor in the Divine Prefecture opened the passage to the Void Realm. But do you know there are space teleportation grand matrices set up between various Domain Chief's manors in the Divine Prefecture?" Ninghua asked him in a cold tone. The domain chief's manners of the 18 domains in the divine prefecture did not get along. Even if one of them were in trouble, the others probably would not go to its rescue. That being said, they would certainly send quite a few people in the event that Yi Futian showed up. It was the order of the imperial palaces to set up those space, teleportation, grand matrices. They were established to deal with any world war that could break out in the future so that help could arrive any time. To their surprise, its first use was to deal with Yi Futian. That area was immediately filled with powerful energy in which the Donghua Palace was shrouded. All of those powerful cultivators set their eyes on Yi Futian. Some of them had even gone through the divine tribulation of the Great Path once. After all, the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain was relatively weak among the 18 manors. In contrast, some of them were very powerful. Yi Futian, Zhou Muhuang shouted. You shouldn't have left. Yi Futian threw an indifferent glance at Zhou Muhuang. He responded with a cold look. I came here for Ninghua. It's none of anyone else's business. So, you'd better not intervene. Zhou Muhuang frowned at him, and many people put on a shocked look. That guy was still so arrogant. Didn't he know what he had got himself into? How would he resist such a powerful lineup? Staring at Yi Futian, Ninghua was somewhat surprised. He had thought Yi Futian would panic and despair. In fact, many people around Yi Futian had. After all, they had had no idea that the stations of different domains in the divine prefecture were connected. However, Yi Futian neither panicked nor despaired. He just remained pushy and arrogant. Why was that? Boom! Ninghua gave off a powerful aura. While he was suspended in the air, the force of the Grand Seal, Great Path, spread far and wide. It was horrifying. Even that pair of eyes had a powerful force. Gazing at Yi Futian, he said, You intend to kill me? Have you achieved any breakthrough all this time? Chen Yi. Glancing at Ninghua indifferently, Yi Futian said, Kill him. Yes. Chen Yi nodded. He walked ahead, and Ninghua was petrified. Yi Futian's indifferent gaze made him realize that this man did not even bother to fight him. Yi Futian totally ignored him and sent Chen Yi to deal with him. Yi Futian was already very powerful back then. He showed tremendous combat power when he was at the 8th level. Ninghua was not sure about defeating him indeed. However, he could not believe Yi Futian had sent Chen Yi to fight. When Yi Futian defeated Chen Yi in the Donghua banquet, Ninghua was already the #1 genius in the Donghua domain. But Yi Futian despised him to such an extent. Boom! A surprising sealing force broke out. Numerous sealing runes showed up on his body. It was the God Seal spell. Instantly, that great path of space seemed to be closed. The moment Ninghua, who had achieved the peak Renhuang plane, gave that force off, the great path domain newly erected seemed to block all other forces. The divine light of the seals flew out of Ninghua's eyes toward Chen Yi, aiming at the latter's eyes while he was approaching the former. That divine light of the seals could even seal spiritual souls. The God Seal spell could seal everything in the world. Countless seal spells fell from the sky and turned into the divine lights of the great path that flew to Chen Yi, intending to seal all of his forces. However, at the same moment, 2 formidable lights also came from Chen Yi's eyes. Those were the real light. The method of light crashed into the divine light of the seals and blocked the invasion of the sealing force. In the meantime, his body was shining and turned into the body of light that looked like a divine body. His body, floating in the air, seemed to be the source of light. The lights from him were bright enough to blind people's eyes and purify everything in the world. Meeting the divine lights of the seals in the air, they surprisingly turned those runes into nothing. Is he so strong? Those powerful cultivators were looking at the two's battlefield from far away. That divine light was dazzling. Many Renhuang standing in the distance felt their sights were blocked, although they were not the ones being attacked. They could hardly open their eyes in that light. The powerful cultivators from the Donghua domain were even more nervous. Chen Yi was also from the Donghua domain. It was from there that he left for the Donghua banquet with Yi Futian. And by then, Chen Yi turned out to be so dreadful. He was on the peak Renhuang plain. In the fight against Ning Hua, his path of light suppressed Ning Hua's God Seal spell. Even the practitioners around Yi Futian were shocked by the fact that Chen Yi was already strong enough to defeat Ning Hua, let alone others. As Chen Yi approached Ning Hua floating, numerous beams of light shot at the latter. Ning Hua turned pale. His body seemed to transform into the sealing body of the great path. When lights shone on him, they were immediately sealed. At the same time, a dreadful divine light of the seals flew from him, carrying an aura above his level. A rune showed up behind him. It was the seal spell, and it was growing bigger and bigger. As if formed by numerous seal spells, it turned into a giant seal. Ning Hua made some noises with his mouth. A paramount aura blossomed in him. Then he pointed ahead, and the giant seal spell showed up in front of the finger he used to point. As he moved ahead, wherever he passed, the light was sealed right away. He leaped to Chen Yi this way in an irresistible manner. He resorted to the will of the emperor with the super-powerful ancient character. Something unusual must have happened to Ning Hua, too, Yi Futian thought to himself. No wonder Ning Hua was so confident. But unfortunately his opponent was Chen Yi, who had the inheritance of the light. Seeing the giant seal spell that had blocked the sun moving through countless beams of lights toward him aggressively at a high speed, Chen Yi waved his hands. In an instant, a beam of light that was 10,000 zhonglong blossomed, and a divine and inviolable shadow showed up behind him. The divine method of light, the way of light. Yi Futian knew the fight was over as soon as he saw that. Back then, Blind Chen opened his eyes at all costs to exert the divine method of light. However, Chen Yi had got the real inheritance of the light, and he was already able to use the divine method. As soon as this method was exerted, everything in the world would be purified by the light. That giant seal spell broke into pieces again and again. One after another rune was crushed. Little by little, the giant rune collapsed, falling in front of Chen Yi. Ning Hua shouted in shock. He was almost blinded, and he could not open his eyes at all. Blood flowed out of his eyes. The force of light got in contact with him and penetrated him. "You are going too far," some powerful cultivators shouted after seeing that. Dreadful energy fell, intending to stop Chen Yi from killing. They had not expected him to be so strong that Ning Hua was completely overwhelmed by him. Boom! When that boom came, dreadful energy exploded. The Millet Emperor was going farther and farther away from Wangshen Watchtower. Wangshen Watchtower fell and overwhelmed the entire area so that no one could intervene. Many powerful cultivators turned pale. On the battlefield, Chen Yi had gained complete control over Ning Hua's life or death. Ning Hua was obviously in agony. It seemed he would die instantly as long as Chen Yi wanted him to. There were great pains in Ning Hua's eyes. He had never imagined he would end up like this. He failed to defeat Chen Yi, not to mention Yi Futian, and Chen Yi even brought his life or death under control and totally overcame him. How dare you! At this moment, a horrifying aura descended. Boundless space was shrouded in it. The vast world seemed to be sealed. A figure showed up. It was Ning Yuan, the chief of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain. He had just got here. He glanced at where Chen Yi was and gave off formidable energy as soon as he showed up. He could not believe Yi Futian had come to attack the Donghua palace, and that he even intended to kill Ning Hua under the nose of so many cultivators. How arrogant was he! Gazing at Yi Futian and his companions, he looked like he could not wait to kill them. Chapter 2510. A Devastating Kill. The dreadful force of the Grand Seal Great Path sealed the sky over there and shrouded the vast area where the Donghua Palace was located. Naturally, Yi Futian and others were also wreathed in the sealing force. Next to Yi Futian, Emperor, she threw him a glance. Chen Yi's strength was shocking indeed. He suppressed Ning Hua with ease and even could decide the latter's life or death. But the current situation was not favorable for many people. Putting Ning Yuan's power and bossiness aside, the predatory cultivators from various domain chiefs' manors around there were also paying close attention. If Ning Hua died, it was hard to say what would happen. It would not be easy for Chen Yi and others to leave there safely. "Let go of him!" Looking at Chen Yi, Ning Yuan shouted in a cold voice. A vague aura of the Grand Seal Great Path moved toward Chen Yi as if it could seal him any time. "You'd better stay put," Chen Yi warned Ning Yuan. He certainly knew what was on Ning Yuan's mind. Ning Yuan kept staring at him. Then, darting a glance at Yi Futian and others, he said in a cold tone, "If you dare hurt him, none of you will leave here alive, and I will kill every person that comes from the Ziwei segmentum in the future." Ning Yuan sounded arrogant and confident. Actually, he had every reason to behave like that. He went through his tribulations years ago. Even powerhouses like Emperor, she could not deal with him with ease. The Millet Emperor fought Ning Yuan with his back to Wangshan Watchtower once, and he ended up badly injured and had to flee. However, Ning Yuan did not calculate Yi Futian's combat power. Neither did he know how good Yi Futian was at the moment. But no matter how good he was, how strong could this man who used to be a level 8 Renhuang be? Even if he had achieved level 9, what could he do when confronting Ning Yuan? Chen Yi looked at where Yi Futian was. He was a little hesitant and seemed to be waiting for the latter's order. But Yi Futian looked pretty calm. He was gazing at Ning Yuan indifferently. He could have come here alone this day, and it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Ning Hua. However, Ning Hua was the one who killed Zongchan. The Millet Emperor and Li Chongqing must witness his death with their own eyes. And Ning Yuan was behind all that. Yi Futian was sure he had never provoked Ning Yuan. He even attended the Donghua banquet, trying to find favor in Ning Yuan's eyes and join the domain chief's manor. But Ning Yuan pushed him into hell and drove him onto a completely different path. He wanted Ning Yuan to feel the despair that he and the Millet Emperor had felt. "Blood will bring blood," looking at Ning Yuan, Yi Futian said. His voice made everything seem quieter. "Blood will bring blood." Yi Futian was still going to kill Ning Hua. Everyone around Yi Futian realized how determined he was. Emperor, she took a step forward to stand in front of Yi Futian with the Millet Emperor. They were ready to confront Ning Yuan. If Yi Futian decided to kill Ning Hua, Emperor, she would certainly try his best to cooperate. He had gained a lot from the cultivation at the Starry Cultivation Court these years. It was time for him to take sides. Ning Yuan's look turned extremely cold when he had seen that. He threw Emperor Shi a glance, surprised the latter had teamed up with Yi Futian and got involved in this disturbance. "Do you have the nerve to kill me?" Ning Hua was not his own man at the moment, but he still did not look like he would lower his head. He darted Yi Futian a cold look. Yi Futian was going to kill him outside the Donghua Palace in the presence of various domain chiefs' manors of the Divine Prefecture. How would Yi Futian get out of there after killing him? Yi Futian looked at Ning Hua with pity. He still did not think Yi Futian had the nerve to kill him. "Bring him over," Yi Futian said. "Okay." Chen Yi nodded. Then he took Ning Hua to Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Ning Hua gazed at one another. He saw Ning Hua's reluctance to yield in the latter's eyes. "If I die, all of you here will die with me together." The number 1 proud son of heaven of the Donghua domain. Glancing at Ning Hua with despise, Yi Futian said, "Pathetic." He lifted a finger after speaking. A sword was coiling around the tip of his finger, giving off dreadful, destructive energy. How dare you? Seeing that, Ning Hua turned pale. Yi Futian, Ning Yuan shouted. The Grand Seal Great Path became even more powerful. Divine lights moved to Yi Futian, and Emperor Shi and the Millet Emperor acted at the same time to keep Ning Yuan away from Yi Futian. Blood will bring blood. Yi Futian moved his finger toward Ning Hua's brow chakra and touched him without hesitation. In an instant, the sword will on his finger pierced through Ning Hua's brow chakra, and a destructive force destroyed his spiritual soul. Ning Hua opened his eyes wide, staring ahead. There was shock and despair in his eyes. He could not believe Yi Futian had made a fatal move to kill him there for real. How dared he? How dared Yi Futian kill him? He was the proud son of heaven, the vice chief of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain. His talent was paramount. He had the sealing body of the Great Path. As the #1 genius in the Donghua domain, he would be even stronger than his father and succeed to the domain chief's position in the Donghua domain for sure. Actually, he was even more ambitious than that. He wanted to prove his path. However, by then, all that ended outside the Donghua palace, where Yi Futian came to settle accounts with him and killed him. How ironic, it was super quiet around. Many practitioners' hearts were in their mouths. That was ruthless. Yi Futian really did it. He killed the son of Ning Yuan, the chief of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain, outside the Donghua palace. However, how would he leave after that? He is crazy. The sword goddess of the ice palace and the forces from the Donghua domain were all shocked. They could hardly believe Ning Hua had died. Ning Hua, who had reached the 9th level, had been at the peak in the Donghua domain. Even the sword goddess was 100% sure that she could defeat him. However, in this fight, Ning Hua suffered a big loss and then died at the hands of Yi Futian. That just did not seem to be real. None of them could believe it. Ning Hua! Bang! A dreadful aura broke out. Ning Yuan's eyes became bloodshot and were filled with incomparably strong killing intent. Yi Futian killed Ning Hua under his nose. That was his favorite son, his future successor, who would surpass him one day for sure. He saw the future of the Donghua domain in Ninghua, and that would be a brand new era. But everything ended there because of Yi Futian. The practitioner Ning Yuan used to contempt and be able to kill with a flick of his fingers or a wave of his hand killed his son Ninghua. Instantly, the force of the Great Path exploded. It was horrifying. An awful sealing storm started in the sky, in the boundless space approaching this area. Boom! A terrifying noise emerged. The Millet Emperor went all out, too. He looked as if he and Wangshan Watchtower had turned into one. A divine stela showed up in the air and covered the whole sky, blocking Yi Futian and others, so that Ning Yuan would not find any opportunity to hurt them. Emperor Shi acted, too. Xuanwu the Black Turtle appeared in the air and was trying to suppress Ning Yuan so that he would not go ballistic and hurt people. I, Ning Yuan, will pay a handsome reward to whoever killed the practitioners from the Ziwei Segmentum and Yi Futian. A voice that sounded as cold as ice came through the air. Ning Yuan, intercepted by 2 strong men at the moment, saw Yi Futian's mount, the golden-winged giant pung bird, retreating. He certainly did not want to see Yi Futian flee. Ning Hua was killed here this very day. How could he let Yi Futian and the practitioners from the Ziwei Segmentum leave here alive? As soon as he finished speaking, a dreadful might spread across that area with the Donghua Palace being the center and left the whole area wreathed in a depressive air. The golden-winged giant pung bird felt heavy because many powerful cultivators had exerted the might of the Great Path to suppress them. The practitioners from various domains of the Divine Prefecture always wanted to keep Yi Futian there. Those domain chiefs' manors had been informed of the destruction of the divine body. However, Yi Futian still had a lot of secrets, including many inheritances of the great emperor. And he certainly had gained a lot from the trip to the world of Buddhism in the Western Heaven, too. More than that, if they killed Yi Futian, they could take all the credit in front of Princess Donghuang, couldn't they? Who was Donghuang the Great? He would not bother to handle a young man, but Yi Futian was Emperor Yi Qing's successor. The imperial palace absolutely would not mind them killing him. Many people were hostile to Yi Futian, although their reasons might vary, and such a good opportunity came up. Yi Futian left the Ziwei segmentum. How could they let him leave here without doing anything to stop him? Bang! An overwhelming aura descended. Yi Futian and others sensed a paramount might. It was the aura of a strong man on the tribulation plane. They saw a middle-aged man take a step toward them somewhere. Yi Futian, you're going too far. Don't you think about leaving, said a voice. It was exactly from that middle-aged man. He was from the domain chief's manor of the Tianyan domain. As a top-level cultivator who had gone through the first divine tribulation of the Great Path, his strength was formidable. Yi Futian had been at deep enmity with the Tianyan city since the battle back then. The Tianyan city was in a paramount position in the Tianyan domain. Even the domain chief's manor had to give it face. It was called the number 1 weapon-making force in the divine prefecture. Back then, the lord of the Tianyan city asked Yi Futian to lend him the divine body in person. Still, Yi Futian refused, so the lord of the Tianyan city destroyed the Heavenly Mandate Academy single-handedly. Therefore, taking Yi Futian down would make a good impression on Tianyan city as well. Yi Futian, we were close to each other before, but you have gone too far this time, said Zhou Huang. He walked ahead, but Yi Futian was smiling coldly to himself. He and Zhou Huang used to be close? Seriously. Zhou Huang wanted to control Yi Futian to control the divine body, but Yi Futian refused to join the domain chief's manor of the Shangqing domain, and Zhou Huang took offense. He was definitely kicking Yi Futian when he was down at the moment. Yi Futian threw Zhou Huang a cold and disdainful look, which intimidated Zhou Huang somehow. Then Yi Futian just disappeared into thin air. Zhou Huang had a strong sense of crisis. He wanted to retreat, but he saw a palm thwacking toward him. The great path started to flow on his body, and he lifted a hand to parry. Bang! He reacted very fast, only not fast enough. The terrifying palm broke the defense of his great path right away and showed up right in front of his head, making his black hair dance like crazy. Staring at the white-haired man in front of him, he felt as if his heart was in his mouth. At this moment, Yi Futian's body was shining and had a divine light flowing on it, giving off a central and overwhelming air. In contrast, Zhou Huang seemed so fragile. If this palm moved down, his head would explode right away, and he would be killed there just like Ninghua. It's none of your business. You don't get to intervene. Yi Futian's voice was cold and intimidating, leaving the place in a brief silence. Chapter 2511. Chief Shihai. Powerful. Numerous people gazed at Yi Futian and saw divine lights flowing in his body. They all knew Yi Futian had built the divine body with the flesh of Xinjia, the great emperor, and hence got an extraordinary constitution. By then, the aura of the great way flowing in him was impeccable. It was the level 9 aura. What a perfect aura of the great way! Exclaimed the sword goddess. She was also a level 9 Renhuang and had maintained this level for years. She had seen many powerful men on the level 9 Renhuang plane. However, she had never seen anyone like Yi Futian, whose aura of the great way was so perfect that it was as if it was made by God. The way and the body turned into one. The divine body was unparalleled, and his body was exactly the way. Zhou Huang, the vice chief of the domain chief's manor of the Shangqing domain, became famous even earlier than Ninghua. He achieved the level 9 Renhuang plane many years ago. Despite that, he was overcome by a single movement while confronting Yi Futian. It was not hard to imagine how huge the gap between them was. They were on two completely different levels. Zhou Huang's face was livid with rage. He felt humiliated. He had intended to stop Yi Futian and others from leaving. But instead of that, he was suppressed by a single movement. It's none of your business. You don't get to intervene. How humiliating. Yi Futian was staring at him with that pair of cold eyes right in front of him. Looking into those eyes, Zhou Mu Huang was somehow deeply intimidated. He saw indifference and contempt in them, as if Yi Futian had never regarded him as a serious enemy. Yi Futian was just a talented Ren Huang, competing for the divine body in the Shangqing domain, and their meeting back then was totally different from this one. Actually, it was him that looked down on Yi Futian instead. "Whoever intervenes will be my enemy, and I won't show any mercy," said Yi Futian in a cold and disdainful tone. Then he leaped and disappeared into thin air. Without causing any fluctuation in the aura, he moved across the air without being seen. An exclaim immediately came. One after another, people started to step back. That was where the powerful cultivators from the domain chief's manor of the Tianyin domain were. Among them, a powerhouse on the tribulation plane was standing in the front, intending to attack Yi Futian and others. He paused for a few seconds after seeing Zhou Mu Huang suppressed by Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian showed up among the powerhouses of the domain chief's manor of the Tianyin domain in an instant. A dreadful aura spread from him and shrouded all of the practitioners there. They all felt so pressured that they could hardly breathe. That powerhouse on the tribulation plane narrowed his eyes. He turned around to look at the white-haired man among his younger colleagues, surprised at the man's imperceptible and unpredictable movement. He showed up in another place without causing any fluctuation in the great path of space or being detected. "That power, Senior, do you want to try me?" Yi Futian said to the powerhouse on the tribulation plane after turning. He sounded threatening. It was as if as long as that man had the nerve to intervene, he would kill those practitioners from the domain chief's manor of the Tianyin domain any time. The powerful men from other domain chiefs' manors, who had been ready to act, stopped moving at the sight of that. They were all staring at Yi Futian. What great path of space was the one Yi Futian had shown? He was even strong enough to drive Zhou Mu Huang into a corner with one single strike. With that combat power, he could kill any practitioner below the tribulation plane there. Therefore, whoever wanted to confront him would have to give it a good thought. That made the powerhouses from those domain chiefs' manors hesitate. At this moment, 2 apex cultivators were handling Ning Yuan together on the battlefield, but they still could not completely suppress Ning Yuan, who was in a rage. The sky was covered with the formidable sealing force. Many people looked up and decided to take a wait-and-see attitude, thinking maybe Ning Yuan could take Yi Futian and others down by himself. Practitioners from the Donghua domain listened to my orders. "Kill them. Don't show any mercy," Ning Yuan said in a cold voice. The domain chief's manor had many powerful cultivators, many of whom were quite old, but they were all somewhat hesitant at the moment. They did not think any of them was stronger than Ning Hua, but even Ning Hua was killed by Chen Yi so effortlessly, so how could they fight those people? Besides, there was Yi Futian, whose strength was unfathomable. He even defeated Zhou Mu Huang with one single strike and held the latter's life in his hands. Not to mention the other top forces from the Donghua domain. They did not report to Ning Yuan directly. Even if they held a grudge against Yi Futian, they would rather keep their noses clean. "Ning Yuan, you don't know what situation you are in at all," said Yi Futian sarcastically. He showed up in front of the powerhouses of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain as soon as he finished speaking. A blazing true fire of the sun flew out of him and turned into a dreadful solar divine sword that flowed down. The practitioners of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain instantly felt suffocated. The force of the great path that spread from Yi Futian intimidated them deeply. They realized that man was powerful enough to kill them. I attended the Donghua banquet to join the domain chief's manor and cultivate there, but everyone knows how Ning Yuan treated me. Ning Hua killed my elder brother Zongchan. Now that I killed Ninghua, this blood debt has been paid, and I will not hold any other people from the Donghua domain to account. However, if anyone dares hurt the practitioners from the Ziwei segmentum, I will absolutely kill him. I won't care even if you are hiding in the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain, said Yi Futian coldly. His speech sent a shiver down the spines of the practitioners from the Donghua domain. They suddenly realized, without the help from other forces of the divine prefecture, the Donghua domain alone had been inferior to the Ziwei segmentum since a long time ago. Besides the two strong cultivators fighting at the moment, the Ziwei segmentum also had Ren Huangqin, the vice-headmaster of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Ren Huangqin, always holding the scepter of the stars in hand, had killed powerful cultivators as strong as himself before. He was definitely not weaker than Ningyuan. That meant, in terms of the top strength, the forces from the Ziwei segmentum definitely outshone the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain. And there was even less suspense in terms of the strength of Ren Huang. After all, who could defeat Yi Futian and Chen Yi, who were right there? Moreover, the Ziwei segmentum had a few more level 9 Ren Huang on the perfect great path. The golden-winged giant pong bird that Yi Futian was mounting was also a level 9 demon emperor. So, had Ninghua really died for nothing? The vice-chief of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain was killed, but no one could do anything about it. Right at this moment, an astonishing aura spread over from far away. Even the clouds were disturbed. That aura intimidated many people. A tribulation-level cultivator, many people thought. And it was probably a super-powerful cultivator that had gone through the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. The Donghua Palace, a stronghold the Donghua domain established here, was connected to the strongholds of other domain chiefs' manors of the 18 domains. Could that be the chief of one of those domain chiefs' manors? A stern face showed up in the sky, giving off an unparalleled, overbearing air. The might from him shrouded the earth down there. Even the force of the Grand Seal Great Path of Ningyuan was suppressed. Chief! Many people saluted the face in the air, bowing to it. The newly arrived powerhouse was apparently a chief. It was Chief Shihai, the chief of the domain chief's manor of the West Sea domain, hailed as one of the two kings of West Sea. Not all chiefs of domain chiefs' manors were the same. There could be a huge gap between them. For example, the Donghua domain and the Shangqing domain were just average domains. The Great Bright domain, where Yi Futian had been, was an incomplete domain with only one city left. The most powerful domain chiefs' manors were those with a long history, for example, those with ancient emperors and, in particular, places where the ancient god clan was still living. Dong Huang the Great united the world. To check and balance various forces, he sent powerful enough people to restrict the ancient god clan, which was certainly a natural move. The West Imperial Palace used to be in its prime in the West Sea. Its leader even claimed the throne. The West Emperor in ancient times could be compared to the Great Emperor. The West Imperial Palace still had the West Emperor's inheritances these days. Shi Qiyao from the West Imperial Palace fought Yi Futian in that disturbance many years ago. She even thought about going to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate, but everything changed when Yi Futian's identity as the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing had been disclosed, and Dong Huang the Great had shown up. The domain chief's manor of the West Sea domain was located in the West Imperial Palace region, so it had to be tough. The West Imperial Palace had been domineering the West Sea for many years, but the domain chief's manor of the West Sea domain had been rising quickly in the past few years. Chief Shihai was a paramount personage. He was overbearing and pushy and very powerful, too. He built the domain chief's manor of the West Sea domain into an influential force on his own. By then it had almost become a rival to the West Imperial Palace. Chief Shihai was well known in the Divine Prefecture. He was a big name, and all that could be attributed to his great strength. At this moment, Chief Shihai from the domain chief's manor of the West Sea domain showed up in the Donghua Palace. He did not come in person, looking up at the stern face in the air many people thought. It was Chief Shihai's incarnation, one of his fantastic skills. However, the incarnation was also dreadfully powerful. Even though Chief Shihai was not here in person, it was enough to intimidate everyone there. Chapter 25:12 The Price You Will Pay. Above the firmament, Chief Shihai stared at Yi Futian below, his face authoritative and indifferent. Yi Futian frowned. Before he got here, he did not expect that all 18 domain chiefs' manors in the Void Realm were connected. Even so, he thought he could handle it. But now, even chief-level characters had arrived. Chief Shihai Yi Futian was acting recklessly and completely out of control. He killed my son Ning Hua at the Donghua Palace. I now ask Chief Shihai to apprehend him. Ning Yuan couldn't care less about his dignity at this moment. In title, he was the same as Chief Shihai. Both of them were chiefs under the command of the great emperor, and were existences of equal level. However, he understood that the two of them, in fact, were not at the same level. After all, strength determined everything. There were differences between chiefs. Nonetheless, they held the same status on paper and shouldn't need to ask the other for help. But now, Ning Yuan didn't care so much about anything and had asked Chief Shihai to help take down Yi Futian. Yi Futian killed his son Ning Hua, and he was wholly determined to avenge his son. In any case, Yi Futian could not be allowed to leave today as if nothing had happened. As long as he was in the hands of the cultivators from any of the domain chiefs' manors in the Divine Prefecture, no matter who it was, Yi Futian could forget about escaping. Once upon a time, Dong Huang the Great decided not to intervene because he didn't wish to bully some youngster. But as an exchange, the teacher of Four Corner Village, likewise, could no longer interfere. If Yi Futian returned to the Z-Way segmentum, it would be difficult to touch him again. A powerful pressure of might came down as Chief Shihai stared at Yi Futian indifferently and said, Yi Futian, Dong Huang the Great had once given you a way out, but instead of being grateful, you dared to go to war with the principalities in the Divine Prefecture and kill indiscriminately. You don't know good from bad. His voice was authoritative and domineering, as a terrifying coercion dropped down and covered Yi Futian and the others. As he was speaking, he raised his hand and grabbed towards the space below without hesitation. This sight caused the hearts of the surrounding cultivators to tremble. Chief Shihai had made his move right away. Obviously, he wanted to take Yi Futian down. Watch out. Yi Futian came next to everyone in an instant to sweep them away, turning into a beam of light. But the speed of Chief Shihai's attack was equally astonishing. Yi Futian barely avoided the giant palm as it was slamming down on them. Mo Yunzi, the golden-winged rock, was caught by that gigantic hand. Mo Yunzi struggled frantically, but couldn't get out of it. When he looked at Yi Futian, he made a long and sustained howl. Above the void, Chief Shihai raised Mo Yunzi's body, and he glanced indifferently at Yi Futian. A strange look flashed through his eyes. Yi Futian was actually able to take these people and had evaded capture, Elder, and I have never had any grievances or quarrels. I asked the Elder to be merciful. Yi Futian said to the face that appeared in the void. Although the golden-winged rock, as morphed by Mo Yunzi, was humongous in size, he could not get himself out of that giant palm, firmly caught within its grasp. His eyes fixed on Yi Futian, as he appeared to be in incredible pain, and he was asking for help with his eyes. Clearly, he was in extreme discomfort at the moment. Bang! With a squeeze of Chief Shihai's hand, that gigantic hand tightened its grasp, and a crunching sound was heard. Mo Yunzi uttered a mournful scream as the body of a divine bird, as if made from pure gold, was crushed. It was so fragile in that gigantic hand. It seemed as if it could not bear its attack. Bright red blood stained that gigantic hand as blood continued to drip from the void. This was a terribly tragic scene. A divine bird was crushed to death in this manner. It was too brutal. He seemed unwilling to die like this. His massive eyes were still open, looking ahead. There was pain and reluctance in his eyes. He was the golden-winged rock who had entered the Buddhist holy land of Spirit Mountain to cultivate. He had been enlightened by great Buddhas and had studied many scriptures. In the future, he would have become a great demonic beast who could attain the way. But he perished here in such a cruel manner, tortured and killed. His eyes were still staring at Yi Futian. Yi Futian stared back at him as well. He had just spoken, and Chief Shihai immediately crushed Mo Yunzi to death, like stepping on an ant without any thought. At this moment, Yi Futian felt the blood in his body boiling as his heart twitched violently. His eyes couldn't leave Mo Yunzi, who had died right in front of him. Although he and Mo Yunzi didn't meet each other under the best circumstances, they had been together for more than 10 years. Over the years, Mo Yunzi had worked hard with no complaints, and he was very serious about his study while at Spirit Mountain. He had made great progress in his cultivation. Therefore, Yi Futian had always regarded this demonic beast as his own partner. But today he was tortured and killed right in front of him in such a cruel manner by Chief Shihai. These lofty characters were cruel and ruthless. In the pursuit of their own goals, they had no concerns for other living things. He and Chief Shihai had no previous entanglements, but the other acted without mercy and crushed his demonic beast to death without another word. If someone else besides Mo Yunzi were captured just then, their fate would be the same, crushed to death just like some insects. Above the firmament, Chief Shihai would have no idea of Yi Futian's feelings, nor did he care. Although he was the chief in the West Sea domain, the domain chief's manor had always been suppressed by the West Imperial Palace. Everyone knew that the West Imperial Palace was the king of the West Sea domain, its premier principality. Compared with the West Imperial Palace, all he lacked was the inheritance at the imperial level. Yi Futian could make up for that, as there were many inheritances from the great emperors on him. Taking down Yi Futian had thousands of benefits without any disadvantages. The opportunity had presented itself today. How could he not seize it? With a thought, the terrifying coercion continued to press down, pouncing on Yi Futian and the others again. However, under that pressure, Yi Futian still managed to disappear. He did not take anyone else with him this time, but disappeared alone and appeared among the crowds in the West Sea domain. Before the arrival of Chief Shihai, many of the cultivators from the West Sea domain were already here. When Yi Futian appeared, an overbearing aura of the Great Path enveloped this whole area. The power of Een froze this space in a second, and all the cultivators shuddered as their bodies were covered with a layer of frost. At the same time, Chief Shihai had controlled Li Changxing and the others. His brows furrowed slightly as he swept a glance at Yi Futian. Once again he had broken through his suppression. "Let them go, and I will stay. After they get back, I will let these people go," Yi Futian said as he looked at Chief Shihai. "Very well." Chief Shihai was straightforward enough and readily released these people. On the other side, the battle between Ningyuan and Emperor Shi had stopped as well and did not continue. Ningyuan's eyes drifted towards Yi Futian, full of murderous intent. Emperor Shi, Yu, and the others returned to Ziwei Segmentum first. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Shi and said. Emperor Shi frowned as everyone else was also looking at Yi Futian. Chief Shihai came in person, and this was a supreme cultivator who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. If Yi Futian stayed, how could he escape such an existence? "You just take care of yourselves and leave. I have my own way of leaving here. You will only hinder me by being here," Yi Futian said to Emperor Shi and the others via voice transmission. Only then did Emperor Shi nod. He said to the others, "Let's go." As soon as he spoke, he took everyone away with incredible speed. Neither Chief Shihai nor Ningyuan chased after them. Chief Shihai's goal was to get Yi Futian, while Ningyuan wanted Yi Futian dead. As long as Yi Futian was still around, no one else was important. The terrifying coercion enveloped this area, and these two great cultivators stared at Yi Futian with no intention of letting him ever leave. Cultivators from all the domain chiefs' manors stood around, watching it quietly. This time, how could Yi Futian escape? Donghua Domain's sword goddess and several of her disciples were a little worried. This time, Yi Futian was alone, with no one else to help him. Even if they wanted to help him, they couldn't take any action. In the face of such absolute strength, there was no point. Their help would only spell their own deaths. Ren Huangyi, is there anything we can do to help you? Qin Qing transmitted her message to Yi Futian. Although she could not participate in this kind of battle, if Yi Futian had other needs for which she could render assistance, perhaps she could be of some help. Yi Futian felt a little warmth inside. He didn't expect that Qin Qing would be willing to be helpful at a time like this. Such kindness was in itself very rare. Thank you so much, Goddess Qin. But the goddess need not worry about me, Yi Futian replied. Qin Qing was a little doubtful when she heard Yi Futian's reply. Could Yi Futian have another way to escape this catastrophe? Very well, she replied without saying anything more. Everyone was waiting quietly. They knew that Yi Futian was waiting for his people to retreat safely, unharmed, and return to Ziwei Segmentum. However, did Yi Futian ever consider that if something happened to him, even if the others were to return to Ziwei Segmentum safely, what could they do there? Once Yi Futian was no more, the Ziwei Segmentum would most certainly be conquered and divided instantly, then plundered by mighty forces from all sides. Even Ning Yuan knew that. He didn't care about anyone else for now. As long as he could take down Yi Futian, then all the cultivators who followed Yi Futian in the Ziwei Segmentum would die tragically. He would make sure he was there to kill them all himself. The death of his son Ning Hua must be atoned for with the deaths of all the cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum. Time passed by slowly, and Yi Futian was still waiting for the others to get back. He would not allow any more unforeseen incidents. Is it time? In the void, Chief Shihai lowered his head to look down at Yi Futian below. Yi Futian looked up at the other, did not respond to his question, but asked, Have you ever thought about the price for your cruelty just now? Price. Chief Shihai looked down at the white-haired man below. Yi Futian was talking to him about the price of things. I have no idea what you are talking about. Chief Shihai had a majestic, authoritative, and domineering air. He dismissed Yi Futian's question outright. At this moment, shouldn't he be thinking about the fate that was inevitably waiting for him? When I attended the Donghua banquet, Ning Yuan had the same attitude as you do now, high and lofty as if there was no one but him. But today, Ning Hua's death was the price he had to pay for his arrogance. Yi Futian spoke in a calm voice as if he was speaking of something very trivial. Today, as the domain chief of the West Sea domain, you came here with aggression and killed my demonic beast without cause. For this, you will pay. He was no longer the person that he was decades ago. He had waited for decades to have his revenge on Ning Yuan, but he would not wait so long for the debt incurred today. Is that so? Chief Shihai looked down at Yi Futian with palpable contempt in his voice. Yi Futian was threatening to make him pay. The divine light of the great path surrounded Yi Futian. His entire body was brilliant. It was as if he had turned into a sword. In the next moment, a ray of divine light broke through the air, fast to the limit. Where are you going? Ning Yuan shouted, and the force of seal directly blocked this corner of the sky. Above the firmament, infinite runes of seals appeared, unspeakably horrific. There was no way Yi Futian could escape. Boom! With a loud boom, the runes of seal were shattered immediately as the light pierced through the seal. It also broke through Chief Shihai's coercion as it went higher above the sky. This scene stunned all the cultivators, including Ning Yuan himself. The sealed space was forcibly broken by Yi Futian. When Yi Futian rushed out of this sealed space, he vanished from everyone's sight. Many cultivators released their divine consciousnesses, but they could no longer track or lock onto Yi Futian. It was as if in just a moment he was gone without a trace. "Chief Shihai, you will repent for what you have done today," said a voice from the void, which made everyone's hearts tremble. Yi Futian seemed to be stronger than they had imagined, a lot stronger. Boom! A horrific aura moved towards the distance, and even Chief Shihai hesitated for a moment before pursuing after him. Did Yi Futian escape this area just like that? Ning Yuan also flickered and disappeared from this space. All three powerful cultivators vanished in a blink of an eye. Qin Qing looked at her master, the sword goddess, and her beautiful eyes showed immense shock. She had a feeling that Yi Futian would indeed make Chief Shihai pay for what he had done. Chapter 2513 Washed in Blood. In Donghua Palace, cultivators from all sides were waiting quietly. After a long while, Chief Shihai and Ning Yuan both returned, but they found nothing. They had lost track of him. These two top cultivators, chief-level characters, did not manage to catch up with him and had been dumped by Yi Futian. Just by watching the gloomy expressions on the two men, these cultivators already knew the outcome. Yi Futian was gone like the wind. After Yi Futian barged his way into Donghua Palace and killed Ninghua, he left right in front of these two great chiefs. It is very possible that it is Buddha's celerity, one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism, Chief Shihai said with a sullen face. His tone was extremely cold. All the major domain chiefs' manners knew that Yi Futian had gone to the Western Heaven, but things that happened there were not so easy to inquire, especially things that happened at Spirit Mountain, which was only known to the Buddhas there. Not many knew about the death of Saint Jinshan either. Only those at Spirit Mountain knew something about it. However, no one knew the exact manner of his death. Those cultivators who were as far away as the Divine Prefecture would definitely have no way of knowing. "Chief Shihai, what should we do?" Ning Yuan got lost even faster. Yi Futian had just left when he had already lost track of him. He couldn't catch up to Yi Futian at all, and his divine consciousness could not lock onto anything. He was so much slower than Yi Futian. This made Ning Yuan felt really helpless. He found that his strength alone might not be enough to kill Yi Futian. Therefore, he could only pin his hopes on Chief Shihai. "You are asking me?" Chief Shihai looked at Ning Yuan. He was in a very foul mood, so he didn't bother giving Ning Yuan the courtesy and retorted directly. Ning Yuan was stunned and didn't look particularly pleased. However, he didn't dare to refute the man either. "Return to West Sea Palace," Chief Shihai said, taking his people from the West Sea Domain Chief's manor with him to leave. He had a terrible feeling about all of this. If Yi Futian had really cultivated Buddha's celerity, it would complicate the matter greatly. He did not expect that Yi Futian had the ability to escape under his nose. While Chief Shihai led his people to leave through the teleportation Grand Matrix, Ning Yuan looked at everyone and said, "After you get back, you must inform the chiefs of all the domains that Yi Futian is now a very dangerous man, and he will endanger all the domains of the Divine Prefecture." When everyone heard what Ning Yuan had to say, they were not impressed. It was no more Ning Yuan's own selfish desire to leverage the power of each domain chief's manor to deal with Yi Futian. However, some of these domain chiefs' manors had no quarrels with Yi Futian, unless they coveted the inheritances in Yi Futian's possession or the Ziwei segmentum. They would not proactively antagonize him. Ning Yuan left with a gloomy face. The news here would soon spread, and all the major forces would know. There would also be many people who would be on the lookout for Yi Futian. Wait until Yi Futian was taken down. He swore he would wash Ziwei segmentum in blood to avenge Ninghua. Qin Qing and the others looked at one another, and they were all a little surprised. Yi Futian actually managed to leave unscathed. It seemed that he would have another adventure waiting for him. Buddha's celerity, the sword goddess secretly marveled. Did he go to Spirit Mountain? A few days later at the West Sea Realm. This was the interface opened up by the West Sea domain in the original realm. It was a little more robust than the Donghua realm. The cultivators in the West Sea realm were dispatched from the West Sea domain, including several top principalities. Even the West Imperial Palace, which was part of the ancient god clan, was also stationed here at the West Sea realm. No matter how powerful they were independently, they belonged to the West Sea domain. Officially, they were in sync with the domain chief's manor from the West Sea domain. At this moment, in the city of West Sea Realm, a man in white appeared. He seemed to arrive silently, just appeared out of nowhere, strolling quietly inside the city. After a while, he walked to a place and stopped. With a thought, he was suddenly surrounded with sword will. His entire body was radiant, like the body of a sword. This sight caused the surrounding cultivators to step aside and make way. They looked at the white-haired man and marveled at the strong sword that was coming from him. The white-haired man raised his hand, and suddenly there was a sword diagram that appeared above the firmament, puffing out an extremely terrifying current of swordsmanship. It blocked out the sky and the sun. The sword will circulated above the firmament, and that terrifying aura continued to move further away into the distance. What was he going to do? Many started to retreat as soon as they felt the aggression coming from that sword will. Even cultivators in the Renhuang realm had gotten far away from here. No one knew what this white-haired cultivator intended to do, and they felt it was better to stay as far away from him as possible. That flowing sword will pointed to a place in the distance, and in that direction the hearts of many palpitated, looking in the direction where that terrifying sword was going, which turned out to be the direction of the West Sea Palace. He wanted to attack the West Sea Palace. Who was this man? Above the firmament, the diagram was expanding until it covered up everything in the sky, and the cultivators below felt a faint sense of suffocation. Soon they could feel the might of that sword for hundreds of miles, and it was still spreading further away. Furthermore, above that sword diagram, above the firmament, everyone could also sense an extremely tyrannical aura from the great path of space. And all this took place in a very short period of time. The white-haired man floated in the air and stood in front of the sword diagram of the void. Then he slowly extended his arm and pointed ahead. In an instant, the sword diagram released an infinite divine light, as the sword will pierce through the space, ignoring the distance or the space, and headed towards the distance. West Sea Palace was where the West Sea Domain Chief's manor was stationed in the original realm. Many powerful cultivators stayed in the Domain Chief's manor. At this time, people in West Sea Palace were cultivating, and some were discussing amongst themselves. In front of a hall, a group of cultivators was walking out at this moment. They had just finished discussed where they were going for their next trials. These were all elite cultivators from the Domain Chief's manor, and there were also Renhuang in the 9th realm among them. They were walking and chatting at the same time. At this moment, a cultivator frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was not right. It was as if danger was approaching. "What aura is that?" he murmured. The others released their perception as well, and then they all frowned. Someone said, "It's a sword will, a very strong sword will. This sword will seems to be heading this way." A Renhuang in the 9th realm spoke up. His eyes looked into the distance, and in the next moment he saw countless divine swords above the firmament, completely sheltering the sky like golden lightning that came through the space. "Be careful!" he yelled as his face changed to one of shock. Everyone released the most tyrannical aura of the great path to surround themselves. The divine sword slammed down, the spatial distance notwithstanding, and landed inside the West Sea Palace. "Watch out!" A group of cultivators levitated into the air, and the aura of the great path burst out from them. But their defense was directly penetrated by the divine swords. The golden divine swords penetrated their bodies without hesitation and shattered them as swords turned into golden light. Boom, boom, boom. All these people were slain one after the other, as buildings pulverized and exploded like mad. There was total chaos inside the West Sea Palace, as it was completely submerged by sword wool. "Get the chief, quick!" someone shouted, but Chief Shihai had already gotten here. He was cultivating before and did not perceive what was happening outside. By the time he did perceive it, he was already one step too late. By the time he got here, the sky full of sword will suddenly seemed to stand still. Even if it didn't stop, its speed had slowed down, losing its powerful lethality. However, at this point, the West Sea Palace was already in a bloody mess with heavy casualties. "Chief!" someone wailed, their eyes bloody red as they stared at the incarnation of Chief Shihai in the sky. Chief Shihai's eyes were extremely cold, an overwhelming murderous intent coming from him. His divine consciousness covered the distance and landed where Yi Futian was. He called out coldly, "Yi Futian!" Was this the price Yi Futian was talking about before? He had actually come to the West Sea Palace intending to do murders. Buzz! A monstrous coercion erupted, and the figure of Chief Shihai disappeared. After a moment, he appeared where he thought Yi Futian was, but Yi Futian was no longer there. His face suddenly revealed extreme shock. Yi Futian, at this time, had actually appeared in the West Sea Palace. The cultivators in the West Sea Palace also revealed expressions of shock as they stared at the man that appeared in the void. Yi Futian pointed his finger downward, and the sword intent of destruction exploded in an instant. Many Rinhuang were directly penetrated by the divine sword and died, their eyes still fixed on the man in the void. They heard that the chief had killed Yi Futian's demonic beast at Donghua Palace a few days ago, and then went into hot pursuit of Yi Futian after he somehow managed to escape. They didn't think that Yi Futian would dare to come to West Sea Palace himself and kill the people here just a few days later. "You are insolent!" A domineering voice resounded throughout the entire West Sea Palace. When Chief Shihai appeared again, Yi Futian disappeared once more. This time, Chief Shihai did not slack in the slightest, and an aura of a terrific great path erupted as his divine consciousness locked onto Yi Futian. He was worried that Yi Futian would once again return to West Sea Palace, continuing his killing spree. "Chief Shihai, I told you that you will pay for what you did, and you will repent for it. This is just the beginning." An extremely sharp voice spoke, and it fell across the city. Countless people had heard it, and their hearts were beating violently. It was Yi Futian. He had come to West Sea Palace for a bloodbath, for revenge. The entire West Sea domain was in an uproar, and there were chatters by countless cultivators. Many cultivators had traveled through the air and came to the space above the West Sea Palace, their attention focused on the place destroyed by the swordwool. It was just a ruin now. Many cultivators in the domain chief's manor were slaughtered, killed right in front of Chief Shihai. It was just as when Chief Shihai killed Yi Futian's demonic beast in front of him. "Is he so terrifying already?" some cultivators murmured. Everyone in the original realm had heard of the name of Yi Futian. Even those who came from the divine prefecture must have heard of his deeds. A few days ago, Yi Futian reappeared in front of many cultivators and slew Ninghua in a battle, thus alarming the domain chief's manor of various domains. However, he left in a hurry, pursued by Chief Shihai, and his demonic beast was killed in the process. But who would have thought that in just a few days Yi Futian would have his revenge by washing the entire West Sea Palace in a bloodbath? What's more, the chief of West Sea seemed unable to track him down. In another direction, there was a group of cultivators with extraordinary temperaments. One of the elders amongst them was a cultivator of the Tribulation Plane. This group of men was the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace. The old man laughed a cold laugh in his heart when he beheld the scene, and said in a low voice, "This time, the domain chief's manor in the West Sea domain has gotten itself in deep trouble." "Who was Yi Futian?" Wasn't it clear enough from back then? When Yi Futian's cultivation was yet small and weak, many powerful people had already died at his hands, and now he had become much stronger. Obviously, he appeared again, this time because he was prepared. Therefore, he dared to show up to kill Ninghua. No one imagined that Chief Shihai, who was accustomed to being overbearing and did whatever he wanted, had started an altercation with Yi Futian before he figured out just who Yi Futian really was. Now it seemed that this powerful and aggressive Chief Shihai had gotten himself into something he might not be able to finish. Chapter 2514 Collecting the Debt. The news of the bloodbath that took place in West Sea Palace spread quickly towards the original realm. At first, it was the domain chief's manors of all 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. Then it spread to other major forces. By now, they all learned that Yi Futian had gone to the world of Buddhism and cultivated the superpower of Buddha's celerity, and he had washed the West Imperial Palace in blood. In no time, this celebrated figure, who had disappeared for 20 years, was once again in the sight of all original realm. And his reappearance shook the original realm. The domain chief's manor of West Sea Domain in the original realm was washed in blood. There were heavy casualties among the cultivators who were inside the domain chief's manor. Naturally, Ning Yuan was one of the first to get the news. After he heard it, he felt a tremor in his heart. Was Yi Futian already this frightening? He suddenly thought that if it wasn't because Yi Futian had his concerns before, he might have already washed Donghua Palace in blood in a similar fashion. Even Chief Shihai could not take him down. So how could he, Ning Yuan, do it? He couldn't help but feel a little hopeless. Wouldn't this mean that he didn't even have the qualification to speak of revenge now? If he dared to touch any of Yi Futian's people, the entire Donghua Palace would probably be terminated. This was precisely the effect that Yi Futian wanted to achieve. What happened in Donghua Palace made Yi Futian realize that those top figures did not care about the life and death of the weak. In the future, if the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum want to ever walk freely, then he had to make sure the domain chief's manor of the Western Sea Domain would be an object lesson to everyone. This was to warn the others not to touch any cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. Great strength was the best and only deterrent. Yi Futian thought of that desperate look in Mo Yunzi's eyes again, and he felt a pang of heartache. If he had moved just a little slower that time, those who died would not just be Mo Yunzi, but also Li Changsheng and the others. He clearly understood that Chief Shihai at the time had no concerns for any of their lives. If that giant hand had caught anyone else, they would all ended the same way, crushed to death. Therefore, he would never allow this kind of thing to happen again, and this debt was far from being collected to his satisfaction. As he said to Chief Shihai, this was only the beginning. However, it seemed that the Ziwei segmentum, at least for the time being, could not be unsealed just yet. To the west of the Divine Prefecture, there was a boundless sea, known as the West Sea. In the West Sea, there were countless islands of various sizes. Some islands may be as small as a hill, while larger islands may be an entire continent. This sea and its endless islands formed one of the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture, the West Sea Domain. The two largest islands in the West Sea Domain were called islands, but in fact, they were continents in the sea, vast and boundless. These two islands were Tsanghuan and Yingzhou. Tsanghuan Island was the place of cultivation for West Imperial Palace, and it had a long history. There were countless islands of varying sizes all around Tsanghuan Island. It was still incredibly prosperous to this day. The closer the areas were to Tsanghuan Island, the more prosperous they were. In the other location, Yingzhou Island was across from it. It was the island where the domain chief's manor of West Sea Domain was located. It was also surrounded by countless islands. It was once the second largest island in the West Sea Domain and had an equally long and ancient history. In addition, in the boundless West Sea Domain, there were many magical places, such as celestial islands, which were rarely visited or occupied by anyone, adding to their mysteries. Even though Ingzhou Island was called an island, it was actually an infinite and vast continent in the sea. The domain chief's manor in the West Sea domain was not in the center of Ingzhou Island. On the contrary, the domain chief's manor of the West Sea domain was located in Ingzhou City, and Ingzhou City was built by the sea, ancient and majestic. In the coastal region near Ingzhou City, countless ships were coming and going. These ships were all of them extraordinary, cast by implements. They traveled at a terrifying speed, shuttling through the sea. Of course, there were also cultivators traveling in the sky as well. Standing near the sea in Ingzhou City and looking up, one could see a continuous trail of cultivators in the sky above that never stopped. At this time, there was a single boat on the sea far away. This lonesome boat looked very simple, a young man standing on it. The man was extremely handsome, dressed in all white. He was as pure as the falling snow. His long silvery hair was casually draped over his shoulders. There was an indescribable attractiveness about him. Even female cultivators who happened to pass by couldn't help but gave him a couple of glances. The man on the lone boat was none other than Yi Futian. He came from the original realm and traveled all this way to Ingzhou City of the West Sea domain, which was also Chief Shihai's lair. The boat sprinted towards the coast, seemingly at ease, but had already gone ashore in a few moments. Some people were watching Yi Futian, who found that after he walked onto the shore, his figure disappeared right from the spot without even leaving a trace of aura. It's no wonder that he has such an exceptional temperament. It seems that his strength is unfathomable. Someone secretly marveled without giving the matter more thought. They then continued on with their own business. After Yi Futian entered Ingzhou City, he didn't worry about doing much of anything else, but began to gather information. In order to deal with the enemy, he had to understand them first. This was not the West Sea Palace in the original realm, and the domain chief's manor in West Sea domain was not so easy to break into either. He knew that Chief Shihai in the original realm was just an exterior incarnation, so he was able to get rid of him with ease. However, in this Ingzhou City, the one he encountered might be the stronger version of the man himself. Of course, Yi Futian didn't much care about that, even if it was Chief Shihai himself. With his current realm of cultivation, coupled with Buddha's celerity, even Saint Jinchan could not catch up to him at the time. Chief Shihai may be powerful, but conceivably, his realm may not be on the same level as Saint Jinchan's. Ingzhou Tavern was the largest tavern in all of Ingzhou City. It was the property of the domain chief's manor, and a descendant from the domain chief's manor was in charge of the place here. Because it was the property of the domain chief's manor, Ingzhou Tavern was often the gathering place for influential people from all over the West Sea domain. At this time, in the open area on top of Ingzhou Tavern, a group of cultivators was here, discussing cultivation. They had attracted many other cultivators from far away to gather here as well. Looking up, it was evident that the person leading the discussion above was someone special. The cultivator who sat at the head of the table, on the high seat, was someone named Qin Luo. He was from the main line of the domain chief's manor. Chief Shihai was from the Qin clan and had taken root in the West Sea domain and strengthened his line for many years. Qin Luo's talent for cultivation was very strong by nature, and he was a junior figure that Chief Shihai greatly valued. He had been cultivating for more than 100 years and had by now reached Renhong in the 9th realm. His combat effectiveness was exceptional. He was an extremely well-known figure in Ingzhou City. He made his name when he was young, hailed as the war god of Ingzhou. Now he was on the verge of Tribulation Plain. The people who came here today were celebrated individuals, which explained Qin Luo's presence in hosting them in person. "Have you heard of the news from Original Realm?" said an old man spoke, and everyone nodded. "I heard that Yi Futian has cultivated the superpower of Buddhism. Even the exterior incarnation of the chief had difficulties tracking him down. The domain chief's manor in the original realm was destroyed because of Yi Futian's sneak attack," someone said. "Sneak attack? Someone jeered and said, "This Yi Futian is said to have reached the 9th realm. Some even say that he is now Ren Huang, invincible." Ning Hua was no competition, after all. Ren Huang, invincible? What arrogance! A middle-aged man clad in a robe with 8 trigrams said sarcastically, "How many celebrated figures are in a world this vast?" Just the West Sea domain alone had many extraordinary genius talents, with awesome combat effectiveness. Everything aside, Qin Luo, after defeating the cultivators from all sides at one time, had now been cultivating for many years and reached the peak of Renhuang realm. If he were to encounter Yi Futian, it was not impossible that they would have a fight. "That's right, if Yi Futian doesn't run away when he meets our war god of Yingzhou, he will be detained for sure," someone else said, clearly intending to flatter. After all, Ning Hua, the vice chief of Donghua domain, and Zhou Mu Huang, vice chief of Shangqing domain, which one of them was weak? This Yi Futian easily crushed Zhou Mu Huang and slaughtered other Renhuang in the 9th realm. His strength must be incredible, but he is cruel by nature and thirst for blood, and he has killed many of our people in the domain chief's manner. If I ever catch sight of him, no matter his strength, I shall try my best to kill him." Qin Luo spoke lightly, as if it was an easy thing to do. "This man is unparalleled in the art of escape and will inevitably run. Even the chief had difficulty capturing and killing him," someone else said. But that was the exterior incarnation of the chief. "If he dares to come to Yingzhou, he will die for sure," Qin Luo said nonchalantly, and everyone around him nodded in agreement. They toasted to that very sentiment. Just as they were talking, suddenly another person appeared in the tavern. This man was dressed in all white with a head of white hair, handsome and exceptional. His sudden appearance stunned many people. The appearance of this man was without the slightest fluctuation in aura. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. But judging from his temperament, he must be extremely extraordinary and presumably with a high level of realm. Otherwise, they would have perceived his coming. No one dared to underestimate him, and Qin Luo was looking at him now as well. He put down his wine cup and asked, "Qin Luo is my name here at Yingzhou Tavern. May I ask who you are?" Yi Futian looked at Qin Luo without the slightest disturbance in those deep-set eyes of his. He replied, "I am the person you were just threatening to kill. I am here now, and I will not be running away." His voice faded, and the hearts of the people in the tavern skipped a beat collectively. Yi Futian. They were just talking about him, and Qin Luo had declared that he would do his best to destroy Yi Futian if he ever showed up. He had threatened that if Yi Futian was ever here in Yingzhou, he was a dead man. The next moment, Yi Futian appeared in front of them in person, standing in front of them just like this. Qin Luo's expression changed in an instant. It was as if he was suddenly facing the greatest enemy in his life. Although his words were flippant enough before, he knew in his heart just how terrifying Yi Futian was. The aura of the great path exploded in an instant. A terrifying great path of ice seal directly covered this entire space, and the tavern turned into ice in a second. Yi Futian's body seemed to be frozen inside this block of ice as well. However, in the ice, Yi Futian turned slightly, raising his arm. He did not move quickly, but the movement was completely fluid, as if he was one with heaven and earth. He dropped his finger down and pointed in the direction where Qin Luo was. A light appeared in the ice, which penetrated Qin Luo's brow chakra. Then a loud blast was heard. Qin Luo's body had been pulverized into nothing instantaneously. In the ice, every one of the cultivators were horrified as they beheld this sight. Their expressions changed to one with shock. They felt that their hearts were about to stop beating. Was this Yi Futian really so frightening? Bang! Yi Futian turned his feet around ever so slightly, and the magnificent Yingzhou tavern shattered and collapsed. The ice dissipated at the same time. In the distance, countless eyes were looking at this side. They saw Yi Futian suspended in the air with exceptional distinction and grace. He turned around, and his eyes were fixed on the distance where the domain chief's manor was located. "Tell Chief Shihai I have come to collect." Yi Futian left with this simple message before he disappeared. It was as if he had never been there at all. He was here. He came from the original realm to the land of the divine prefecture, and came directly to Yingzhou City for the kill. Chapter 25:15. Facing a Great Enemy. After Yi Futian killed Qin Luo, he went to several other strongholds of the domain chief's manor in West Sea Domain. There, not only did he slaughter many more cultivators who belonged to the domain chief's manor, but these people were also from the main lineage of Chief Shihai. Buddha's celerity allowed Yi Futian to appear in different locations within a very short period to assassinate these people. Therefore, the domain chief's manor did not have enough time to respond properly. Yingzhou City, in the West Sea Domain chief's manor, a horrifying aura permeated the boundless space, and a frightening divine consciousness covered the entire Yingzhou City. In the domain chief's manor, Chief Shihai himself stood high above the sky. The aura coming from him was beyond terrifying. Although he was in Yingzhou City, his divine consciousness couldn't watch over everything happening inside the city. He was cultivating in retreat when he was told by the cultivators from Domain Chief's Manor that Yi Futian was already in Yingzhou for revenge. He had actually come to the West Sea Domain from the original realm to his lair. This was impertinent and unthinkable. Many cultivators appeared in the Domain Chief's Manor, and all of them had levitated into the sky. They had received the news that Yi Futian had come for them and had already killed many of their colleagues inside the Domain Chief's Manor. At the same time when this horrific aura appeared, Yi Futian had already appeared on the surface of the West Sea. He raised his head and looked into the distance, specifically in the direction of the West Sea Domain Chief's Manor, and sensed the divine consciousness of Chief Shihai. Across the infinite void, the two seemed to be looking at one another. A monstrous aura swept in, causing the entire West Sea to rage, rolling and roaring madly. Boom! Chief Shihai moved. He disappeared from the Domain Chief's Manor. At this moment, the vast and endless region of Yingzhou City felt the fury of Chief Shihai. A youngster had chased him from the original realm to his home base, hunting down the cultivators inside his house, the Domain Chief's Manor. The moment he moved, Yi Futian readily disappeared from where he was. After a moment, Chief Shihai appeared on the surface of the sea as well, now frozen thousands of miles in radius, as the endless sea had turned into pure ice. Many cultivators on the sea were also sealed shut within the ice, but Yi Futian was no longer in this frozen domain. Buzz, a terrifying storm passed through, shattering the ice. The hearts of all the cultivators trembled fiercely. When they turned their heads and looked further away, they saw that the West Sea kept freezing and spreading into the distance. Some people still didn't know what had happened, but some did know that it was Chief Shihai chasing Yi Futian, wanting to control the other's movement. The cultivators who happened to pass by were all petrified to their bones. This time, could Chief Shihai take down Yi Futian? It didn't take long for them to know the answer. A horrible aura came from the sea to the Domain Chief's Manor. Everyone could perceive an extremely terrifying and furious murderous intent. Obviously, Chief Shihai did not take down Yi Futian. Chief Shihai himself was sitting inside the Domain Chief's Manor, but he could not get a hold of Yi Futian. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Futian could intercept and kill the cultivators from the West Sea Domain Chief's Manor whenever he wanted, and the Domain Chief's Manor could do absolutely nothing to him. If Chief Shihai had known this would happen, would he still be that thoughtless and cruel and kill Yi Futian's demonic beast all over again? What happened on Yingzhou Island quickly spread throughout the island, even to the surrounding islands, and then to all other parts of the Western Sea Domain. The chief of Western Sea Domain had provoked the wrong person, who was now responsible for the killing spree inside Yingzhou City. Songhuan West Imperial Palace was once a glorious and majestic imperial palace, ancient and magnificent, extending downward like an ancient imperial city. At the top of the staircase, a group of people was walking down the steps. Among them was a woman with extraordinary temperament and stunning beauty. If Yi Futian were here, he would have definitely recognized this woman. She was none other than the goddess of West Imperial Palace, Shi Qiyao, the most powerful heir of the West Emperor. Around Shi Qiyao were many great figures from the West Imperial Palace. Even powerful existences of the Tribulation Plane were amongst them. This was the core of the ancient god clan. Shi Qiyao, as the most powerful heir of the West Emperor, had obtained the inheritance of the ancient emperor, so her position in the West Imperial Palace was lofty and well respected. When she went to the original realm, she was the center of that delegation. Presently, laughter, like a silver bell, came from Shi Qiyao. A look of brilliance flashed through her beautiful eyes as she looked into the distance and whispered, "If that battle between Yi Futian and I had continued, the one who lost would no doubt be me. This man has been received the inheritances of several great emperors, so how could his fame be in vain? I didn't expect that he would have gone to the Western world of Buddhism and cultivated one of the 6 superpowers, the Buddha's celerity from the Spirit Mountain. I was right about him. It's a pity that he is the heir of Emperor Yi Qing. Otherwise, I could have gotten much closer to him back then. Because of the relationship between Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great, it was destined that no one dared to get too close to Yi Futian so as not to offend the imperial palace. After all, Donghuang the Great was the master of the divine prefecture. Who wouldn't be cautious? Chief Shihai would have never thought that in just 10 or 20 years, a level 8 Renhuang would have grown to this point, that even he could not take him down. An old man next to her laughed. Chief Qin was accustomed to having his way. It was his habit to do whatever he wanted. Because he wanted to take Yi Futian immediately, he resorted to extreme measures without considering the consequences. Now he has become a laughingstock everywhere. I am sure he is quite mad about that. Everyone laughed. Besides marveling at Yi Futian's extraordinary strength, this incident was indeed quite ironic. It was hard for Chief Shihai not to become the butt of the joke in this matter, but it was something that he had instigated himself. Now he was unable to resolve it. Judging from Yi Futian's attitude, he clearly didn't intend to let the matter go so easily, and he would continue to watch the domain chief's manor in West Sea Domain. On the contrary, Chief Shihai could do nothing to him. As for going over to Yi Futian's home base, the Ziwei Segmentum, for revenge, would he dare? It was truly Yi Futian's territory. He could leverage the will of the great emperor to move the stars in the heavens. If he were to go, he might never be able to come back. With his personality, how could he let this go? This time, Chief Shihai probably will not be able to finish this his way. Shi Qiyao looked quite blasé as she said this with a laugh. Let's go. Let's go to Yingzhou and take a look. The people around her glanced at each other, then smiled and responded, "It won't hurt to go take a look." Chief Shihai was an extremely proud and arrogant individual. Since becoming the chief of West Sea Domain, and as the head of the domain chief's manor, he was polite enough to the West Imperial Palace on the outside. However, everyone knew that Chief Shihai always intended for the domain chief's manor to replace the Western Imperial Palace in the West Sea Domain. Since Shi Qiyao was interested this time, it wouldn't hurt for them to go and take a look-see. Let's go straight away, then. Shi Qiyao was fast on the move. She levitated directly into the void, heading outside of West Imperial Palace, cultivators around her trailing behind. What do you guys think about Yi Futian? Shi Qiyao asked. Incredibly talented. Perhaps no one can compare with him in the entire divine prefecture. However, it's truly a pity, an old man said, not finishing his sentence. What pity is that? Shi Qiyao asked. It's a pity that he is the heir of Emperor Yi Qing, so he is destined not to be able to fulfill the full potential of his cultivation. Otherwise, with his talents, he would be cultivating in Donghuang Imperial Palace by now. He may even be taken in by the great emperor as a personal disciple. I heard that Princess Donghuang had taken a liking to him once. The old man next to her said, "It's quite a pity if you put it like that." Shi Qiao smiled and continued, "Such a talented cultivator is indeed rare in the world, and he is also incredibly handsome to boot, an ideal path companion." Everyone next to her was quite stunned by her conclusion. Indeed, the goddess's thinking was genuinely different from ordinary folks. However, from the perspective of seeking a path companion, there was almost no one existing in the West Sea who could be worthy of Shi Qiao. Yi Futian was a suitable candidate in that aspect. After cultivating to their level, looking for a path companion was no longer something that involved love and feelings. Especially as the successor of the ancient god clan, strength and power were a serious consideration, meaning that even more outstanding progenies may be produced. Therefore, from this perspective, Shi Qiao's train of thought was understandable and logical. And the West Imperial Palace was not alone. Many cultivators on the many islands in the Western Sea domain were also heading towards Yingzhou Island. They wanted to partake in the excitement and see how this fiasco would end. Along the coast region of Yingzhou Island, more and more cultivators were gathering in this area lately. They were all from other islands, and there were some very powerful figures among them. After that day, Chief Shihai did not continue to pursue Yi Futian, clearly realizing that it would do absolutely no good. After he returned, he ordered the domain chief's manor cultivators not to leave Yingzhou City at will, and they must be extremely vigilant and cautious. At the same time, he did not go back into retreat to cultivate, but watched all of Yingzhou City closely. He needed to wait for a chance, which would be when Yi Futian slipped. As long as Yi Futian made a mistake, he could release his domain to capture Yi Futian, and Yi Futian would never be able to escape with his life. Previously, he was unable to successfully pursue and kill him because Yi Futian's speed was faster than the speed of his great path domain. There was almost no time for him to react, so he could not take Yi Futian. All he needed was an opportunity. Just once when Yi Futian was careless. Once would be enough. On the coast region of Yingzhou Island, a group of cultivators walked casually. One of them had controlled his aura, but his temperament was noticeably extraordinary. In fact, he was a supreme cultivator inside the domain chief's manor, a peak existence who was recruited by the chief himself to be part of the domain chief's manor from the very beginning. He was a cultivator who had survived a divine tribulation of the great path, who had been faithfully serving the domain chief's manor. But at this moment, he strolled along the coast of Yingzhou Island just like any other ordinary person. Around him, there were also many other cultivators from the domain chief's manor who didn't bother to conceal their true identity in search for any traces of Yi Futian. They were the bait to lure Yi Futian into revealing himself. To deal with this thorn on their side, the West Sea domain chief's manor was treating it with great seriousness and had set up a massive net in Yingzhou City, waiting for Yi Futian to step in. They didn't know when their prey would enter this net. As long as Yi Futian was alive, the West Sea domain chief's manor would never be at ease. Chapter 2516, Locked In. On the surface, everything in Yingzhou City seemed to be business as usual. Underneath it all, however, there was a current that was brewing. This time the matter was related to the domain chief's manor. Someone was hunting and killing the direct descendants of the domain chief's manor, which was considered a significant event. For hundreds of years, no one had dared to do anything like this. This was the first time it had happened. The Yingzhou coast seemed calm enough, but the water closest to the coastal region had seen an increase of cultivators during this period. Many of them were not even native to Yingzhou City. They had come from the outside world purely for the purpose of witnessing the development of this turmoil. Could the domain chief's manor in the West Sea domain apprehend Yi Futian? In this area near the coast, a great ship was floating quietly at sea, not moving in any particular direction. On the deck of this great ship, a beautiful woman stood there quietly, looking at the landscape in the distant shore. This woman was Shi-Chi-Yao, the goddess of West Imperial Palace, who had come from Songhuan Island. Her beautiful eyes looked in different directions, and she saw that many ships seemed to be approaching. Some powerful cultivators even looked at her as if trying to recognize who she was. After all, in the West Sea domain, as the goddess of West Imperial Palace, her status needed no further elaboration. She was the true treasured daughter of the domain, whose name was known to everyone. However, there were not many who had actually seen her. Therefore, many people were just guessing and did not actually get close to her. It seems that it's not just us who came here. These cultivators just couldn't stay away and have come to join in for a bit of fun, Shi-Chi-Yao said with a smile. That also depends on what they are here for. The premier enchanting genius has come from the original realm, seeking revenge at the domain chief's manor in the West Sea domain. Who wouldn't be curious? The old man behind her said with a smile. Over here, most of them were speculating about Yi Futian's strength, which even I am curious about. Just how strong is Yi Futian? It was unlikely that he has any suitable opponents in the realm of Renhuang, Shi-Chi-Yao said with a smile. She had fought with Yi Futian once before. After so many years, she thought that there would not be too many people left who could compare to her at this level. Yi Futian might be a bit stronger. Well, when Qin Luo made his name, he was given the title of War God of Yingzhou by Yingzhou City. Although it is a bit of exaggeration, it was not hard to see just how glorious Qin Luo's war record was at the time. His talent was exceptional, and his combat effectiveness extraordinary. But such a figure was destroyed by Yi in Futian with one finger, the old man said, slightly surprised. Cultivators who had not survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path would have a hard time defeating him. Greetings to the elder of West Imperial Palace and the goddess of Imperial Palace. At this time a ship approached them. Someone called out to salute Shi-Chi-Yao, clearly having recognized her. The old man nodded almost imperceptibly, appearing a little cold to the touch. Shi-Chi-Yao just gave them a wayward glance and outright ignored him. The man knew that they were reluctant to engage him in conversation and left quietly. Anyone else who saw this exchange quickly dispelled any thoughts of approaching them and contented themselves to watch everything from a distance. Shi-Chi-Yao, the goddess of West Imperial Palace, was still a faraway figure to them. This was the true overlord of the West Sea domain and the heir of the ancient god clan. Even the most enchanting genius talents and peak Renhuang existence in the West Sea domain were hard-pressed to come into contact with her. Perhaps only truly excellent Renhuang existences had some opportunity to interact with Shi-Chi-Yao. On the coast was a group of people standing there, looking towards the great ships that floated on the sea in the distance. These people were cultivators from the domain chief's manor. The man in the lead now shouted, "The goddess of West Imperial Palace has arrived. Why not come to our domain chief's manor to take a rest and visit?" This voice resounded throughout this area and attracted many people's attention. It seemed as if people in this coastal region somehow missed the fact that he was a cultivator from the domain chief's manor. In this area, there were also many groups dotted all along the coast. All of them were dispatched by the domain chief's manor. They were here under the pretense of searching for Yi Futian in order to capture him. In fact, no one thought the matter could be quite that simple. There may be some other purposes behind their presence. Yi Futian was hunting the cultivators of the domain chief's manor in the open. How could the West Sea domain chief's manor be so stupid to show up like this and let Yi Futian kill them? The only possibility was that it was all a setup. Yi Futian must have known it as well, hence his absence. Many people speculated that since Yi Futian had already sneak attacked them once and knew that the domain chief's manor would now be prepared for him, it was possible that he would not be taking such a risk again. We'll walk around some, so we won't trouble the domain chief's manor, responded the old man on the ship, and the people from the domain chief's manor nodded, without saying anything more. It was a courtesy invitation, and they knew that the cultivators from West Imperial Palace were probably just here to watch the show. Just as they were talking, a figure suddenly appeared on the shore. He was suspended in the air so quietly without any aura. No one knew how or where the man was coming from. Many people hadn't even seen him until they saw the reaction in other people's eyes. They turned around and looked in that direction, their eyes glued there. What a terrifying space technique, invisible and untraceable. He had simply appeared out of nowhere. This kind of superpower was indeed suitable for hunting. Shi Yao was stunned as well, looking at the white-haired figure that suddenly appeared in the distance. A faint smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. It was no wonder Buddha's celerity was one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. It was indeed miraculous. Of course, those who had the strongest reaction were the cultivators from the domain chief's manor. Their hearts palpitated, and in an instant, it was like they were facing a formidable foe. Futian hadn't made his move yet, but just with his appearance there, the aura of the great path from these cultivators' bodies roared frantically to cover the space around them. They forged a layer of a defensive light screen. They weren't so busy for an attack right now, but were focused instead on preserving their own lives first. Futian, an icy voice called out. The domain chief's manor cultivators didn't expect that he would dare to make an appearance. He was standing there in all his insolent glory. Didn't he ever consider that this could be a trap, laying in waiting, just for him? Otherwise, why would they readily appear here just to search for him? As soon as their voices faded, Futian turned into a light, fast to the extreme. Buzz! That light arrived in a flash. It directly bisected the area where they were. The defensive light screen was shattered when the light ran through it, and the eyes of everyone in that group of people revealed a look of horror. Then, all of their bodies turned into nothingness, disintegrating instantaneously. As for Futian, he had already returned to the place far away. It was as if he had never done anything at all. He was merely standing there quietly, and many people's hearts palpitated, feeling the horror. With just a flash, all these cultivators had died, turning into nothing more than dust and smoke. The vast majority of the people did not see the exchange clearly and had no idea what happened at that moment. Only some top figures, such as Shi Yao and the old man next to her, saw the whole thing clearly. Futian's physical body had transformed into the Great Path, and his body, the body of the Great Path, had passed through the space in a flash, like an indestructible sword carrying the destructive terror of the sword will. It passed through that area and shattered that space. Everyone inside the kill zone was slaughtered without exception. But Futian's expression was one of indifference. Since they had used themselves as bait to lure him in, he would oblige them so they may fulfill their purpose. At this moment, these cultivators shuddered. Shi Yao and other cultivators from West Imperial Palace frowned as they looked up around this space. This vast expanse of space suddenly became extremely chilly, and many cultivators on the sea felt a burst of icy coldness. That coldness had directly penetrated their souls. In an instant, a watery mist appeared in the entire world. An old man stood quietly on the surface of the sea closest to the coast. His eyes were extremely cold, and a murderous intent surrounded him. The watery mist seemed to be formed by the seawater and penetrated his body. Futian, that figure standing on the sea, said, then pointed his finger towards Futian. Suddenly, countless water droplets appeared in the mist, flying towards Futian. Futian merely glanced at the moment, and in the next moment he disappeared right from where he was. It was as if he was never there. You can't leave now. He raised his head as he scanned the sky high above. As soon as he said that, the vast space was full of a biting, icy coldness. So cold! Many shuddered. Shi Yao's brows knitted together tightly as she looked at the mist in the void. It seems that there is an aura, she said. The old man next to her nodded. It's he who started it. We should have expected it a long time ago. Yi Futian, I am afraid, will encounter some trouble. Let's just watch, Shi Qiyao said lightly. In the distance, in the direction of Domain Chief's manor, a terrifying aura descended, followed by a voice that said, So, Chief, I've put a mark on him. He can't leave now. The cultivator who responded was standing on the sea, a strong sense of confidence in his eyes. Unless Yi Futian had also survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, he would not be able to destroy the mark that had been placed on him. And this mark was enough to get a lock on him. Go and bring him back. It's better that he's alive, but if not, his corpse will do, Chief Shihai said coldly. Chief, rest easy, the man replied confidently. As soon as his voice fell, he turned and glanced in a direction further away. Yi Futian was in that direction at this moment. The reason why the chief could not track Yi Futian before was Buddha's celerity. Buddha's celerity allowed its practitioner to come and go without a trace. There were no rules to speak of. Therefore, there was no way to put a lock on it. However, it was different at this moment. He had successfully locked onto Yi Futian. No matter where he went now, there was no way Yi Futian could get rid of his trace. In the distance, Yi Futian appeared in the sky above the coastal region, frowning slightly. Suddenly, he could feel several chills inside his body, as if formed by the power of the Great Path and gotten into his body somehow, gave him a distinct sense of coldness. Many of those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path possessed some unique abilities of their own. This was something he already knew, but trying to use that to hunt him down. Chapter 25:17. Whose World? Zhong Miao. On the shore of Yingzhou, countless eyes were focused on the old man who was wearing a blue robe. This cultivator had become a well-known figure in the West Sea Domain long ago and was now the number 2 in charge at the Domain Chief's manor of the West Sea Domain. He experienced his first divine tribulation of the Great Path many years before, and though it was just the first divine tribulation, he had been immersed in the cultivation in this realm for many years. In the entire Western Sea Domain, there were not many who were better him. In some other domains, he might have already been qualified as the existence ruling the Domain Chief's manor. The path as cultivated by Zhong Miao had already given rise to his own unique ability. The watery mist that had just appeared contained his own hidden rules, and therefore locked onto Yi Futian. This time Yi Futian is in trouble, countless cultivators on the shore of Yingzhou secretly exclaimed. They saw Zhong Miao disappeared, heading in the direction where Yi Futian was. Everyone saw that his body seemed to have melted into the West Sea, traveling thousands of miles in the sea in but a blink of an eye. Even I can't keep up with Zhong Miao's speed. On the ship on which Shi Qiyao stood, the old man behind her was speaking. It seems that we won't see what happens after all. Shi Qiyao felt a little disappointed, unsure whether or not Yi Futian could get rid of Zhong Miao. Yi Futian continued traveling forward in the West Sea at a terrifying speed, but he could feel that someone was right on his tail. It was Zhong Miao who was keeping him closely within his sight. The chill in his body was expanding and seemed on the verge of invading his spiritual soul, making him feel very cold. Yi Futian marveled to himself. Zhong Miao was indeed a cultivator who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. What he had done was no simple feat. However, his expression remained the same as he continued to flee. The chill in his body was raging, eroding the power of the Great Path within his body, corroding his body and soul. This had greatly affected his speed. He was resisting it with the power of the Great Path, wanting to destroy it, but it was useless. Gradually, Yi Futian seemed to have slowed down a bit. In the distance, a face seemed to reflect in the middle of the West Sea. It was Zhong Miao's face. He shuttled through the sea with incredible speed as that face seemed to display an icy cold smile. This time he had to sacrifice a group of people just to lure him in. Now that Yi Futian was here, how could he allow him to escape? Yi Futian was too cocky. He knew it was a trap, but still he had no qualms, showing up on the coast of Yingzhou. He was so full of himself that he clearly didn't think any of them posed a threat. The two of them had traveled an unknown distance, and they were, by now, somewhere very far away from Yingzhou Island, moving deep into the West Sea. There was nothing in the area around them, only the boundless and endless waters. How vast was the West Sea? Yingzhou Island was an island comparable in size to a continent, but it was just an island in the West Sea among others, quite inconspicuous in the entire West Sea. It was conceivable how expansive the West Sea really was. It was said that no one had really traveled to every part of the West Sea. Yi Futian's body seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, which slowed him down considerably. The aura that had locked onto him from behind was getting closer and closer, quickly closing the gap as the pursuit was approaching a white-hot stage. Finally, Yi Futian stopped running away. He turned around, standing in the void and looking at the giant waves over the sea behind him. Buzz! Giant waves shot through the sky as a man appeared before him. It was Zhong Miao. He stared at Yi Futian, who was covered in icy frost, his expression cold and chilling. Although this youngster was strong, he confounded even the domain chief's manner with his Buddha's celerity and evaded everyone's oversight. However, he couldn't escape his eyes after all. "Stop resisting and come with me, and I will let you alive," Zhong Miao said as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression was calm and nonchalant, looking incredibly peaceful. He looked at Zhong Miao and said, "You are so confident that you can take me with you?" Zhong Miao glanced at Yi Futian. In an instant, the vast sky above the sea was filled with a watery mist, as if filled with drops of condensed water. Each and every drop of water contained a terrifying truth of frost, which included chills that could make the soul tremble. You should have already felt it. Although those who experience the divine tribulation of the Great Path continue to cultivate the power of the Great Path, their comprehension has been transformed into something unique. It is no longer comparable to what they have experienced once as Ren Huang. Therefore, although Ren Huang stands at the top of the cultivation world, in front of those who had experienced the divine tribulation, Ren Huang can be destroyed with a flick of the finger. Zhong Miao's voice was cold and proud as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian clearly understood the difference between a cultivator of the tribulation plane and Ren Huang. But was he just an ordinary Ren Huang? Destroyed by a flick? Yi Futian suddenly showed a smile and said, "Are you sure?" As his voice fell, a blazing solar divine light appeared upon him. His entire body was as dazzling as the sun itself. Terrifying solar divine fire enveloped his body as the temperature of this space, previously shrouded by an intense chill, rose sharply all of a sudden. At this moment, the truth of frost in Yi Futian's body melted into nothing and dissipated into a cloud of steaming mist. What? Zhong Miao sensed it instantly. He furrowed his brows, and his expression changed slightly. He stared at Yi Futian and said, "Can you destroy that trace of truth?" Obviously, Yi Futian could destroy it. He wouldn't be tracked by him. But before that, Yi Futian had pretended all along, acting as if he had been eroded by that force and that his own speed had been affected. He finally stopped when Zhong Miao thought he had nowhere to escape. Only at this moment did he discover that Yi Futian could have erased everything from the beginning. So what did all this mean? It meant that Yi Futian deliberately lured him here. What was the purpose for Yi Futian to do so? Did Yi Futian think that he could contend with him? A Ren Huang in the ninth realm. Power of the sun. Zhong Miao perceived Yi Futian's dazzling divine body of the sun, which was impervious to the truth of the frost. This was probably where Yi Futian's confidence was coming from. Zhong Miao didn't say anything, but both of his hands proceeded to condense the seal. In an instant, the waters turned turbulent as giant waves rushed into the sky. These terrifying, gigantic waves sealed this corner of the sky and turned it into a Neptunian prison. Those horrific giant waves rolled towards Yi Futian, accompanied by howling roars. Shocking waves hit the shore with forces that could shatter the shoreline. At this moment, Yi Futian could clearly feel the heavy force coming from the sea. A battle form gathered and manifested, and it was the Akalanatha battle form, majestic and massive, standing above the sea. Terrifying giant waves swept across and blasted on that body, but the battle form remained motionless, allowing the giant waves to blast upon it without wavering in the slightest. Although Yi Futian was a Renhuang in the ninth realm, he had already been tempered by the divine tribulation of the Great Path. It was a terrifying divine tribulation. As a result, his physical body was extremely tyrannical. Not to mention, he also had the Akalanatha battle form. The storm of the sea directly submerged the Akalanatha battle form and became frozen, taking along with it the Akalanatha battle form and Yi Futian's body, so both were frozen and sealed within the sea itself. An extremely chilled air permeated the frozen space, and even time and space seemed to have stopped as the temperature turned into absolute zero. Above the firmament, a giant sword appeared. Zhong Miao pointed at the frozen space, and suddenly the giant sword blasted with a terrifying sound of waves, making a violent boom. Apart! Zhong Miao spat, and the icebound space shattered as if everything inside of it was going to break apart into nothingness. However, when everything did break apart, the Akalanatha battle form was there still, completely unmoved. This puzzled Zhong Miao, and he frowned. Was his defense as strong as this? At this moment, the sound of Buddha lingered, resounding throughout the void. Suddenly, on the surface of the sea, gigantic Buddha phantoms appeared from different directions. They towered into the firmament and sheltered everything in the sky, covering this area. Moreover, as the sound of Buddha lingered, there were more and more Buddha phantoms, as if to summon all the Buddhas into the sky. Zhong Miao frowned. He stretched out both of his hands as he levitated into the void. Suddenly, a blast of extremely cold air swept through heaven and earth. The sea was frozen instantly as the endless water seemed to a standstill at this moment, turning into a frozen world. All the Buddha phantoms in the sky were frozen in ice as well. Under that extreme chill, even the Great Path was about to stop running, and the lingering sound of Buddha gradually came to a halt. His body was still climbing higher into the sky. Above the firmament, a mirror seemed to appear now, from which frost divine swords were seeping out. Layers of the truth from the destructive Great Path were contained within these frost divine swords, now diffusing outward. Go! He lowered his head to look at the area below. Suddenly, the frost divine swords broke through the air and chased into the forbidden space, slashing at those Buddha phantoms. Boom, boom, boom. Those Buddha phantoms shattered under the divine sword, just like when the ice had been broken before. They turned into pieces, looking particularly fragile. They were divine swords that slashed towards Yi Futian himself. All of a sudden, the frozen Akalanatha battle form started moving. When those divine swords began to fall, cracks appeared on the Akalanatha battle form, and soon after, they gradually began to shatter as well. The divine swords continued to hunt after Yi Futian, only to see Yi Futian disappear from the place where he was, and the divine swords swooped down to find nothing at the end of their attack. But Zhong Miao didn't care. He stared at Yi Futian, who had reappeared in another direction, and said, "You can erase the mark I left on you, and you may be an expert at Buddha's celerity. If we were in the world outside, I could indeed do nothing to you, but your arrogance is your undoing. Now you are in my world." The mirror that was above the sky became extremely cold, and the entire world became silent. It was like a world that hung in total suspense. This was his domain, his world. Even if Yi Futian was an expert in Buddha's celerity, he could never get out and would die here for sure. He wanted to see just what this arrogant, white-haired young man wanted to do with him now that he had lured him here. Yi Futian would die of his arrogance and insolence. Is that so? Yi Futian looked at Zhong Miao and said, "This is the second time you have made a mistake." Zhong Miao frowned now as he looked at Yi Futian, puzzled. He saw only the conceited self-confidence in Yi Futian's eyes, only to hear him say, "Look carefully, this is not your world. This is my world." Chapter 2518, Shocking Yingzhou City. Yi Futian's words stunned Zhong Miao. He looked at Yi Futian's confident gaze that bordered on arrogance. This was his world. Across the vast space, a terrifying aura spread outwards. He looked up and discovered that a gigantic Buddha silhouette had appeared outside the world of ice that he had set up. The face of the Buddha covered the entire world. It was another world that directly enveloped the domain of the great path that he had set up. At his cultivation level, the domain of the great path that he set up was like an independent world. The law which he had comprehended existed within this world. This law already surpassed the ordinary powers of the great path and was based on his comprehension of the great path. In the world of ice that Zhong Miao established, his law governed everything. Everything within this world was frozen and still. Time and space were also within his control. All other powers of the great path ceased to function in this space. Anyone who had lower cultivation than he had no chance of surviving in this world of his. Their death was inevitable. There was no suspense regarding that. Hence, the cultivation world had always acknowledged that even though Renhuangs were powerful, before cultivators who had survived the divine tribulations, they could be eliminated with the flick of a finger. Cultivators at the tribulation plane had undergone the baptism of the heavenly path. They were at a higher level compared to Renhuangs. This was an insurmountable difference. Hence, he had absolute confidence in his own abilities. However, everything that was happening right now was subverting his understanding of cultivation. How could Yi Futian, a 9th-tier Renhuang, be able to forge another domain of the great path outside his own? Yi Futian's domain even enveloped his world. That meant that the space was not controlled by Zhong Miao's law. Zhong Miao could also clearly sense that a power that was not weaker than his own was coalescing. Yi Futian placed his palms together and actually became an ancient Buddha that was solemn and divine. Endless, scorching divine light radiated from his figure. At the same time, in the world of the Buddha, countless Buddhas appeared. All the Buddhas became Mahavairocana, radiating with the divine light of Mahavairocana. It was the divine light of the sun. Everywhere the light touched, the world of ice melted. Zhong Miao's law was being negated. "It is the Mahavairocana!" exclaimed Zhong Miao. At Zhong Miao's level, even though he had not been to the world of Buddhism, how could he not know of the Mahavairocana? "This is impossible. You have only been in the world of Buddhism for a relatively short time. How can you forge a domain of the Buddhist path?" asked Zhong Miao as he stared at the sky above. It was still possible for Yi Futian to have cultivated Buddhist superpowers. "You are also just a 9th-tier Renhuang. How could you have managed to do all this?" questioned Zhong Miao. Zhong Miao stared at Yi Futian. Everything he was witnessing subverted his understanding of cultivation. It was a massive blow to him. A crow does not know how a rock can soar in the heavens. It is normal for you not to understand. You also do not need to understand, replied Yi Futian as he started at Zhong Miao. After you die, I wonder whether Chief Shihai will begin to regret what he has done. If he doesn't, it does not matter. He will also end up like you sooner or later. The look in Zhong Miao's eyes was extremely ugly. Yi Futian was comparing him to a crow. Zhong Miao had dominated the West Sea domain for many years and could serve as a chief. Even in the entire West Sea domain, very few people were more powerful than him. However, in Yi Futian's eyes, Zhong Miao was just an ordinary person, not worth mentioning. Yi Futian's tone was full of condescension. Yi Futian had lured him out to hunt him. Before this, Yi Futian had not revealed his true ability to prevent the members of various forces from figuring out his true combat ability. In the heavens above, a beam of icy cold light shot out from the mirror of ice. The world seemed to turn pale and enter a state of motionlessness. However, Yi Futian's Mahavarakana still radiated with divine light. At the same time, divine light of the sun that rained down from even higher in the sky directly negated the effect of the frost. Their laws were clashing against each other. I told you, this is my world. The laws of your world are useless here, declared Yi Futian as he stared at Zhong Miao. You have undergone a divine tribulation? Asked Zhong Miao as his gaze was fixed on Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not answer. In the sky above, the Mahavarakana battle forms raised their palms simultaneously. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard as they slammed their palms down to the ground. The attack immediately covered the entire domain. The palms of Mahavarakana incinerated everything. The world of ice disappeared, and the mirror in the sky was shattered. Zhong Miao's figure was covered in frost. He had not frozen himself, but instead he had become an icy body of whey. He watched as the various palms of Mahavarakana came crashing towards him. He raised his arms and sent them slamming outwards. At that moment his figure grew, and he became an ice war god. Many arms appeared on his figure and extended outwards in all directions, taking the palms of Mahavarakana head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Zhong Miao's figure trembled as his true will of ice flowed to his various limbs. This caused the palms of Mahavarakana crashing towards his arms also to be covered in frost and were even frozen solid. Rumble. A terrifying sound could be heard. The ice beneath his feet shattered. The gigantic palms of Mahavarakana still unleashed frightening divine light. The divine fire of the sun circled around them. They attempted to press down on Zhong Miao and kill him, but they were blocked. Zhong Miao, who had become an ice war god, had forcefully blocked this terrifying blow. It was apparent how powerful he was. It is impossible for you to have undergone a divine tribulation. This can only be a strange technique, said Zhong Miao as ice-cold divine light shot out from his eyes. Having become a gigantic ice war god, he still had the majesty and imposing manner of a tribulation cultivator. He said, "You wish to kill me. Can you pull it off?" His figure was now a body of whey. The law of the great path circled around him. This was his law. The palms of Mahavarakana were all blocked and could not destroy him. "Is it impossible?" asked Yi Futian as he looked at Zhong Miao. The divine light on Yi Futian's figure grew more and more brilliant. It was even more blinding than the sun. "You know nothing!" exclaimed Yi Futian. The next moment his figure disappeared and became a beam of divine light that directly pierced the space. Zhong Miao seemed to realize something as he unleashed the true will of ice on his body to the utmost limit. With his ice war god figure as the center, everything around him stopped moving. However, the next moment his eyes narrowed and his body seemed to tremble. He lowered his head slightly to take a look. The center of his war god figure was empty. A hole had appeared there. Yi Futian's figure appeared on the other side of the hole. Yi Futian's body was no longer an ordinary body of flesh and blood. It was an actual divine body of the Great Path. It had already become a body of whey. The divine tribulation that Yi Futian's body had withstood was not something other cultivators who had undergone the first stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path could compare with. Other people only went through a single tribulation. On the other hand, Yi Futian had faced tribulations almost daily during that period. Moreover, his figure had already been honed to an extremely powerful level even before he had undergone the divine tribulation. Although his cultivation was only at the 9th tier of the Renhuang Plain, Yi Futian was confident that with this divine body he could instantly kill off most existences who had survived the first stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path by purely relying on the strength of his body. "A divine body," said Zhong Miao as his figure trembled. Then his gigantic divine body shattered bit by bit. His eyes revealed a look of terror and disbelief. He, a tribulation cultivator, was killed by a junior. He, Zhong Miao, was actually going to die here. "Chief Shihai will one day accompanying you," declared Yi Futian. As he said this, Zhong Miao's figure shattered and was destroyed. He perished in the West Sea. In the sky above, everything dispersed, and the surroundings returned to normal. The frozen surface of the ocean flowed as usual. The sea breeze howled as the waves swept in from a distance. Yi Futian stood on the surface of the sea and took a deep breath. Although Yi Futian had killed many top cultivators, Zhong Miao was considered the first tribulation cultivator he had killed with his own ability. This was somewhat significant. Now, Yi Futian could already kill powerful tribulation plane existences on his own. He could even protect himself against cultivators who had undergone the second stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Yi Futian looked away towards Yingzhou Island. His figure then disappeared in a flash. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire West Sea Domain Chief's manor. The atmosphere was depressing. Soon, news spread out from the Domain Chief's manor. Zhong Miao had fallen. The news propagated at an astonishing speed. Countless people were awaiting the latest news on the shore of the Yingzhou Sea. Instead of receiving news about Zhong Miao returning to Yingzhou after successfully capturing Yi Futian, they got the news of his death. This piece of news came as a massive shock to everyone from the Domain Chief's manor. The cultivators of Yingzhou City were similarly startled by it. Everyone's hearts trembled in disbelief. Zhong Miao was the second highest figure in the West Sea Domain Chief's manor, a powerful existence only second to Chief Shihai. Not long ago, he had gone off to pursue Yi Futian. Everyone believed that he would most likely capture Yi Futian. If Yi Futian escaped, it would still be understandable. However, in the end, Zhong Miao was killed by Yi Futian. Was this true? Why did it feel like a dream? On the ship that Shi Qiyao was on, after the group of cultivators from West Imperial Palace heard this news, they could not wrap their heads around it for a moment. Shi Qiyao was also stunned. She blinked and then revealed a smile. It indeed was a surprise. The person who had died was actually Zhong Miao. "The Domain Chief's manor has suffered a great loss this time," an elder said to the side. Zhong Miao was the second highest figure in the Domain Chief's manor. All of the people who had been killed before this combined could not compare to him alone. His death had directly weakened the overall strength of the Domain Chief's manor. The significance of this incident was also even more extraordinary. This meant that the disaster faced by the Domain Chief's manor had yet to end. It was far from over. No one imagined that there would be such an outcome. If Chief Shihai had known that it would end up like this, he wouldn't have touched Yi Futian. "The Domain Chief of our West Sea Domain is most likely feeling the pain right now," speculated Shi Qiyao. The people beside her nodded their heads in agreement. This time, how would the Domain Chief's manor deal with the threat that Yi Futian posed? Right now, on the shore of the Yingzhou Sea, the cultivators from the Domain Chief's manor were all retreating. This made those who were still doubtful of the news realize that it was true. Zhong Miao had fallen. After he had left to pursue Yi Futian, he was killed instead. For Yingzhou Island, this was earth-shaking news. In the Domain Chief's manor, Chief Shihai was seated. The aura on his body was terrifying. Before him, many members of the Domain Chief's manor were gathered. No one dared to make a sound. At this moment, Chief Shihai recalled how he had treated Yi Futian. Did he regret it? Chapter 2519, Seeking Aid. Of course, Chief Shihai would not regret it. He was merely enraged and had an intense, murderous intent. Now, the members of Yingzhou City were all pondering the same question. How did Yi Futian kill Zhong Miao? Did he rely on his ability, or did he join forces with other people to hunt down Zhong Miao? Up until Zhong Miao's death, he did not believe that Yi Futian had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Zhong Miao instead believed that he had cultivated special techniques. No one from the outside world had fought against Yi Futian, so they knew even less about him. However, one thing was known by everyone. During the storm of conflict, Yi Futian was indeed a level 8 Renhuang. Over the years, as powerful as Yi Futian was, he would only be at the 9th tier. This was the ironclad rule of the cultivation world. A level 9 cultivator couldn't defeat a tribulation cultivator. There were no exceptions. Even the figures with heaven-defined talent could not do so. This was a natural divide that could not be crossed. Tribulation cultivators could suppress Renhuangs in terms of the domain of the Great Path and law. So, how did Yi Futian manage to defeat Zhong Miao? When Zhong Miao went over to hunt Yi Futian down, had the latter already laid out his trap in the West Sea and joined forces with the top cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum to kill Zhong Miao. In the Ziwei segmentum, there seemed only to be 2 tribulation cultivators. Even if they joined forces, would Zhong Miao actually fail to escape? Yi Futian could have also relied on a divine item instead of joining forces with others. Everyone remembered that Yi Futian relied on the combat ability of the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor back in the day. They also knew that Yi Futian inherited the teachings of many great emperors. It might also be that Yi Futian still had powerful trump cards that allowed him to emerge victorious despite the odds and kill Zhong Miao. The possibility of this being the case seemed greater. On the ship that the cultivators of West Imperial Palace were on, they naturally could hear the discussion of the crowd on the shore of the Yingzhou Sea. Shi Qiyao said, "Which possibility do you all believe is more likely?" Yi Futian should have relied on special methods. This person has many inheritances and is mysterious and unfathomable. It is normal for him to possess a trump card. If that is the case, he should have intentionally lured Zhong Miao after him and then killed him off afterward, said an elder on the side. This was also the answer that most people believed. Could it possibly be that he did it with his own strength? Said Shi Qiao, but she stopped halfway. It seemed rather far-fetched. Although she acknowledged Yi Futian's talents and abilities, the possibility of this being the case was too low. As expected, the people beside her all shook their heads. The elder continued, "It is highly unlikely." Shi Qiao nodded her head and did not say any more. She was just curious as to what had happened in the battle exactly. Unfortunately, she had not been able to witness it herself. The members of the domain chief's manor have all retreated. For a long time, they will most likely not dare to show themselves again, someone reported. This caused Shi Qiao to reveal a smile. The overlord of the West Sea Domain and the cultivators of the West Sea Domain chief's manor were hiding in their base and did not dare to come out. It was so ironic. At the start, Chief Shihai's aggressive attitude was overbearing and authoritative. However, he had most likely become a laughingstock for the others now. "Look over there!" exclaimed someone who was standing on the shore of the Yingzhou Sea. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a silhouette with white hair floating on the sea. He advanced towards them. He looked suave and had an extraordinary temperament. He was none other than Yi Futian. He had come again. Everyone felt their hearts tremble in fear when they saw his face. After killing Zhong Miao, Yi Futian had once again approached the shore of the Yingzhou Sea. From the looks of it, he would not spare the cultivators of the domain chief's manor. To be put into such a tight spot by a junior, the cultivators of the domain chief's manor would certainly feel aggrieved. This kind of situation had never happened before. "Renhuang Yi." Right at this moment, a crisp voice called out. Yi Futian, who was standing on the water, turned around and saw the figure standing on the deck. It was Shi Qiyao. Before this, he had noticed her presence. However, they were barely acquaintances. Besides that, he had become the common enemy of everyone in the divine prefecture after being targeted by the imperial palace. In Yi Futian's opinion, all the forces of the divine prefecture would surely distance themselves from him because of this reason. Therefore, he was somewhat surprised to hear Shi Qiyao greeting him. Goddess Qiyao, Yi Futian greeted Shi Qiyao, nodding slightly. It's been a long time since we last met. Why don't you come on board so that we can chat? Invited Shi Qiyao. All the cultivators on the shore of the Yingzhou Sea were shocked when they witnessed this scene. Everyone knew that Yi Futian was the successor of Emperor Yi Qing. Putting that fact aside, Yi Futian was now the mortal enemy of the domain chief's manor. Shi Qiyao was a goddess of West Imperial Palace. In a sense, she represented West Imperial Palace. She was practically giving the domain chief's manor a slap in the face for her to invite Yi Futian on board for a gathering now. Everyone in the West Sea domain knew that there was actually some competition between West Imperial Palace and the domain chief's manor. However, the situation was a little different this time after all, since Yi Futian had just killed the second-in-command of the domain chief's manor. Yi Futian was also taken aback. However, since the other party extended an invitation, he would not reject her. With a flash, he landed on the deck of the ship where Shi Qiyao was. Shi Qiyao beamed with joy. Her smile was mesmerizing. Are you not worried that West Imperial Palace might harm you? Teased Shi Qiyao. There were tribulation-level cultivators on her ship. If they launched a sneak attack and encircled Yi Futian in their domains of the Great Path, how did he plan to deal with that? Did Yi Futian act so boldly because he was very confident with his skills and was not afraid of them at all? Or did he have blind faith in her? I believe that Goddess Qiyao will not take the risk and allow West Imperial Palace to become the second domain chief's manor, replied Yi Futian nonchalantly. He spoke with a confident tone. It was as though if West Imperial Palace really attacked him, they would surely face the same fate as the domain chief's manor. The cultivators of West Imperial Palace were somewhat displeased when they heard this. However, they did nothing about it. They realized that Yi Futian was so ruthless towards the domain chief's manor for another reason. He wanted to use the incident as a deterrent to warn the various forces of the divine prefecture. All of them should act cautiously and should not attack him recklessly. Otherwise, they would end up like the West Sea domain chief's manor. Shi Qiyao did not take Yi Futian's words to heart. She smiled and said, Since you said so, does it mean that you are confident that with your ability, you can put up a fight with cultivators who are at the tribulation plane? Yi Futian did not respond to this question. He lured Zhong Miao away from the city before killing him. He did so because he did not want the people from the outside world to know more about his ability. He was well aware that the crowd would have all sorts of speculation, but they would never know the truth. He would keep them guessing. The outcome was more than enough to speak for itself. Shi Qiao's gaze was locked onto Yi Futian's eyes. She couldn't see the answer she wanted from his gaze. Rumor has it that Ren Huangyi has been to Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven for training, and you have mastered celerity, Shi Qiyao continued to pry. Surely you had obtained quite a few faithful encounters when you were on Spirit Mountain, right? Her tone was full of curiosity. Goddess Qiyao is certainly interested in me, Yi Futian teased. Right now, everyone in the West Sea domain is interested in you, Shi Qiyao responded. I met the Buddha when I was on Spirit Mountain, Yi Futian revealed. The Buddha allowed me to cultivate on the mountain. So, I spent more than a decade memorizing the Buddhist sutra by heart. I have been enlightened, and it was helpful in improving my own cultivation. A glint of surprise flashed in Shi Qiao's eyes. She did not expect Yi Futian to share this information with her. Ren Huangyi has indeed obtained a great fateful encounter, Shi Qiao said with a smile. I thought that you would never satisfy my curiosity. I have a favor to ask from Goddess Qiyao, Yi Futian said. Shi Qiao's eyes twinkled. Now she knew why Yi Futian told her the truth. So it turned out that he had a favor to ask from her. "Ren Huangyi, what's the favor?" Shi Qiyao inquired with a smile. Yi Futian said, "The West Sea is vast. I heard that there are many celestial mountains in the West Sea domain. May I know where I can find top-tier elixir recipes and herbs?" In reality, he came to the West Sea domain for 2 goals. The first goal was to deal with the domain chief's manor. The second goal was to seek ways to improve his alchemy. In terms of alchemy, the West Sea domain was ranked first among the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. Shi Qiyao was shocked when she heard Yi Futian's request. Was he actually seeking elixir recipes? What did he plan to do? Who wants to concoct pills? Shi Qiyao did not reply to his question right away. Instead, she probed eagerly. Even though Yi Futian had inherited alchemy techniques, he seldom revealed it in public. Not many people knew about this particular ability of his. His talents and his combat ability outshone his alchemy skill. "I am the one who wants to concoct pills," Yi Futian responded. Shi Qiyao gave Yi Futian a good look and said, "Ren Huangyi is indeed impressive. Currently, the Divine Prefecture no longer has any top-tier alchemy grandmaster. Tianyan City is famous for their armory skill, but nowhere is famous for their alchemy," Shi Qiyao said. "Ren Huang, Yi has been to Spirit Mountain. There is a great Buddha in Western Heaven who is also a top-tier alchemy grandmaster. His name is Medicine Buddha, Lord. Why would Ren Huang Yi miss this opportunity to learn from him?" Yi Futian explained, "I cultivated on Spirit Mountain only because the Buddhist sects had graced me with such an opportunity. Besides that, Medicine Buddha, Lord, never revealed himself throughout my stay there. I had no reason to seek his guidance, nor did I have the opportunity to do so." Shi Qiyao nodded understandingly. What he said was indeed true. Medicine Buddha, Lord, had an extraordinary standing in the Western Heaven. He was not someone others could easily approach for guidance. Compared to other domains, the West Sea domain is rather famous in alchemy. Several deity islands in this domain have given birth to many powerful alchemy masters, Shi Qiyao told Yi Futian. "If we were to pinpoint a place in the domain that is most renowned for alchemy, it would be Mount Jiui. It is an island as well as a celestial mountain. Anyway, what kind of elixir recipes and herbs are you looking for?" "Recipes and herbs that are suitable for cultivators at the peak of the Renhuang Plain, or even more powerful ones," responded Yi Futian. "It might be easy to obtain recipes and herbs that are suitable for cultivators at the peak of the Renhuang Plain. However, it isn't easy to get anything more powerful than that. Alchemists who can concoct such pills are even rarer," Shi Qiyao said. "But I will ask my men to pay attention to any relevant information. If we find anything, I will let you know." "All right." Yi Futian nodded and said, "Goddess Qiyao, thank you in advance for your help. During the battle in the original realm, I once agreed to follow and cultivate with you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm willing to accompany you while you explore the West Sea domain. I can be your tour guide too," Shi Qiyao offered. However, Yi Futian shook his head and rejected her, saying, "Thank you for your offer, but I'm sure you are aware of my current situation. It's better for me to travel alone. I'll stay here for some time. If you have any news, you can find me anytime." Yi Futian asked for Shi Qiao's help because of her identity as the goddess of West Imperial Palace. She had her fingers on the pulse of happenings in the West Sea domain. Right now, Yi Futian desperately needed to concoct more pills. Just as his teacher, Qi Xiangang, had said, Yi Futian alone was not enough to ensure the sovereignty of the Ziwei segmentum. He needed to build everyone in the Ziwei segmentum up as soon as possible. Chapter 25-20. The Attitudes of the Various Parties. Yi Futian seemed to have no intention of leaving Yingzhou City. In the following days, cultivators who resided in the city could often see him appearing on the shore of the Yingzhou Sea. Usually he would stand on the water, Chief Shihai did not go after Yi Futian. It wasn't very sensible for the chief to do so anyway. He was a top figure and the chief of the domain chief's manor. His subordinate had been brutally murdered. Yet he could not do anything to avenge him. If Chief Shihai came after Yi Futian every time he appeared but failed to kill him again and again, it would be a very humiliating experience. Chief Shihai would most likely not attack Yi Futian again until he was certain that he could win against Yi Futian. However, Chief Shihai had to pay the price for this decision. All the cultivators from the West Sea Domain Chief's manor had retreated back to the areas around the manor. They were only active around those areas and dared not move too far away. It was because Yi Futian could appear at any minute and hunt them down. A bizarre occurrence had thus taken place in the West Sea Domain. Alone, Yi Futian managed to seal off the West Sea Domain Chief's manor. How ironic was that? At the same time, the news of this incident traveled far and wide, shocking all 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. The Donghua domain naturally also caught wind of this news. Ning Yuan had returned to the Donghua domain chief's manor. He had been paying close attention to Yi Futian's movements. When he found out about what had happened in the West Sea domain, he had a hard time believing that the news was real. Yi Futian had killed Zhong Miao, the second-in-command of the West Sea domain chief's manor. Zhong Miao was a cultivator who was at the same level as Ning Yuan himself. What did this imply? It implied that Yi Futian was also capable of killing him. Yi Futian could have received aid from others or used a divine item to enhance his ability. Yet, regardless of how Yi Futian did it, he succeeded in killing Zhong Miao. Considering this incident from another perspective, if Ning Yuan kept targeting Yi Futian, the latter could similarly get rid of him, the chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor. However, before this, Yi Futian had only killed Ning Hua and had not planned to attack him at all. Only now did Ning Yuan understand that Yi Futian spared him out of consideration for Donghuang Imperial Palace. Otherwise, Yi Futian would certainly have found a way to eliminate him before this. Crack! Ning Yuan clenched both his fists tightly. He suddenly realized that he was pathetic. It was ironic how he had gone hunting Yi Futian before this. Yi Futian was not afraid of him at all. Yi Futian chose not to attack him merely because the former did not want to offend Donghuang Imperial Palace. If Yi Futian did not have that concern in mind, Ning Hua would not have been the only one who perished that day. He must die. Intense murderous intent filled Ning Yuan's eyes. His heart would never be at peace until Yi Futian was killed. Yi Futian left him alone now because the former was concerned about Donghuang Imperial Palace. It did not mean that Yi Futian had no intention of attacking him. If Yi Futian had the chance, he would surely kill Ning Yuan. Yi Futian being alive was a major threat to Ning Yuan. The Shangqing domain chief's manor similarly received news about what had happened in the West Sea domain. Everyone in the manor was stunned when they heard the news. The chief of the Shangqing domain chief's manor and his son, Zhou Muhuang, were especially appalled by the news. The chief warned Zhou Muhuang, saying, "Muhuang, try not to provoke Yi Futian from now on. If you can't kill him, then you should do your best to stay away and not enrage him." Understood. Zhou Muhuang nodded in agreement. Right now, he could only stomach the grudges between him and Yi Futian. He had to do so. The power of the Shangqing domain chief's manor was relatively weak. They could no longer afford to offend a figure such as Yi Futian now. The West Sea domain chief's manor was far more powerful than they were, and yet they ended up in such a pathetic state. The cultivators of the domain chief's manor did not even dare to leave their base. If Zhou Muhuang remained stubborn, he would die a horrible death. He would most likely end up like his descendants and die before he even realized it. The Nanhai family was also part of the Shangqing domain. Their clan leader gathered the cultivators of the clan to discuss affairs. Not long ago, the Nanhai family received news from the West Sea domain. This news shocked the clan leader. Yi Futian had killed the cultivators of the West Sea Domain chief's manor. A tribulation plain cultivator had ventured to hunt him down, but had instead been killed and perished. No one knew how he was killed by Yi Futian. Aside from that, many top-tier renhuangs had died at the hands of Yi Futian. Top-tier renhuangs seemed so fragile in his presence. On the other hand, this news was earth-shaking for the Nanhai family. Yi Futian and the Nanhai family had some vendetta with each other, and their grudges ran deep. It also involved the Muyun clan of Four Corner Village. If Yi Futian were to come over and settle the score with them, how would they end up? The entire Nanhai family combined could not hold a candle to Yi Futian. The clan leader of the Nanhai family directly ordered, "From today onwards, all cultivators from the Nanhai family are forbidden from getting into any conflicts with Yi Futian or the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum." "Yes, sir," replied everyone while nodding their heads in resignation. From this point onwards, Yi Futian was the only one who was allowed to initiate any trouble. The clan leader of the Nanhai family continued, "Muyunlong, you and your clan should make a trip back to Four Corner Village and beg for Master's forgiveness. If there's a chance, continue to cultivate under Master's guidance." His order caused Muyunlong to be stupefied for a moment before returning to normal again. When Muyunlong heard the order, his face turned as pale as a sheet. He had to return to Four Corner Village and beg for Master's forgiveness. He certainly wanted Master to accept him again. He had tried to ask for Master's forgiveness before, but his efforts were in vain. Now that the clan leader of the Nanhai family brought up this issue again, Muyunlong was well aware of what the other party implied. They had been abandoned. In the future, if Yi Futian came to seek revenge, the Muyun clan would be the first group to be forsaken. "Muyunlan, you have once cultivated under Master. You and Muyun Shu should make a trip back to the village as well." The head of the Nanhai family continued to advise the Muyun clan to return to the village and restore their relationships with Master. As for what would happen in the future, they could only play by ear. "When I left the village, I decided that I would never return," Muyunlan declared calmly. "If the Nanhai family thinks that you will get into trouble because of us, I can leave right now." Muyunlan was also a proud son of heaven. He had his ego. Yi Futian's achievement in the West Sea domain had successfully terrorized the clan leader of the Nanhai family. The cultivators of the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture each had different attitudes when they received the news about what had happened in the West Sea domain. Nevertheless, all of them became very aware of Yi Futian's growth. Yi Futian was shining brightly like a rising star. The various parties figured that if they wanted to attack Yi Futian, they had to do so as soon as possible. The longer they waited, the more difficult it would be for them to kill him. Of course, the current Yi Futian was also not someone they could take on as they pleased. On the shore of the Ingzhou Sea, a ship plowed through the waves and arrived where Yi Futian was. Shi Qiyao, who was on the deck, shouted, "Renhuang Yi." "Goddess Qiyao," Yi Futian greeted her while nodding. "Renhuang Yi is indeed the chosen one. I have good news for you," Shi Qiyao said while smiling. Yi Futian paused for a moment. Good news. Recently, he had only inquired about one matter from Shi Qiyao. It was about the elixir. "Goddess, please share the news with me," Yi Futian said politely. "There's a clue pointing to Jiui, Celestial Mountain. Renhuang, you might be able to find what you need there," Shi Qiyao said. "Will I find elixir recipes or herbs there?" Yi Futian asked. "Neither. It's a clue," explained Shi Qiyao as she looked at Yi Futian. "However, rumor has it that this clue is related to a manuscript with ancient elixir recipes in it. It was left behind by a mighty alchemy grandmaster from ancient times. It might contain everything that you seek." Chapter 25-21 The Jiui Celestial Mountain. "What clue?" asked Yi Futian. The cultivators of the domain chief's manor were holing up at the moment, so he had already reached his goal. After this incident, those from the divine prefecture that wanted to handle him or other practitioners from the Ziwei segmentum would have to consider whether they could bear his revenge before acting. So the next goal was to refine extraordinary elixirs. Elixirs were an exterior help, but the best of them were not used to enhance one's cultivation level, but to help people get enlightened, like the ones containing the powerful force of the great path of life that he had refined to shape the root. Elixirs could be classified into many categories. The best alchemy masters should know what the best ones were, due to the limitation of the cultivation level of Supreme Deity Donglai. The elixir recipes that used to suit him did not suit him anymore. He needed something stronger. That was why he had asked Shi Qiyao for help. And Shi Qiyao did not disappoint him. She brought him good news very soon. The deity map, Shi Qiyao said. There is no top alchemy master in the divine prefecture for now, but the West Sea domain remains the most powerful domain in terms of alchemy. There are many masters, and many deity islands have a strong alchemy atmosphere. Do you know why? Yi Futian shook his head. As far as he knew, the West Sea domain was powerful among the 18 domains in the divine prefecture in terms of alchemy, which was exactly the second reason that he came here. However, he did not really know why that was. It's a legend. It's already impossible to tell whether it's true or false, but it could be partly true even if it's not completely true. You might as well just hear it out. Shi Qiyao went on. It was the age of the gods before the collapse of the heavenly path. There were many great emperors. Significant changes happened to the heavenly law later. The gods fell, and the heavenly path collapsed. The old world expanded and evolved into the current world. However, the gods didn't fall completely or die out after the collapse of the heavenly path. Instead, there were remains everywhere in the world. For example, the inheritance of Shinin the Great that you got earlier is one of them. Yi Futian was listening to her quietly. Shinin the Great traveled through the void for countless days and years on a black turtle, and his soul was sealed in a guqin called yearning. Actually, he did have assumed that the gods from ancient times might still exist in the world, only in a different form. It had been proved in this original realm. Legend has it that there was an alchemist who was a great emperor in that era. He was incarnated as an elixir committed to an ancient practitioner's care and imparted his alchemy to the latter. That practitioner survived the turbulent days, partly thanks to the help of the will of the great emperor. Many years later, when he had achieved a very high cultivation level, he started an alchemy school and stayed on an ancient celestial mountain to cultivate. However, people cast their covetous eyes on him because of his alchemy skills. Countless practitioners from that era sieged him, intending to kill him, and he lost his life that way. It's said many of his treasures were looted, but his disciples also took many out of there, which were later possessed by civilians. The celestial mountain in the legend is in the West Sea domain nowadays. That's the reason that many gorgeous elixir recipes appeared in the West Sea domain. And there is also a deity map. It's said to be the key to finding the celestial mountain. Shi Qiyao looked at Yi Futian quietly after finishing her story. Yi Futian seemed to be digesting what he had heard. He looked at Shi Qiyao after a while of silence. So, that deity map probably has shown up on the Joey Celestial Mountain. Yep, there are always rumors like that, and many alchemists have been looking for the deity map. Alchemists are different from practitioners. What they quest is extraordinary elixirs, and many of them are hermits that are not interested in starting any school or sect. Of course, the quest for stronger elixirs is to enhance their cultivation level, too. The higher their cultivation level is, the better elixirs they will be able to refine. The two are complementary. Shi Qiyao responded. But we have got definite news that the deity map probably have appeared. That's why I said Renhuang Yi was the man of destiny. It might just be a coincidence, Yi Futian replied with a smile. In fact, he had realized that strange things kept happening to him, too, and such a coincidence was absolutely not a new thing for him. It happened in the past, too. He called himself the divine body of the heavenly path, But could he harbor a destiny for real? Was he born to be an emperor? He could explain none of those. So the appearance of the deity map can start another bloody war, can it? Asked Yi Futian. The deity map had to do with the legendary celestial mountain, and the inheritances of the great emperor might be there. Putting alchemy masters aside, even other forces would compete for them, because if they got those inheritances, their family would never lack top alchemy masters in the future. They could either use mature alchemy masters or cultivate new ones by themselves. I am afraid that will be inevitable. I'm one of the first that have got the news. Ren Huangyi, you can bring the date of your trip forward. In that way, you might be able to beat the other forces to it. Shi Qiao added, if you need anything, the West Imperial Palace can offer you some help. Yi Futian was quite surprised at Shi Qiao's offer. Looking at her in surprise, he said, the deity map will help to find treasures and the celestial mountain in the West Sea domain. If the West Imperial Palace gets it, you will attract many alchemy masters from the West Sea domain to your force, and they will be useful for you. So, why did the West Imperial Palace come to tell me about the news instead of trying to find it yourselves? It was such a precious thing that even top forces would not want to miss it. Besides, the West Imperial Palace was so powerful in the West Sea domain. The closer you are to the thing you want, the easier you will get it. Odds were that they would find the deity map. We might be able to get the deity map, but it's hard to find top alchemy masters. However, in my opinion, Ren Huangyi will probably become one of them. Therefore, if Ren Huangyi finds the deity map and the celestial mountain with the help of the West Imperial Palace, I hope we can share the benefits and work together, said Shi Qiao in a low voice. The ship's surroundings were sealed by some powerful cultivators so that no one could hear their conversation. Gazing at Shi Qiao, Yi Futian said, isn't the West Imperial Palace afraid to offend the Donghuang Imperial Palace by allying with me? He was hailed as the successor of Emperor Yi Qing. No one in the divine prefecture had the nerve to be close to him, because no one wanted to offend the Donghuang Imperial Palace. We are. That's why it will be a secret alliance, Shi Qiao said with a smile. Most of the time, Ren Huang, you will still need to work hard yourself. The West Imperial Palace will offer you the help in our power. Goddess Qiao, do you trust me so much? Staring at her, Yi Futian asked. Judging from Ren Huangye's past, I totally trust you, responded Shi Qiao. The trust they were talking about had many levels of meaning. Thank you. Yi Futian threw Shi Qiao a significant look. When will you depart, Ren Huangyi? Asked Shi Qiao. Now, answered Yi Futian. Okay. Shi Qiao nodded. Ren Huangyi, you are fast enough. I don't think you'll need me to lead the way. This is the sea map of the West Sea domain. The main islands in there are all marked on the map. You'll find it very helpful. Of course, there are also some special islands that few people know or haven't been discovered yet. Those islands are certainly not marked. Taking the jade slip Shi Qiao handed him, Yi Futian said, Thank you, Goddess Qiao. Safe trip, Ren Huangyi. The West Imperial Palace has acted, too. Some of us already arrived at the Joey Celestial Mountain, and I will also go there, said Shi Qiao. Okay, I'll see you on the Joey Celestial Mountain then, said Yi Futian. Shi Qiao nodded. Then she saw Yi Futian disappear from the ship without leaving any trace behind. Seeing him disappear, Shi Qiao smiled, and her pretty eyes seemed to sparkle. However, the old man next to her frowned. He said he was just here, but we still can't capture any trace of his aura, just like before. He would be a pain in the neck if he were our enemy. Well, it's Chief Shihai who has the pain in his neck now, said Shi Qiao with a smile. The old man shook his head, hoping Yi Futian would not be their enemy, because such an enemy would even get the West Imperial Palace into trouble. The Joey Celestial Mountain was a mountain, but it was also an island built on a mountain. Mount Joey was called the Joey Mountains at the beginning. Then a big city was built on the endless mountain range. Looked down from the sky, the mountains were like countless divine dragons twisting their bodies. The city built on the Jiui celestial mountain was super prosperous. More than that, it was in chaos too. It used to be a barren area without any original inhabitants, and all of the practitioners living there were outsiders. Some gorgeous alchemy masters came here to trade initially, and they would come back here at intervals. That brought more alchemy masters here, little by little. Since alchemy masters were living here, there were certainly elixirs and other precious things. Therefore, practitioners from everywhere were attracted here to seek treasures. As time went by, the barren Jiui Mountains developed into the current Jiui Celestial Mountain and gave birth to a prosperous city. The entire West Sea domain knew about this deity island, and people would come here to trade and seek treasures. That was how the city became prosperous and chaotic. Murders and robberies were frequent, and some forces and alchemy masters started to base themselves here. In the past few days, more people were visiting the Jiui Celestial Mountain than usual. They flew across the air over the sea and into the air over the Jiui Celestial Mountain. Rumor had it that the deity map had been seen here, so powerful cultivators from various islands in the West Sea domain were drawn here. In the crowd that had arrived at the Jiui Celestial Mountain, there was an unspeakably handsome, white-haired man in white with his hands behind his back. He looked down. By glancing over with his divine consciousness, he found the practitioners on the Celestial Mountain were all very strong. Those weaker ones probably would not come here because it would be useless even if they came. He looked into the distance. Shi Qiyao told him that this celestial mountain was full of alchemy masters. If he could recruit some of them, it would be doubtless a good thing for developing the Ziwei segmentum. Besides, he probably could ask Goddess Donglai to convene the alchemy masters on the eastern deity island if such an opportunity came up. Although average elixirs were not good enough for him, elixirs of all grades would be necessary for the growth of the Ziwei segmentum, and he could give them to other alchemy masters. Chapter 25-22 A Trade. Yi Futian was flying over the Jiui Celestial Mountain toward the deep part of it. Many practitioners around him came from different parts of the West Sea domain, the outer realms. They were all here for the deity map. At this moment, a man flew toward Yi Futian, which made him frown, but he did nothing to stop the man. It was a Renhuang, but not strong enough to post him any threat. However, if that man did anything unusual, Yi Futian would just eliminate him without showing any mercy. That Renhuang approached Yi Futian very soon. After bowing at Yi Futian, who did not stop flying, the man said via voice transmission, "Renhuang, I am a practitioner from the West Imperial Palace." Yi Futian stopped right away. He looked back at the man. The West Imperial Palace was an overbearing force in the West Sea domain, so they must have deployed their people around the Jiui Celestial Mountain. That was how they located him not long after he arrived. Of course, he did not try to hide his identity or trace, either. It was just normal for him to be found when the West Imperial Palace had especially arranged someone to wait for him. Yes. Yi Futian answered via voice transmission, too. Shi Qiyao told him their contact with him would not be noticeable. Since that man had chosen to speak to him via voice transmission, he certainly did not mind doing the same. That Renhuang started to fly ahead again, and so did Yi Futian. The two were flying together, one after the other, like two unrelated strangers. The goddess told me to report to Renhuang about the information the West Imperial Palace has collected, said the man. He went on, there is a force headquartered on the Jiui Celestial Mountain for a long time. About 20% of the treasure trades here are under their control. That force is called the Breeze Pavilion, and its pavilion head Li Qingfeng is one of the best alchemy masters in the West Sea domain. The Breeze Pavilion was the first to release the news about the deity map. They did that only because the map got stolen, but we can't exclude the possibility that it's a trick. As for the thief, it's said to be another legendary man from the West Sea domain called Taoist Monk Mu or Thief Mu. He is skilled at the art of disguise. He can change how he looks and restrict and alter his aura. A total wizard in the West Sea domain. His cultivation level is unfathomable, but his speed is even more impressive. After the theft of the deity map, Li Qingfeng, the head of the Breeze Pavilion, sealed the Jiui city. It is the central region and the most popular trade center of Jiui Mountain. It is located at the peak of the Celestial Mountain. People are only allowed to go into the city, but not allowed to leave. There will be a strict body search for anyone that wants to leave. No well-respected practitioners will put up with that. However, it is exactly because of Li Qingfeng's strict rules that the deity map might still be in the Jiui city. Yi Futian nodded. No wonder the news had leaked. Usually, no one would have disclosed such a secret if they had got the deity map. They would keep the map to themselves and study it in private instead. Yi Futian was surprised that the map had been stolen, so the news was probably true. The pieces of information he had got added up. Li Qingfeng used his Great Path domain to seal the Jiui city? Asked Yi Futian out of curiosity. That's right, responded the man via voice transmission. Li Qingfeng is getting anxious now. Due to the particularity of the practitioners on the Jiui Celestial Mountain, locking the city down is already the strictest measure he can take. It's impossible to search everyone's body. That would offend too many people and harm his interests. However, he hasn't found the deity map yet, and using the Great Path domain to seal the city is consuming him greatly. Besides, more and more foreign, powerful cultivators are coming. Li Qingfeng started to panic. The situation is getting out of his control. Once the powerhouses from those top forces meddle in, he will totally lose his grip on the situation. Yi Futian certainly understood Li Qingfeng would lose control of the situation if forces like the West Imperial Palace intervened. However, although the West Imperial Palace had arrived, it did not change the situation. Instead, they did not mind Li Qingfeng keeping the city sealed. After all, they did not want the deity map to be taken out of the city either. Is there any chance that Taoist monk Mu already left, before Li Qingfeng locked the city down? Asked Yi Futian. Li Qingfeng should know this better than anyone else. Now that he insists on the lockdown, I suppose he must be sure of what he is doing, answered that man. I see, Yi Futian responded with a nod, keeping flying ahead. It did not seem easy to get the deity map. Once the seal was broken, the map would be taken away from Jiui Mountain any time, and it would be even harder to find it. Ren Huangyi, people from the West Imperial Palace will contact you any time to offer you some help after you go into the Jiui city, said the man. Great, said Yi Futian. See you, senior. The man cupped his hands. Then he left in a flash, and Yi Futian kept going ahead at a higher speed. He knew clearly where his destination was. He arrived at the peak of Jiui Celestial Mountain very soon. It was a city built on the winding mountain range. However, there was a dreadful sword realm deployed outside there. The sword realm covered a large area and had infinite sword will flowing in it. The murderous intent in there was formidable. Mere sensing of the power of the sword realm would make Ran Huang cultivators' hearts beat fast. It was such a sword realm that sealed Jiui City. Entrance only, no exit. However, it required some powers to go inside. The sword realm actually kept most away from the city. Yi Futian accelerated and penetrated the sword realm to enter the city with ease. It was thanks to Li Qingfeng since he let Yi Futian pass. Foreign practitioners would not be able to enter otherwise. Yi Futian undoubtedly detected a divine consciousness focused on him while going through the sword realm. That divine consciousness was certainly of Li Qingfeng. He was monitoring Jiui City and everyone that came and left. In this way, he would know as soon as anything came up. That divine consciousness only lingered on Yi Futian for a second. It was retracted right away since there was nothing unusual. Yi Futian flew in a specific direction after going into Jiui City. It was the highest point of the city, and that was where the Breeze Pavilion was located. Yi Futian did not look for the deity map immediately after his arrival. He was new here. There was no way that he could find Taoist monk Mu. Besides, he did not have any clue If anyone could find Taoist monk Mu, it must be Li Qingfeng. Walking on the winding trail, carefully he was taking his time. He saw many stalls on the two sides of the trail, all belonging to the practitioners doing business in Jui City. Jui City was sealed, but the hustle and bustle of Jui City was not affected. People trapped in the city were living in the same old way as usual. Treasure trading certainly would not stop. The trail led to the Breeze Pavilion on the top of the mountain. It was a busy trail, crowded with people, and people were the only thing Yi Futian saw at first glance. Many stalls had extraordinary goods. Yi Futian wondered whether or not he could find any treasures there. Walking casually on the trail, he found many goods were related to elixirs. They were either elixirs or ingredients to make elixirs or elixir recipes, and the businessmen here had specific requirements for the goods they wanted. Many of them would specify what they exactly wanted to trade. That was how trades of precious treasures went. They all wanted the particular things they were in need of. However, few of the treasures were to Yi Futian's liking. He came to a place where many practitioners were around a stall, so he also took a look. The stall belonged to an old man that looked like a sage. He had a white beard, white hair, rosy cheeks, and bright eyes, and was in a good mood. It was a powerful practitioner on the level 9 Renhuang Plain. The old man had been in Jui City for months. Many people knew him, and he had a lot of good stuff. He always got a lot of attention every time he showed up here to trade. Occasionally, he would also take some treasures to the Breeze Pavilion to trade. Even Li Qingfeng knew him. That was how his stall drew the attention of many powerful people every time he showed up. There was a folded parchment on his stall at the moment. The people around there were in a heated discussion. A top alchemy method. Yi Futian heard them speak in low voices. Exactly, the best of the best. It really took me some effort to get it. Are you interested, young friend? The old man said with a smile after hearing Yi Futian's murmur. He darted a glance at Yi Futian, who was standing at the periphery of the crowd, and then looked away, waiting quietly. Yi Futian had inherited the alchemy method of Supreme Deity Donglai, but it would be even better if he had other complementary ones for his reference. "Mister, what do you want to trade it for?" asked Yi Futian. "Alchemy method is also a sort of method. I want the best sorcery or superpower. Average ones won't do," answered the old man with a smile. Many people looked disappointed. Many people offered to trade their superpowers with the old man, but he just declined all of them. "Is this the whole alchemy method?" asked Yi Futian. "Of course not," the old man responded. "It's only a part of it. You can take a look, and then you will know how precious it is." Yi Futian nodded and walked up to the old man. The old man squatted and unfolded the parchment. Yi Futian got a little excited after taking a look at it. Although it was only part of the alchemy method, he had a hunch that it was more powerful than the one he inherited from Supreme Deity Donglai. He did not find it weird that no one had managed to get it yet. "Senior, are you sure the alchemy method is complete?" asked Yi Futian. "Of course." The old man nodded. "I have been here for a long time. I can't be lying to you." "Great." Yi Futian nodded. He said something to the old man via voice transmission. Then he asked, "What do you think?" A trace of surprise flashed across the old man's eyes. He answered, "I think okay. I will transmit it to you via my divine consciousness." As soon as Yi Futian finished speaking, a divine light flew to the brow chakra of the old man. The old man did not refuse. He accepted it in silence. Soon, Yi Futian retracted the light, and the old man gave him a storage ring. "It has what you need in it." "Thank you, mister," said Yi Futian, taking the storage ring. The old man smiled. Then he said to Yi Futian via voice transmission, "Young friend, please be careful. Many people are staring. Don't take the thing out of the ring rashly." "Thank you for the warning." "I understand," responded Yi Futian. He checked out the storage ring with his divine consciousness and saw the complete alchemy method. There was another thing in the storage ring. It looked like an old reel. He checked it out with his divine consciousness and found it had an image, which seemed to be a map. A map! Yi Futian's pupils shrank slightly. Was that supposed to be a gift? Chapter 25-23. The Setup. This compelled a strange look on Yi Futian's face. This map. Could it be? The pavilion master of Breeze Pavilion imposed a lockdown on Joey City to find the deity map. Now, this old man secretly added a map when they were trading with no apparent reason. It was hard for Yi Futian not to connect the two together. Moreover, his last few words were also full of suggestions. You, my friend, are being watched by many people, so you must be careful. Don't take out the contents inside lightly. Was he alluding to the alchemy technique or that map? Yi Futian saw that the old man took out another treasure to continue transacting. He paid no more attention to him. So Yi Futian, too, turned and left quietly, not wanting to attract any more attention. However, many people were still staring at him, not because of the map, but because of the alchemy technique itself. The alchemy technique was already an extraordinary treasure, and it was quite understandable that it would be coveted by others. Furthermore, he had used the treasure to impress the old man, indirectly revealing to the others that he possessed considerable wealth, so it was natural that he would be noticed. But Yi Futian didn't care much about that. There were not many who could touch him now. Even in this sealed sword domain, no one could stop him if he didn't want to be stopped. Yi Futian did not leave this area, however. He continued to walk on the mountainous path. He paid close attention to see if there were any other treasures. He found many medicinal materials for refining pills and made trades accordingly. If he were to refine the pills later on, he would have considerable needs for these medicinal materials, so he needed to start preparing right now. Walking all this way, Yi Futian had reaped quite a lot. He finally left this area when he reached the Breeze Pavilion on top of the mountain. Joey City was built on a mountain. Below Joey City, the area was mountainous with many cultivators who cultivated in these mountains. Of course, even in those winding mountain ranges, there were buildings or cavern residences. Yi Futian found an unoccupied area and created a cavern residence. He entered the cavern residence after setting it up, then set up a force of seal outside of it, which was a common practice among the cultivators. Inside the cavern, Yi Futian took out the map. This ancient map looked particularly lackluster. Yi Futian's divine consciousness invaded the map, and suddenly a bright light came from it. Countless lines began to appear. A clear pattern now emerged that looked like a picture of landscape. The map depicted a body of water, and there were many islands denoted in this body of water. It was so simple that it was hard to decipher the meaning behind it. Yi Futian took out a jade slip and invaded it with his divine consciousness. Suddenly, a large map appeared, and it was a map of the West Sea domain given to him by Shi Qiao. He wanted to find the area that resembled the area depicted in the smaller map. If the map was that of some other island in the West Sea domain, he should find the same place on this larger map, determining the location indicated on the smaller map. Yi Futian's divine consciousness continued to scan the larger map and found many similar locations. However, after close examination and comparison, he found that there were still some differences. As long as there were some deviations that could not be fully reconciled, there was the possibility that it was not the same location he sought. The West Sea domain was a massive territory with countless islands. It was not surprising that there were so many areas that looked similar. After a long time comparing the two maps, Yi Futian still hadn't located the place. If this is the deity map, it must have a long history. This map was drawn many years ago, and some islands in the Western Sea domain may have gone through some changes since then. Some islands may have even disappeared for whatever reason. If this is the case, it would be impossible to find it on the map, Yi Futian thought. If this was really the case, it would create some trouble in accurately identifying the location depicted on the map. More importantly, why would the old man give him the deity map? He had thought it would be very difficult to get the deity map here, but if what he had in his possession was indeed the map, then this was all too easy. Just as he was putting the deity map away, Futian noticed something strange. He turned his eyes and thought about for a moment. He understood everything. So this was why. Futian proceeded to smile coldly when he realized what was happening. It seemed that Jiui City would soon face an unavoidable great battle. Futian took out the alchemy technique and closed his eyes to begin cultivating, staying inside the cavern residence. He planned to cultivate this alchemy technique first, then try to refine some medicine. Anyway, there was nothing else for him to do at the moment. Moreover, after detecting the abnormality just now, he could basically ascertain that this map was the deity map. There might have been some deception involved. He had no plan to leave just yet and would stay in Jiui City to wait and see. While Futian was cultivating, more and more cultivators had arrived in Jiui City. In addition to the cultivators already in the West Sea domain, top figures from other domains were crossing the endless space to get to Jiui Celestial Mountain in the West Sea domain. They were all here in search of the deity map. If it was just the inheritance of one great emperor, there were quite a few of those already in the original realm, so perhaps it would not be so attractive to these cultivators. However, this ancient great emperor may be a great emperor in alchemy. Today's divine prefecture was in need of alchemical refining technique, so the inheritance of a great emperor in alchemy was invaluable. There was no one who would want to miss it. Therefore, in addition to the islands in the West Sea domain, people from other places outside the domain had arrived as well. On this day, Futian was still cultivating in his cavern residence when the cavern residence suddenly shook violently. It continued to shake with loud booming sounds. It was as if a terrifying earthquake was taking place. Futian opened his eyes, as the divine flame in front of him had gone out. He looked up and saw that the cavern residence was in the process of collapsing. He knew instantly that a war had erupted outside, but this was all within his expectations. Boom! There was a terrifying sound that was heard, and the cavern residence started disintegrating. Divine light flowed around Futian's body, forming a light screen to protect him. His figure flashed and appeared outside, right before the mountain where the cavern residence was built. It was shattered to a pile of rubble. And at this moment, there was a horrific sword while outside. Above the firmament, a brilliant sword was flowing about, descending in one direction, highly terrifying. From where the sword was aiming was also an astonishing aura from below. It seemed as if two top-level cultivators were battling. Beneath the sword screen, a man stood above the void. All around him, radiant sword lights fell from the sword domain above. It was Li Qingfeng, the pavilion master of Breeze Pavilion. And the cultivator below, with white beard and white hair, was precisely the old man who had previously traded with Futian. Futian was not surprised in the least, since he had already suspected it. The cultivators of West Imperial Palace had told him before that Taoist monk Mu was an expert at disguise. His ability to impersonate and camouflage was second to none. Therefore, he must have arrived in Jiui City before stealing the deity map. He must have been trading there ever since, and forged a good relationship with the Breeze Pavilion as a trader so that even Li Qingfeng knew of him. Later, he stole the deity map and continued to trading there in disguise, as if everything was business as usual. It was indeed difficult to suspect him, as these methods he employed were very clever. His camouflage was so flawless that he was able to fool Li Qingfeng. The cultivation of Taoist monk Mu should not be at the same as that of Li Qingfeng. Futian raised his head to look at the battlefield yonder. It was extremely terrifying, with devastating sword light everywhere that threatened to destroy Jiui City and raze it to the ground. "You are in a leisurely mood," said a voice. Yi Futian turned his attention to a group of 3 cultivators who were now next to him. All 3 of them had perceivably strong auras, and Yi Futian recognized them as those who had latched onto him a few days ago while he was trading with Taoist monk Mu. However, these people had not made their move until now. But at the moment, with a great war going on, the true identity of Taoist monk Mu was exposed, and all of Jiui City was in chaos. They had finally decided to take action. Things such as committing murders to stealing treasures were commonplace. They occurred every day in all parts of the cultivation world. But Yi Futian didn't really care about these people's existence. He glanced at them and continued to focus his attention on the battlefield, ignoring them. "Go away now, and I won't see this as a challenge," he said. The 3 of them frowned and stared at the white-haired young man before them. They saw him looking into the distance with his hands casually folded behind his back, completely ignoring them. The eldest of the 3 frowned slightly. He had a head of white hair and was clad in white clothing. He was handsome beyond description. He suddenly remembered a piece of information that had been passed on to Jiui, Celestial Mountain, not too long ago, and was instantly alarmed. Without any hesitation, he turned around to leave, saying, "I won't tread these muddy waters. The 2 of you can fight for it if you want." Having said that, he quickly left this place and moved far away from here. When he reached a mountain peak, quite a ways away, he turned and looked at where Yi Futian was, feeling rather fortunate. He hoped it was not the man that everyone was talking about. The other 2 cultivators frowned, not understanding why the man suddenly gave up. Could it be that he was awed by the other man's temperament? The temperament of this man was indeed extremely exceptional. Yi Futian's body levitated and headed towards the direction of the battlefield. One of the other 2 cultivators couldn't wait any longer and acted. A tyrannical aura of the Great Path erupted, and the divine wheel of the Great Path appeared in the void. It was a golden disk. It seemed as if there were countless halos circulating around, giving birth to terrifying golden spears. Buzz! Layers of divine light circulated as the golden wheel radiated downward, and long spears inside the divine wheel shot out, covering the entire sky until the area was submerged. They were attacking Yi Futian in an extremely domineering manner. The other man didn't do anything. It seemed as if he was merely observing from the sidelines. Yi Futian raised his arm and pointed to the sky. With this one gesture, a horrific sword will penetrated the void directly, slaughtering towards the golden disk. Bang, bang, bang. There were explosions as the disk was pierced through. It had been shattered and destroyed. His divine wheel destroyed, the cultivator who unleashed the attack let out a muffled groan. His face turned pale as he spat up a mouthful of blood. He looked at Yi Futian in horror, backpedaling now, attempting to leave. Yi Futian pointed his finger at him. The sword light flashed and was gone, penetrating through the man's body. With Yi Futian's current cultivation, no ordinary Renhuang in the 9th realm could block his attack. The man was obliterated, just like that. When the other man witnessed this, his face suddenly changed, his body moving backward, wanting to leave the battlefield immediately. Too late. Yi Futian faced the man and pointed with his finger again. A terrible light appeared in the void, penetrating through the space, passing through the other man's body. Without any hesitation or doubt, it was death for both of them. The man who had fled into the distance could only feel a tremendous horror as his body was covered in a cold sweat. Sure enough, it was him. Because of the turmoil in Jiui City, the city was locked down, and it was difficult for any news from the outside to come in. He was lucky to come by this piece of information from Ingzhou City before the lockdown, which accounted for his wise decision not getting himself involved. Otherwise, in the situation of 3 against 1, he would definitely have made a move as well. He was lucky he escaped with his life. At this moment, Yi Futian glanced at him from the distance, and he could only feel a terrifying fright within him. It was as if his heart was about to come out of his chest. He turned around and flee immediately, not daring to waste any more time. He had no wish to continue spying, waiting to see what would happen. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him, he had no doubt he would not be able to leave and would lose his life. But Yi Futian didn't kill him. His eyes turned back as he, once again, looked towards the battlefield. With a flash, he was standing on an ancient peak from where he was watching that major battle. Because of the explosion of this battle, no one had paid any attention to what had just happened to him. The attention of all of Jiu City was focused on Li Qingfeng and Taoist monk Mu. Judging from the development, Li Qingfeng had already suppressed the Taoist monk Mu. There was not much doubt as to the outcome. However, now Jiu City was being watched closely by all the forces in the Western Sea domain. Even people from outside the domain had arrived. Technically speaking, this battle had not much significance. Even if Li Qingfeng was about to recover the deity map from the Taoist monk Mu, he couldn't possibly keep it, even if he was a cultivator of the tribulation plane. Compared to that, the approach of Taoist monk Mu was much smarter. But the premise was that he would not die by Li Qingfeng's hands first. Of course, Taoist monk Mu's luck didn't seem to be the greatest since he had met Yi Futian, so he was doomed to fail as well. Chapter 25-24, Doomed to Fail. Everyone in Jiu City was watching this battle. The outcome was just as Yi Futian had predicted. Taoist monk Mu was firmly suppressed by Li Qingfeng. Until the sword will pass through the body of Taoist monk Mu, the sword domain that sealed up Jiu City shrank and turned into a sword-shaped beam of light surrounding Taoist monk Mu. The areas around him turned to ruin. Only the place where Taoist monk Mu was standing was left alone, leaving just that one piece on the mountain range. The seal is lifted. All the cultivators looked up at the sky. The seal on Jiu City had been released because the result of the battle had been determined. Taoist monk Mu was now under Li Qingfeng's control. Li Qingfeng stood above the void, looking down at Taoist monk Mu. His eyes were like a sword as he said, "Give me back my thing." The Taoist monk Mu smiled as he waved his palm. All the treasures on his body flew out, heading towards Li Qingfeng. He said, "Check it for yourself." Li Qingfeng swung his long sleeves and rolled the items in toward him. His divine consciousness then invaded and scanned all of the items. After a while, he had looked at all the treasures in his storage, and there were indeed many valuable things, but he didn't find what he was looking for. Suddenly, his face changed as he stared at Taoist monk Mu and said, "Where are you hiding it?" "Pavilion, Master Qingfeng. These treasures are all of my possessions." Taoist monk Mu said, "As for the thing you are looking for, it is not with me." Li Qingfeng stomped in the void when he heard the reply. Suddenly the sword will flowed, and the sword-shaped rays of light swept across the space, causing a terrible aura of destruction to appear in the space below. He warned, "Don't try my patience." From the firmament downward, a strong murderous intent permeated. It seemed as if he would immediately slay Taoist monk Mu if he failed to produce a satisfactory answer. "If the pavilion master wants to kill me, all I can do is to fight to the death. But even if you kill me, the thing is no longer with me." Taoist monk Mu's expression remained calm. Few people would act impulsively when they had cultivated to their level, so he trusted that Li Qingfeng would know how to weigh the pros and cons in this matter. Li Qingfeng frowned. Then those sword-like eyes suddenly looked up towards the firmament, looking at that unlocked seal of the sword domain. His face changed. "I've been tricked." Li Qingfeng suddenly seemed to have realized something, and a terrible look appeared in his eyes. He had sealed Jiu City for a long time to find Taoist monk Mu. Now that he had found and controlled him, he did not continue to put Jiu City under the seal. However, he did not expect that Taoist monk Mu would be so sly as to use him as bait. "Who took it out for you?" Li Qingfeng looked down at Taoist monk Mu below. His voice was extremely chilly. Although it hadn't been long since the seal was unlocked, it was enough time for many people to leave Jiu City. Now, it was almost an impossible task to track anyone down because they couldn't determine who it was. And just now, no one noticed who had left Jiui City. Taoist monk Mu showed a smile when he heard Li Qingfeng's words. He knew that the other understood what had just taken place. If so, his goal had been accomplished. Pavilion Master, you have seen the current situation today. The West Sea domain aside, forces from abroad have already arrived. Even if I give you back the deity map, do you think you can hold on to it? Taoist monk Mu did not say it out loud, but communicated to Li Qingfeng via voice transmission. Although Li Qingfeng was very unhappy, he had to admit that what Taoist monk Mu said was the truth. Even if Taoist monk Mu returned the deity map to him at this time, it would be difficult for him to hold on to it. Now, unlike before in Jiui City, countless eyes were fixed on the deity map. However, Li Qingfeng did not respond. He was waiting for Taoist monk Mu to continue. Sure enough, he heard Taoist monk Mu continue to say to him via voice transmission, "How about working together?" "How?" Li Qingfeng asked. "The deity map is within sight of various forces. If we join hands, I will go and get the deity map back. We can solve the mystery of deity map together and find the ancient imperial celestial mountain," Taoist monk Mu said via voice transmission. "If I let you go now, what if you leave after you get the deity map and decide to go and find the celestial mountain by yourself?" Li Qingfeng responded coldly. He clearly did not trust Taoist monk Mu all that much. It has been a long time since the deity map was in possession of the Pavilion Master. Naturally, you know that the mystery of the deity map is not as simple as it seems and cannot be solved easily. I would need the help of the Pavilion Master to do that. More importantly, all of my treasures were now in the hands of the Pavilion Master, and this is also to demonstrate my sincerity. These are all of my belongings, and the Pavilion Master must be able to see that they were very valuable items," Taoist monk Mu continued. Li Qingfeng stared at him. These simple words from Taoist monk Mu made him feel that the other man had been preparing for this for a long time. Moreover, his desire for the deity map was extremely strong. He had even taken all the treasures in his possession, along with his life as a wager, to bet on the map. But this was completely understandable. Taoist monk Mu was not just a thief in the West Sea domain. He was also a top alchemy master at the same time. Because he was an expert at alchemy, speed, and concealment, his combat effectiveness was a bit deficient. "Aren't you afraid that after you find the celestial mountain that I will do something to you?" Li Qingfeng said. "I am an alchemy master," Taoist monk Mu replied simply. Li Qingfeng seemed to be more satisfied with this answer. After pondering for a moment, he merely said, "Very well." As soon as he said that, the horrific aura of swordsmanship disappeared. However, Li Qingfeng stared at Taoist monk Mu and said loudly, "I will let you go for the time being today, but if you don't return the thing you stole from me, I will not let this go." "Thank you, Pavilion Master," Taoist monk Mu said, as the two seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. This scene puzzled everyone around them. The last dialogue between the two was more like act playing. Perhaps they had been communicating through voice transmission. How did they reach an agreement that convinced Li Qingfeng to let Taoist monk Mu off the hook? Perhaps only the two of them would ever know the details. But now, where was the deity map? Probably not on Taoist monk Mu himself. "I will take my leave now," Taoist monk Mu said again. As soon as he said that, he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared somewhere between heaven and earth. It all happened at an alarming speed. Pavilion Master. Many cultivators from the Breeze Pavilion looked at Li Qingfeng with a questioning look. Why did he let Taoist monk Mu go? Li Qingfeng turned and walked down from the void. He did not bother to explain. The reason for letting the man go was actually simple enough. Whether he let him go or not, he had not much chance now. He did not fully believe in the words of Taoist monk Mu, but even if he did not believe it, he did not have another choice. If he killed Taoist monk Mu, the rest of the cultivators would only keep even closer tabs on him. The moment the news of deity map became public knowledge, as that ancient celestial mountain may have already been out of his reach. Therefore, Li Qingfeng chose to let the man go. Let him go, and there may still be a chance. Kill him, and there would definitely be no chance. Is it over just like this? The surrounding cultivators looked at all of this. It seemed that there were still no conclusive results as far as the deity map was concerned. Yi Futian watched all this quietly. When he saw Taoist monk Mu leave, he knew that what he had in his hand must be the deity map. He turned around and walked forward to leave. It did not take him long before he was out of Jui City. Yi Futian did not stop, but continued to head out, leaving Jui Celestial Mountain and entering the vast sea. Just as Yi Futian was walking into the coastal region, he suddenly felt a ray of divine consciousness fell on him, swept directly at him without the slightest disguise. Here he comes, Yi Futian secretly remarked. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then sped up to continue his forward movement. That divine consciousness locked onto him, chasing after him with incredible speed. Are we racing? Yi Futian unleashed Buddha's celerity at the moment, and his figure disappeared from right where he was. In the distance, someone was tracking Yi Futian with a terrifying method. This man was dressed in shabby clothing, appeared to be extremely sloppy and grubby. However, his method was frightening as he stepped into the void, leaving countless shadows between heaven and earth. But very soon, he stopped hovering over the sea. His face suddenly had a terrible look on it. He lost track of him. His heart throbbed. He had set the whole thing up perfectly. Did something happen at the last minute? He wondered. How could he have lost track of him? Were you looking for me, sir? Yi Futian appeared in front of the old man. The old man raised his head to look at the handsome face right in front of him, and his eyes revealed some confusion. The other, after dodged him, had unexpectedly come back on his own. How did you do it? The old man asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian took out a storage ring and looked at the old man, saying, Sir, you first disguised your identity by setting up a stand as a trader in Jui City to get close to Breeze Pavilion so they would be familiar with you. After that, you stole the deity map but continued with your previously assumed identity of the trader, thinking that no one would have suspected you. However, you didn't expect Li Qingfeng to lock down the entire city, and with the arrival of cultivators from all sides, you knew that even if you stayed, you would not be able to take the deity map with you. Therefore, by way of transaction, you deposited the deity map into the storage ring and left a mark to keep track of it so that it might be retrieved at a later date. So you came here to find me, Yi Futian said slowly. Although the old man in front of him looked different from before, how could Yi Futian not recognize him as that Taoist monk Mu who had the bones of an immortal? So, does this mean you will return the thing to me? Taoist monk Mu fixed his eyes on Yi Futian and asked. He felt something was awry. He was convinced that there was no flaw in his setup. In his estimation, he should be able to take the deity map and have it finally returned to his possession. However, the Yi Futian that he encountered during the trade did not seem to be a simpleton. Not only did he dodge his track, but he had also pieced everything together correctly. Yi Futian's divine consciousness infiltrated the storage ring. The next moment, Taoist monk Mu found that the mark he made had disappeared. It had been erased by Yi Futian. The eyes of Taoist monk Mu sharpened. Yi Futian knew of the existence of the mark and was able to erase it, but he did not do that. He was waiting for him. What did it mean? Sir, there is no reason to take back a thing that was given, Yi Futian said lightly. Taoist monk Mu's plan was indeed superb. He was using someone from the outside to even the odds. If it weren't Yi Futian that he encountered, most likely the deity map would finally be returned to him. However, Taoist monk Mu seemed to be out of luck. The person he met was Yi Futian. Therefore, he was destined to be disappointed. Did he really expect to get the deity map back from Yi Futian? Obviously, it's an impossibility. What if I insist on taking it back? Taoist monk Mu's tone changed. He had paid a lot for this deity map, but now he may have inadvertently given it away. Chapter 25 Conquer. Must he take it back? Yi Futian looked at Taoist monk Mu and said with a smile, "You may certainly give it a try, sir." "Very good." Taoist monk Mu nodded. As soon he finished speaking, this area of the sea was suddenly enveloped by flames, turning it into a domain of fire. This was a domain of blue and green fire, all around Taoist monk Mu. These bluish-green flames turned into a lotus of the same color. Above the lotus, strands of ethereal aura of the divine flames shrouded this boundless space and swooped towards Yi Futian. "This is forged by my life spirit. My comprehension of the flaming great path is integrated into it. It is called the fire of creation, this being the green lotus of creation, possessing the power of creation that could continue procreating. Although it is not yet a mature enough technique, the power it possesses is considerable. If you have really cultivated to the ninth realm, you will be incinerated as soon as you touch it. It's not too late for you to return the deity map to me now. I can still let you live," Taoist monk Mu said. Yi Futian felt the fire of the green lotus of creation and knew that it was the fire of tribulation. After having survived the divine tribulation of the great path, he integrated his own comprehension of the flaming great path and forged this fire of creation. Indeed, it had the potential to be stronger in the future, but it required an opportunity, as well as the baptisms of other divine flames between heaven and earth. "Sir, rather than using it to kill, this fire may be more suitable for alchemy," Yi Futian said. "How about I make a wager with you?" Taoist monk Mu looked a little surprised as he stared at Yi Futian. This young man looked calm and confident, with absolutely no change in his expression when facing the domain of fire. It seemed as if he was not afraid of it at all. "What are you wagering?" Taoist monk Mu asked as his eyes fixed on Yi Futian. "I will bathe in your fire. If I can't bear it, I will return the deity map to you. In addition, I will gift you the shadow and solar true fire," Yi Futian replied. "The shadow and solar true fire?" Taoist monk Mu stared at Yi Futian. "Who are you?" "Let's talk about the stakes at hand for now. So how about it?" Yi Futian did not respond directly. To bathe in the green lotus with flesh without resorting to external forces or other treasures to resist. Taoist monk Mu mused as he looked at Yi Futian. These words were too preposterous. Could someone in the ninth realm really make such a wager? "Yes," Yi Futian nodded. "Very well," Taoist monk Mu agreed with a nod. "You are not asking what will happen if I win. If you win, then I am clearly not capable enough and will be at your mercy anyway. What else can I do?" Taoist monk Mu replied. Yi Futian smiled because this was indeed the case. If he could bath in the lotus of creation, then the outcome of this battle couldn't have been clearer. What other conditions could there be? "Please go ahead," Yi Futian said. Taoist monk Mu stared at Yi Futian. This arrogant, white-haired young man, the green lotus of creation under him, flew out towards Yi Futian. It settled beneath Yi Futian, and the lotus bloomed around Yi Futian until it wrapped his entire body within. Suddenly, the divine flames from the lotus of creation enveloped Yi Futian's body, trying to swallow him. Yi Futian, just as he had said, stood there without moving. He was bathing in the fire from the lotus of creation, his body radiant beyond description. The divine light flowed upon him like a divine body of the great path, immortal and indestructible. The divine fire invaded and penetrated his body, but Yi Futian's expression remained unchanged as he stood there unscathed. The flowing divine light of the great path actually seemed to swallow up strands of divine fire, so that the divine flames from the lotus of creation surged into his body, as if tempering and nourishing him instead. There was a change in the eyes of Taoist monk Mu. He looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and saw that even his head of white hair seemed to have transformed into the great path, impervious to the divine flames. This kind of ability shocked him to his core, because even Li Qingfeng, the pavilion master of the Breeze Pavilion, would absolutely dare not do the same, as he would no doubt be burned to death. In their battle, he used only his powerful swordsmanship to suppress Taoist monk Mu. But this white-haired young man dared to stand there like this. Moreover, in his perception, the opponent's cultivation was only in the Renhuang of the Ninth Realm. So how did he do it? Taoist monk Mu thought his setup was meticulous and well calculated. To find the deity map, he was willing to take tremendous risks. If Li Qingfeng was not so sensible, he might have already slaughtered him. He concealed the deity map while trading and had left a mark on the trader in order to retrieve it after the storm had passed over. However, it seemed that he had picked the one cultivator he should not have been trading with. What do you think? Yi Futian smiled and asked Taoist monk Mu. Taoist monk Mu stared at the handsome man before him, and the flames on his body grew stronger as the lotus of creation was still expanding. The monstrous divine flames submerged Yi Futian's body, burying him inside the fire. It was as if all this was refining Yi Futian's body. But even so, the fire still could not touch Yi Futian's body. His body of flesh and blood was like a divine body, impervious to the flames of the great path. At this moment, Taoist monk Mu understood that the strength of this youngster had far surpassed himself. He could sit directly in the flames of the great path as if nothing was happening. How could Taoist monk Mu even continue to fight this battle? The reason why Yi Futian dared to make this wager was due to none other than his confidence in the divine body. His physical body was cast by the divine body of Xinjiao, the great emperor, through his own comprehension. He had been baptized numerous times by the divine tribulation. This body of his was one of his strongest methods. He has also been bathed in the flames of rules, with the shadow and solar true fire still inside his body, so he was pretty confident he could take on the power of this flaming great path with his body. He could even devour the fire of the lotus of creation. Taoist monk Mu looked deeply at Yi Futian and knew that he had lost. And he had lost miserably and completely. Buzz! In just a flash, Taoist monk Mu disappeared from where he was without a trace. He had chosen to escape. The fire surrounding Yi Futian thinned out into just wisps of divine fire, then dissipated altogether with the disappearance of Taoist monk Mu. Obviously, Taoist monk Mu did not want to fulfill his part of the bargain, so if he could leave, he would. But Yi Futian merely revealed a cold smile as his figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. He reappeared directly behind Taoist monk Mu, not too far away. When Taoist monk Mu sensed the presence behind him, his face changed slightly. He took a step forward, moving like flowing water, leaving countless afterimages in the void. He was like a gray stream flowing between heaven and earth. Yi Futian's body disappeared from where he was again. Taoist monk Mu had very powerful methods and was an expert at speed. His ability to escape and camouflage was second to none. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Futian, who had cultivated Buddhist celerity. The two of them shuttled continuously upon the sea with extreme speed. Taoist monk Mu fled for some time. He found that he could not get rid of Yi Futian. At this time, however, a figure in white directly blocked in front of him, and Taoist monk Mu changed his location immediately. Nonetheless, Yi Futian appeared in front of him once again. After the same thing repeated several consecutive times, Taoist monk Mu finally stopped and did not run away again. He looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said, "I didn't expect that I would fall into the hands of a youngster. Who are you?" Yi Futian, from the original realm. Yi Futian responded. Taoist monk Mu was stunned. Clearly, he had heard of this name before. When he was in Jiui City, he heard that Yi Futian had slaughtered Zhong Yao. But because he was not concentrated on anything but the deity map at the time, he didn't pay too much attention, or else he would have guessed Yi Futian's true identity a long time ago. It's well deserved, Taoist monk Mu said with a smile. What do you want in return? Your cultivation is exceptional, and I especially appreciate the fact that you are a grandmaster of alchemy. I would like to invite you to join me at Ziwei Segmentum in the original realm. What do you think? Yi Futian said. Taoist monk Mu was taken aback, looking at Yi Futian. He thought he truly deserved the reputation of being the #1 genius talent in the original realm. You want me to follow you, obey your order? Taoist monk Mu asked. I did not say that, but if you want to see this way, I have nothing else to add, responded Yi Futian. I have been as free as the clouds all these years, and have been cultivating on my own for countless years. I have traveled all over the West Sea, and am accustomed to moving about freely. I don't much like to be constrained by others. If I wanted to join other forces, I would have done it a long time ago, and am not waiting until now. I am afraid I cannot comply with what you are asking of me, replied Taoist monk Mu. Fine, Yi Futian said. As soon as his voice fell, this area of the sea was covered by a terrifying aura of the great path that directly overpowered and sealed the area shut. A murderous intent flashed across Yi Futian's eyes as a terrible coercion pressed down on this space, shrouding Taoist monk Mu completely. At this moment, an extremely powerful murderous intent emerged from this handsome, white-haired young man. What do you want? Taoist monk Mu fixed his eyes on Yi Futian. You used me to hide the deity map, and if my cultivation were weaker, perhaps my life would be forfeited. Now, you are the only one who knows that I have the deity map, and you ask me what I want to do. Yi Futian continued. What's more, when I hunted and killed Zhong Yao, it was so that my true strength could be concealed. Until this day, no one knows the strength I really possess. But now you know, so what do you think I am going to do? Suddenly, Taoist monk Mu didn't feel so well, and his face had a terrible look on it. No matter how he looked at it, Yi Futian had to get rid of him based on these 2 points. It was completely understandable, too. If he were standing in Yi Futian's shoes, he would do the same, and that was to silence him. As soon as his voice faded, a horrific murderous intent swept out. Divine swords lined up in the sky, all pointing at Taoist monk Mu. Taoist monk Mu looked up and felt this terrifying coercion. His heart was beating fast. He obviously knew that Yi Futian was not joking. I can refine some pills for you, Taoist monk Mu quickly replied. Refining pills? Yi Futian laughed coldly. The divine light of the sun and moon appeared above the firmament, as the shadow/solar power descended on this space at the same time. He said, I am also an alchemist myself. Why else would I bother looking for the deity map? I wanted to recruit you into the Ziwei Segmentum not because you are indispensable, but because I need to spend more time on cultivation instead of alchemy. I thought I could work with you to improve your alchemical abilities after we find the Celestial Mountain and let you be the one responsible for matters in alchemy. I thought it was a win-win proposition, but you thought it was because I need some pills? His voice resounded throughout the void. Taoist monk Mu's heart trembled. Even his mind was destabilized, and his will shook because of Yi Futian's words. Taoist monk Mu had lived for a long time, but he had never seen such a terrifying individual. Although Li Qingfeng was powerful, he was nothing like Yi Futian. Work with Li Qingfeng or Yi Futian, which one of them was stronger? Yi Futian did not just frighten him, but also appealed to his greed with the promise of searching for the Celestial Mountain, improving his alchemical strength, and entrusting him with alchemical matters. Therefore, he did not have the slightest doubt as to what Yi Futian said. From a logical standpoint, it was a flawless argument. Yi Futian could have easily killed him already, and he didn't because he had value to be used. Boom! The divine swords fell down, and the murderous intent shot to the sky. Yi Futian had a sharp murderous intent in his eyes as well. It seemed as if he was ready to deliver the final blow. Taoist monk Mu's heart palpitated as he said, "I submit." Buzz. The divine sword slammed down, causing Taoist monk Mu's expression to change to shock. The aura of the Great Path exploded on his body as the lotus of creation flew towards the divine swords, blocking their attack. However, he stared at Yi Futian in fright. If he was determined to kill him, why talk to him at all? "You agreed to my wager, but you broke your promise and evaded me. Now you reluctantly agree under the threat of death. How can I trust you?" Yi Futian said as the divine swords continued to fall down, aiming squarely at Taoist monk Mu. At this moment, Taoist monk Mu finally realized that Yi Futian was so aggressive because he was truly moved to kill. If he failed to give this man a satisfactory answer, he would most certainly die on the West Sea today. "I hereby swear that I am willing to follow you," Taoist monk Mu said loudly. "If you still don't believe me, you can look inside my memories and learn of my secrets. Then you will know the true from the false." When Yi Futian heard him, his divine consciousness stopped its downward motion, but the murderous intent on his body was still potent. He floated forward, stopped in front of Taoist monk Mu. He said coldly, "Loosen up your consciousness." With that, his divine consciousness pierced into Taoist monk Mu's brow chakra, and suddenly, Taoist monk Mu's memory was revealed to him. After a while, Yi Futian retracted his divine consciousness and withdrew from the memory of Taoist monk Mu. He sneered inside. As expected, under the threat of death and temptation, there was always an opportunity to bargain. It turned out that Taoist monk Mu still had family somewhere, but no one knew of them. He had hidden it deep inside. The divine swords dissipated, as well as the murderous intent. Over the West Sea, the sea breeze passed through as the sun shone on the sparkling surface of the sea. Everything returned to normal, and the sun was warm and peaceful. "If you had agreed sooner, it would have saved us a lot of trouble," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Let's wish us both a happy and successful partnership." Taoist monk Mu looked at Yi Futian's handsome visage, with a smile on his face like a spring breeze, but he felt a chill in his heart. He was, in fact, a little afraid of Yi Futian. The young man in front of him was more terrifying than many older guys he had seen. None of them were even close to this man. This time he lost fair and square, but now he had no more thoughts of disloyalty. "I don't dare to call it a partnership, but I should try my best to assist Ren Huangyi." Taoist monk Mu knew his place well. Although the person in front of him was younger, he was more than just a little bit stronger than Taoist monk Mu. Since he had agreed to stand down, it was only natural for him to recognize their positions in relation to one another and behave accordingly. Yi Futian looked deeply at Taoist monk Mu and didn't mind it. He smiled and said, "Please forgive me if I offended you, but I had to do it. I don't have much choice in the cultivation world, as a wrong step was a matter of life and death. Now that we are working together, we will join hands to find the ancient imperial celestial mountain, and I will help you to become a top alchemy grandmaster." "I understand." Taoist monk Mu nodded and replied. Chapter 25-26 Yi Futian's Ambition. On this trip to the West Sea Domain, not only was he able to use the West Sea Domain Chief's manor as an example to deter the other principalities, but also now he had procured the deity map. He had also successfully recruited an alchemist of the Tribulation Plane. This was a trip full of rewards. However, Yi Futian was still not contented. Now, with the deity map in hand, if he could find the ancient imperial celestial mountain, he would have the opportunity to create the most powerful alchemy base camp in all of the divine prefecture, making Ziwe Segmentum a holy land for alchemy. As a result, the Ziwe Segmentum was bound to usher in another great transformation. Of course, even if he did not find the ancient imperial celestial mountain, Yi Futian would form a team of alchemists to help him in the efforts of refining elixirs of all sorts, thus expanding the power of the Ziwe Segmentum. Now that chaos abounds, the Ziwe Segmentum, in all its uniqueness, must strive to be even stronger in the face of all the powers of the world. You have been cultivating alchemy for many years. You must know a lot about the alchemy world. I want to assemble a team of alchemists. Can you help me? Yi Futian said to Taoist monk Mu. I should do my best. It's just that alchemists are pretty arrogant by nature. If it is not for a compelling enough reason, they will not be easily recruited. However, if you can find the ancient imperial celestial mountain, it would be a great incentive to powerful alchemists and would easily attract a powerful group of alchemists to serve you, Taoist monk Mu said. Yi Futian nodded, recognizing that the man was telling the truth. If Taoist monk Mu hadn't tried to take advantage of Yi Futian, he would not be faced with the backlash and forced to submit to Yi Futian in the end. If it weren't by force, perhaps Taoist monk Mu would much rather die than surrender. Aside from that, I will also need some medicinal materials for refining pills, so I will need to trouble you with the matter of procuring them. Yi Futian continued. Also, previously in Joey City, did you and the pavilion master of Breeze Pavilion reach some kind of agreement? He knew very well that the pavilion master of Breeze Pavilion did not let Taoist monk Mu go so easily for no reason. The two had communicated through voice transmission, and they must have reached a tacit agreement. Just now, when he rifled through Taoist monk Mu's memory, he had seen something to that effect, although he did not specifically look for it. After all, Taoist monk Mu's memory was massive, so Yi Futian simply amplified some useful memory for extraction, those that could be used to make Taoist monk Mu comply. Taoist monk Mu nodded. I did reach a consensus with Li Qingfeng before. He let me go, and I will find the deity map, then work together to solve the mystery of the deity map and find the ancient imperial celestial mountain. He didn't dare to lie. Yi Futian had rifled through his memories, and he had no idea which ones Yi Futian looked at and which ones he didn't. He had no idea if Yi Futian was testing him. Yi Futian didn't doubt his words. He had seen the memories, and so it was certain that Taoist monk Mu would not dare to betray him. What's the mystery of the deity map? Yi Futian asked. Before, when I invaded it with my divine consciousness, what I saw was just a map. However, I can't seem to find the same exact place anywhere in the Western Sea domain. I wondered if it was because some islands had disappeared from the changes over time. Besides that, what else is there? Yes, there is. Taoist monk Mu nodded. I have been tracking the deity map for many years, and my elders told me that my ancestors were the survivors who once escaped the ancient imperial celestial mountain, so I was from the alchemical branch of the ancient celestial mountain. I have been looking for the whereabouts of the deity map all these years, until I traced it to the Breeze Pavilion. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He knew about this when he looked into Taoist monk Mu's memory, carefully discerning the identity of Taoist monk Mu. Although the specifics could no longer be ascertained, it was true that this man had a deep obsession with alchemy. He also had a strong desire to seek the deity map and the ancient imperial celestial mountain. Taoist monk Mu waved his hand, and this part of the sea was immediately sealed off. He said to Yi Futian, Ren Huangyi, please take out the deity map for a demonstration. Yi Futian nodded as he stretched out his hand and waved. Suddenly, the deity map was suspended in the air. The divine consciousness of Taoist monk Mu directly invaded inside the deity map, as a splendid picture immediately appeared in the air. In an area above the sea, many celestial mountains emerged. A ray of light shot out of Taoist monk Mu's eyes, and the deity map suddenly zoomed in. After a while, it seemed to have turned into an unusual treasure, covering the sky and the sun, much like an implement or a magical artifact. This surprised Yi Futian. He was a little hasty when he examined the deity map before and had not had the time to study it carefully. Was this deity map this unusual? Buzz. At this moment, a flame of the great path appeared beneath the deity map. It was the green lotus of creation. However, even such a terrible divine fire could not inflict any signs of damage to the deity map to indicate that it was burned. On the contrary, the flames spread and flowed on the deity map, gradually spreading to the entire map. Boom! The violent sound roared from the divine fire as the flame of the great path burning on the deity map. The map turned into something else with the help of the divine fire. Under the illumination of the divine fire, and as its light shone on the sea, a mountain-shaped fire appeared in the middle, as an endless flame of the great path gathered there, turning into a mountain. Yi Futian was quite surprised when he witnessed this sight. His heart palpitated slightly faster as his eyes beheld the magnificent spectacle in front of him. It was truly incredible. It seemed that what he had thought of the deity map before was far too simplistic. Deity map may not be just a map, but it may be the key to unlock the ancient imperial celestial mountain, Taoist monk Mu remarked to Yi Futian. So, you had no plan to go back and work with the pavilion master of the Breeze Pavilion? Yi Futian asked. Depending on the situation. If I can't solve it by myself, I might. But if I can do it alone, why should I ask him for help? Although the treasures that I surrendered to him are very precious indeed, they're not worth mentioning compared to the ancient imperial celestial mountain, said Taoist monk Mu. Yi Futian looked deeply at the other man. This Taoist monk Mu was extremely cunning and ambitious. Although his strength was lacking, he was an expert at alchemy and concealment, which made up for the lack. He was definitely a powerful character. If it wasn't that he ran into Yi Futian by mistake, Taoist monk Mu had good odds in solving this mystery. It was a pity that this old guy ran into him. However, the more capable he found Taoist monk Mu to be, the happier Yi Futian was. This meant that he would be making greater contributions to the Ziwei segmentum. This kind of old monster was no gentle creature. He was a crafty trickster, meaning the map is still a map, but the deity map itself may also be the key. No wonder the pavilion master of the Breeze Pavilion went through the trouble of shutting down the whole city to search and retrieve it. If it is just a map, duplicates can easily be made, Yi Futian whispered. If so, Li Qingfeng could act much more quietly without turning it into such a big deal so that everyone knew about it now. He didn't have a choice. Losing the deity map meant that he could not unlock the secrets of the ancient imperial celestial mountain. Precisely, said Taoist Mu. Then the flames of the great path and his divine consciousness dissipated as the deity map returned to how it looked before, floating in the air. Taoist monk Mu looked at Yi Futian and said, Ren Huangyi, you can put it away now. Although there were some conflicts between us before, now that you are one of us, you don't have to be so formal. You can call me by my name. Yi Futian waved his hand to put away the deity map, addressing Taoist monk Mu at the same time. Taoist monk Mu thought about it for a moment, then said, Ren Huangyi is the lord of Ziwei segmentum, the palace lord of its imperial palace. Now that I have joined Ziwei segmentum and become a member, I will address you as Palace Lord Yi. Very well. Yi Futian didn't say anything more and merely nodded. He said, You are an expert in disguise and concealment. Follow me to Jiui, Celestial Mountain again. Yes, Palace Lord. Taoist monk Mu didn't ask any questions, but followed the order readily enough. He seemed to hit the ground running. The truth was that he had tried resisting before, but as he was defeated soundly and agreed to submit, the only thing left for him to do was to put down his pride and do what he was supposed to do. Let's go. Yi Futian did not bother correcting him as the two returned to Jiui, Celestial Mountain. At Jiui Celestial Mountain, Yi Futian and Taoist monk Mu did not arrive at the same time. They were moving separately. At this time, Yi Futian appeared in Jiui City, but Taoist monk Mu had changed his identity. Yi Futian had instructed him to collect medicinal materials for alchemy on Yi Futian's behalf and befriend some alchemists. With Taoist monk Mu's ability, this was not a challenge. He knew that Yi Futian was preparing to form an army of alchemists. Once he found the ancient imperial celestial mountain, he would have the opportunity to make the Ziwei segmentum the premier holy land for alchemy. Yi Futian had something else to do. He was standing on an ancient peak, and a middle-aged Renhuang was standing not far away from him. He said, "Renhuang Yi is looking for us." "How long before goddess Qiyao gets here?" Yi Futian asked. "Shi Qiyao should be arriving soon." "Soon. The goddess has already entered Jiui Celestial Mountain, and it will not take her long to come to Jiui City," the other man responded via voice transmission. "Very well, I'll wait for her here," Yi Futian replied. "I understand." The man nodded, then turned to leave. Yi Futian proceeded to sit cross-legged and started to cultivate. After a while, a group of people came, and the person in the lead was beautiful beyond description. It was Shi Qiyao, the goddess of West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian opened his eyes, then got up. Shi Qiyao smiled brightly and said through voice transmission, "You got it!" Yi Futian glanced at Shi Qiyao, but did not deny it. Instead, he asked via voice transmission, "How did you know?" "Taoist monk Mu has traded with you before. This man is pretty clever. He probably wanted to use you to move the item outside undetected by others. Li Qingfeng was fooled by it, and he almost succeeded. Too bad he met you." Shi Qiyao smiled. "How is Taoist monk Mu now?" Although Shi Qiyao was not there, she seemed to have witnessed everything with her own eyes and put the pieces together correctly. This future heir of the West Imperial Palace clearly had more than just talent. He decided to join the Ziwei segmentum, Yi Futian replied. "My compliments," said Shi Qiyao. "It seems that Renhuang Yi wants to gather a group of alchemy masters. If you ever find the ancient imperial celestial mountain—" "That's where I need Goddess Qiao's help," Yi Futian said bluntly. "There are some deficiencies in the deity map, and I'm guessing it's probably because of some historical or geographical changes. I need every map of the West Sea domain from each generation. The more detailed, the better." The West Imperial Palace was regarded as one of the oldest principalities in the West Sea domain. If anyone could come up with every version of the map depicting the West Sea domain over the years, the West Imperial Palace would definitely be one of them. These items should be kept in their archives. Shi Qiyao looked at Yi Futian with those beautiful eyes of hers and nodded earnestly. "I will try my best. If Renhuang Yi believes in me, why not go to the West Imperial Palace in person, and we can solve the secret of the deity map together?" Chapter 25-27 Made Public. Yi Futian was somewhat hesitant. He looked into Shi Qiao's eyes. She had a calm expression, and her smile was comforting. The West Imperial Palace was the overlord of the West Sea domain. Its history spanned for decades, and its teachings were unfathomable. Yi Futian speculated that the West Imperial Palace was stronger than the West Sea domain chief's manor. Moreover, its ability most likely far surpassed that of the West Domain Chief's manor. Chief Shihai aimed to weaken West Imperial Palace's status, but in reality his goal would probably remain a dream. The current ancient god clan would not simply reveal all their trump cards to others. If Yi Futian entered West Imperial Palace, and the latter planned to harm him, he would most likely not be able to escape even with his proficiency in celerity. He had faith in Shi Qiyao, but he did not trust the cultivators in the West Imperial Palace entirely. Even if Shi Qiyao did not have any ill intention towards him, what would happen if other elders in West Imperial Palace had different ideas? The consequences might be fatal. After all, the West Imperial Palace was still part of the forces of the Divine Prefecture. Besides that, Yi Futian carried the teachings of a few great emperors with him. He couldn't be sure that everyone in the West Imperial Palace had no intention of harming him. Yi Futian said, "I appreciate Goddess Chiao's offer, but I will politely decline. Naturally, I have faith in you. That's why I'm willing to send a copy of the deity map to the West Imperial Palace. You can bring the copy back to the palace and use it to locate the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. I still have other matters to attend to in Jui City, so I will not follow you back to the palace." Now, his safety was not just about himself. It affected the entire Ziwei segmentum. If anything happened to him, the Ziwei segmentum would be crushed. All his loved ones and friends would face annihilation. This was something he would not accept. Hence, his safety was his priority all the time. Shi Qiyao was clever, so she naturally understood Yi Futian's way of thinking. She could also understand where he was coming from. She smiled and said, "All right, I will also accompany Ren Huangyi and remain in Jui City. If you need any assistance, I may be able to lend a hand. I will order the deity map to be sent to the West Imperial Palace. Once they figure out the location of the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain, we will then head over there together." "Many thanks, Goddess Qiyao," Yi Futian said. "Since we are allies, this is not just your affair. It is also the affair of the West Imperial Palace," replied Shi Qiyao with a smile. Yi Futian did not elaborate further. He said, "I will make a copy of the deity map. Goddess Qiyao, please wait a moment." "All right," replied Shi Qiyao as she nodded. Yi Futian's figure immediately disappeared from where he stood. The deity map itself was a key. It did not matter even if he handed over the copy of the deity map to West Imperial Palace. Since both sides had become allies, this should be done. He also needed to rely on West Imperial Palace to locate the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. Shi Qiyao waited quietly as she stood on the mountain peak. Behind her, an elder said, "It seems that he still does not trust you. If you were in his shoes, could you trust me?" Shi Qiyao responded with a smile. "The cultivation world is full of intrigue and deceit. The hearts of men are unpredictable. He has the teachings of so many great emperors. Countless people in the divine prefecture wish to get him with whatever means necessary. The fate of the Ziwei segmentum rests on his shoulders. How can he possibly put himself at risk?" The elder nodded his head and said, "What you say is also true. With his talent, the inheritances and treasures he possesses, as well as the deity map, now, even I would covet what he has. It is normal for him not to be trusting of others." "All men are greedy," Shi Qiyao said. "I am also the same. However, rather than coveting his present, I am more interested in his future. Rather than take all he has from him, why not be friends and help him grow?" The elder nodded in agreement. Such foresight was something ordinary people did not have. There was naturally a reason why Shi Qiyao was chosen as an heir of the ancient god clan. Not long after, Yi Futian returned. He made a copy of the deity map by carving it on a jade slip. He passed it to Shi Qiyao and said, "Goddess Qiyao, you'd better send it to West Imperial Palace with haste. I am worried that there will be changes to the current situation if we wait too long." "All right," responded Shi Qiyao as she nodded her head. She handed it over to a person behind her. Then a few of them immediately took to the skies and left. "Ren Huangyi, why don't we walk around and see whether we can find anything good?" Shi Qiyao invited Yi Futian. "Sure," replied Yi Futian as he nodded. The two of them walked together and headed over towards the trade market in Jui City. For the next few days, Yi Futian searched for things he needed in Jui City. They were primarily for alchemy purposes. As for other treasures, he mostly had no interest in them. After all, having the teachings of several great emperors, few techniques could catch his eye. They would also not appear in Jui City. Actually, Jui City was not as peaceful as it appeared to be on the surface. Many cultivators from the West Sea Domain and other regions keenly observed Jui City and the Breeze Pavilion. The Breeze Pavilion had been under a lot of pressure recently. At the moment, many cultivators were gathered at a gazebo in the Breeze Pavilion. Li Qingfeng was there, and the rest of the cultivators present all had strong auras. They were mysterious. "Pavilion Master, when do you plan to hand the thing over to us?" said one of them. His tone was unfriendly and threatening. The others also unleashed their might to pressure Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng had an indifferent expression. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Give me 3 days. I will give everyone what you want in 3 days." "All right. If that's the case, we'll wait for another 3 days." After saying this, the speaker left the gazebo. With a flash, the others also disappeared. They moved swiftly, and one could not trace where they went. Li Qingfeng stood in the gazebo with a cold look on his face. He gazed into the distance. Several cultivators entered the gazebo and bowed towards him. "Do you have any news from him?" Li Qingfeng asked. "Pavilion Master, we have not received any word from him," replied one of them. Li Qingfeng's expression turned even uglier. For the past few days he had been waiting for updates from Taoist Monk Mu. However, he had not heard from Taoist Monk Mu again after letting the other party go last time. It was as though Taoist Monk Mu had gone missing. A few days had passed. There should have been enough time for Taoist Monk Mu to come and meet Li Qingfeng after retrieving the deity map. Yet he had not done so. Clearly, Taoist Monk Mu intended to pocket the deity map without sharing it with anyone. "We'll wait a while longer," snorted Li Qingfeng. His facial expression was ugly beyond comparison. If Taoist Monk Mu planned to decipher the secret of the deity map alone, then Li Qingfeng would make sure that no one could obtain it in the end. 3 days later, shocking news spread from Jiui City. A duplicate of the deity map would be auctioned off by the Breeze Pavilion. At the same time, rumors were saying that the real deity map had been stolen by Taoist Monk Mu. As soon as this news got out, the entire Jiui City was shaken. This was the first time the Breeze Pavilion openly admitted to the existence of the deity map. Moreover, they were going to reveal it to the public. Since Taoist Monk Mu stole the real deity map, they only had a copy now that recorded the location of the celestial mountain. Countless cultivators rushed over to Jiui City. Almost all of the more powerful alchemy masters of the West Sea domain had gathered here. It was a grand occasion. The existence of the deity map was related to great emperor-level alchemy teachings. One could imagine how attractive this was for alchemy masters. In the present day, there were almost no top-tier alchemy grandmasters in the Divine Prefecture anymore. Yi Futian and Shi Qiyao received this news very quickly. However, this was not a surprise for Yi Futian. He had quickly sought out Shi Qiyao and copied the deity map for her to send back to West Imperial Palace because he was worried that such an incident would occur. Aside from the deity map itself being the key to opening the Celestial Mountain, it was also a map. If he could copy this map, Li Qingfeng could certainly do so as well. If Li Qingfeng was under pressure and could not find Taoist Monk Mu, it was possible that he would reveal the map to the public. Now, things played out the way Yi Futian expected. Fortunately, the accurate deity map was still in his possession. Should we head over to the Breeze Pavilion and take a look? Shi Qiyao asked Yi Futian. Right now, the deity map was about to be auctioned off. All the cultivators in Jiui City seemed to be rushing towards the Breeze Pavilion. Looking over there from where they stood, they could see crowds of people swarming the streets. At a glance, the streets from here to the Breeze Pavilion were filled with cultivators. There were also many incredible renhuangs in the sky. "It is meaningless," Yi Futian commented. "Since Li Qingfeng decided to make it public, he certainly plans to maximize the benefits he can obtain from it. Most likely, more than one copy of the deity map will be auctioned off." "Indeed," said Shi Qiyao as she nodded. His auctioning off one copy was no different from him exposing the map to the public. There was no way that anyone could keep it a secret. Auctioning off multiple copies would lead to the same result. If that was the case, why wouldn't he maximize his profits? For the top forces in the shadows, they certainly did not need to obtain the deity map through the auctions. Li Qingfeng might use them to decipher the location on the deity map together, Yi Futian continued. Hence, we need to make haste. Shi Qiyao nodded her head slightly and said, I have sent word back and asked them to pick up the pace. On West Imperial Palace's side, they have found many maps of the West Sea domain from different eras. They had already locked on a few targets, so the results should soon be out. All right, I hope that we can make it before everyone else, said Yi Futian as he nodded his head slightly. Although he held the real deity map and possessed the key to opening the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain, the cultivators from various forces would all make their way over if the location was made public. Once he opened it, the various cultivators would swoop in to snatch the treasures from him. He might end up delivering the spoils into the hands of others. Just as Yi Futian speculated, while a copy of the deity map was being auctioned in the Breeze Pavilion, at the same time in a courtyard of the Breeze Pavilion, many cultivators from the top forces were here. They had all obtained a copy of the deity map. Li Qingfeng looked at them and said, Everyone, once Taoist monk Mu knows about this, he will certainly attempt to decipher the map as soon as possible. Until now, the forces of West Imperial Palace have not come looking for me yet. I suspect that Taoist monk Mu might have sought the aid of West Imperial Palace. If that is the case, it might not be long before they decipher the location on the deity map. At such a critical junction, I hope that all of you will put aside your agendas, work together, and use our various resources to decipher the map's secrets. Only then can we find the location of the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain before Taoist monk Mu and head over to keep watch. That way, no matter who Taoist monk Mu is working with, he can only dream about keeping the secret of the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain to himself. If you knew that it would end up like this, what have you been doing all this while? Someone asked coldly. Now is not the time to complain. What Li Qingfeng said is right. Let's work together. Since West Imperial Palace did not come, I also speculate that Taoist monk Mu might have joined forces with them, said an elder. West Imperial Palace was the overlord of the West Sea domain. They had more favorable resources and support. The rest of them had to unite. Chapter 25-28 Celestial Mountain Under the Sea. Shi Qiyao quickly caught wind of what Li Qingfeng did in Jiui City. Even though Jiui City was not under the jurisdiction of West Imperial Palace, the palace had spies in the city. Shi Qiyao happened to be with Yi Futian right now, so she shared the news with him immediately. Shi Qiyao said, Things played out as you predicted. While copies of the deity maps were being auctioned off at high prices, Li Qingfeng revealed another copy of the map directly to all the top forces internally. They planned to join forces to decipher the location of the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. If those forces worked together, they might decipher the map faster than West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian was not surprised by this news. If he were Li Qingfeng, he would also choose to do so after failing to get any reply from Taoist monk Mu. Yi Futian replied, I have to trouble the cultivators of West Imperial Palace to work harder. Li Qingfeng and the others do not have the real deity map, but if they identify the location, things will become much harder for us. There will be a battle over the treasures. If we can decipher the location before them, then we can seize the teachings right away. I have urged my men a few times. They should be reaching a breakthrough soon, Shi Qiyao said. Yi Futian nodded and said no more. In the following days, the entire Jiui city was filled with all kinds of news about the deity map. Moreover, many duplicates of the deity map were circulated and made known to the public. The forces who got the copies of the deity map via auction knew that with their power alone, it was impossible for them to seize the treasures hidden in the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. Therefore, they traded their copies of the deity map with others in secret and created a commotion. Their goal was to fish for any available profit in troubled waters. As a result, copies of the deity map became readily available in Jiui City. The copies were spread around quickly, and in the end, almost everyone had a copy of the map. However, even though many people had the map, ordinary forces couldn't decipher the exact location of the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. The two key forces competing were West Imperial Palace and Li Qingfeng and his allies. The latter was formed from many forces. The former was the overlord of the West Sea domain. Although they were not in direct conflict, the race was on behind the scenes. They were competing to see who could decipher the deity map first. Today, on the mountain peak, Shi Qiyao suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Yi Futian, who was sitting cross-legged nearby and cultivating quietly. Ren Huang Yi, Shi Qiyao yelled over transmitted thoughts. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at her. He understood what she wanted to say with just a glance. Yi Futian immediately got up, and the two of them took to the skies. They set off without any hesitation. Then, silhouettes flew up one after another and followed them. After their group left, cultivators kept traversing the sky from different directions around Jiui City and pursuing them at extremely high speeds. The people in front were cultivators of West Imperial Palace. The people behind were from the top forces who arrived in Jiui City. It was obvious that before this, some forces already had their eyes on Shi Qiyao. Ren Huangyi, I'll share the location with you. You head there first, Shi Qiyao told Yi Futian through transmitted thoughts. There are people tailing us. You can get rid of them with your speed. Many of my cultivators are making their way over from West Imperial Palace. They might reach there before you. Please meet up with them after you arrive. I'll bring Goddess Qiyao along with me, Yi Futian said. With a flash, he came up beside Shi Qiyao. He grabbed her arm and said, bringing you along will slow down my celerity by a little, but we should still be fast enough to get rid of these people. The only downside is we will ditch your men here as well. That's fine, Shi Qiyao replied. As soon as she gave consent, their bodies disappeared from their original spots right away. Not long after Yi Futian and Shi Qiyao left Jiui City, in the breeze pavilion, Li Qingfeng and the others stood up from their seats frantically. Their eyes glittered with excitement as they stared at a point on the map. We have deciphered it, announced Li Qingfeng. The reason why Li Qingfeng and the top forces could decipher the location so fast was not because their alliances had better resources than West Imperial Palace. Instead, it was because Li Qingfeng had been studying the deity map even before it was made known to others. He had already made great progress in searching for the exact location corresponding to the mark labeled on the map. If the deity map had not been stolen, Li Qingfeng would have deciphered the location sooner or later. However, things had escalated to where they were now. Therefore, with Li Qingfeng's expertise and the aid of the various top forces, their alliance could unravel the secret so quickly. Let's go. One by one, the cultivators took to the sky and traversed across space. Their speed was astonishing. Like shadows flashing past, they disappeared in an instant. Countless people in Jiui City noticed that silhouettes took to the sky and left the breeze pavilion. The cultivators transformed into beams of flowing light. Such fast speed, exclaimed someone. Who are they, and where are they heading? Someone asked. Could it be related to the deity map? The crowd in Jiui City felt their hearts tremble in excitement. Had the secret of the deity map been deciphered? Li Qingfeng might have found the location labeled on the deity map. That might be why he took to the sky and left in a hurry. On the side of a mountain path, Taoist monk Mu raised his head and glanced in the direction where Li Qingfeng and his allies had headed. Then he packed up his stall and moved up the mountain path. At the same time, he took out an item. His will seeped into it, and he recorded a message in the item. It was a treasure used for communication. Taoist monk Mu utilized it to keep in touch with Yi Futian. He told Yi Futian what had happened here and asked him to be on his guard. Taoist monk Mu stole the deity map and searched for the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain for years. Unfortunately, he would most likely miss out on the adventure this time. However, he was fine with it. Currently, Yi Futian was working with West Imperial Palace. It would be sufficient as long as Yi Futian could achieve his goal. After that, Yi Futian would surely help Taoist monk Mu to improve his alchemy skill. Right now, Taoist monk Mu also had his own mission to carry out. Step by step, he advanced upwards, following the mountain path. His speed was not fast. It took a while before he arrived at the Breeze Pavilion. The Breeze Pavilion was very lively at the moment. Everyone broke into chatter. Many people looked far into the distance. They were still immersed in awe after the pavilion master left. They hoped that he would succeed. However, it was rather difficult. Voices of discussion rose from all around. Taoist monk Mu quietly listened to all of this. He then looked up at the sky and mumbled, "It is almost time." Li Qingfeng's group had already left for some time. They couldn't rush back. It would cause Li Qingfeng despair if he had to return and waste the time his group had already spent on the road. They were now heading over to intercept the other groups from seizing the treasures of the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. Rumble. A terrifying pressure enveloped the Breeze Pavilion. Taoist monk Mu walked step by step towards the pavilion. In an instant, the various cultivators in the pavilion felt their hearts tremble. They retracted their gazes and looked towards the figure who was slowly walking towards them. It was Taoist monk Mu. "Li Qingfeng took everything I owned. I can only seek the Breeze Pavilion for reimbursement." "Apologies for the offense," said Taoist monk Mu. This time he was taking things by force. How could he let such an opportunity slip past him? This time he would pillage the Breeze Pavilion clean. In a corner of the vast and endless West Sea, there were many islands. All the islands were barren and had no signs of humans ever landing on them. The worldly spiritual chi in this area seemed to be missing and was extremely thin. It was extremely unsuitable for cultivation. Even demonic beasts of the sea did not want to make their homes around this area. At that moment, a group of people arrived in this region. Their spiritual wills enveloped the domain, but they still could not detect anything out of the ordinary. These early birds were cultivators from West Imperial Palace. They opened up the final map and then glanced around at the surrounding region. The Celestial Mountain should be in this part of the sea. There was no error with their deduction. It was just that this region appeared too normal and appeared to be just a little corner of the endless West Sea. Few people would venture to this location. At that moment, another two silhouettes suddenly descended upon the area. This caused the crowd's expressions to turn slightly stern. However, when they made out who had arrived, they retracted their auras. "Qi Yao," someone called out. The two people who had arrived were Yi Futian and Qi Yao. Yi Futian glanced around at the surroundings. His spiritual will enveloped this part of the sea. A strange look flashed past in his eyes as he said, "This area actually appears so normal. The worldly spiritual chi in this area is extremely thin, and there are no traces of humans around. No wonder no one noticed this place. Was this the location marked on the deity map?" He glanced at Qi Yao. She nodded slightly at him. Yi Futian did not say any more. He took out the true deity map, and his spiritual will seeped into it. The deity map instantly emitted a bright light, and a projection of a region of the sea appeared. Yi Futian shifted his thoughts, and the deity map immediately expanded frenziedly. It blocked out the sun and covered this part of the sea. Qi Yao looked up at the projection of the sea shown on the deity map as her heart trembled slightly. This projection actually matched the region of the sea before their eyes. The only difference was that the islands on the map were like enchanted islands, but they appeared extremely ordinary in reality. Buzz! Beneath the deity map, flames of the way emerged. In an instant, the deity map was lit by a frightening divine halo of flame. It was as though the map was made of flame. Beams of divine light shone down and pointed towards the surrounding islands. The light covered the sea directly. Yi Futian's group quietly watched as this miraculous scene played out. The sea was boiling. The divine flames released from the deity map landed on the surrounding islands and set them ablaze. Even some islands that had been lost to the passage of time also appeared as islands of flame. A frightening, sizzling sound could be heard as the seawater boiled. This part of the sea evaporated. Beneath the dried-up sea, countless patterns of flame lit up and resonated with the deity map in the sky. As the patterns appeared, a seal was unlocked in this part of the sea with unfathomable depth. An intense rumble could be heard, and the sea parted in the middle. Deity mist appeared. An extremely thick, worldly spiritual chi spread outwards, emanating from the bottom of the sea. A celestial mountain appeared at the bottom of the dried-up sea, causing the surrounding sea to roar violently. No wonder the worldly spiritual chi here was so thin, it had been completely consumed. Futian thought to himself when he saw the scene. Their hearts were beating fast. A celestial mountain was sealed within this part of the sea. How powerful was the person who managed to do this? As the deity mist spread out, the celestial mountain emerged from the sea. It grew larger, as though what had appeared before was merely the tip of the celestial mountain. Futian and the others retreated upwards. The mountain continued to rise. From under the sea, a celestial mountain rose up. Chapter 25-29. The Deity Island and the Divine Matrix. There was a boundless deity mist. The celestial mountain rose from the sea, showed up above the sea, and transformed into a deity island. It was a giant deity island. With their bodies suspended over it, Futian and others could feel the vast, worldly spiritual chi enveloping the celestial mountain, which they were breathing greedily. They took a step forward one after another, ready to go onto the celestial mountain to find the relics of the ancient emperor. Hold up. A voice came, leaving them dumbstruck. They looked back at Qiao. Qiao, now that the celestial mountain showed up, we should hurry up, said an old man. Everyone, stay at the periphery of the celestial mountain. Deploy the raindrop divine matrix to isolate the mountain from the outside world, said Qiao. Her order puzzled the practitioners from the West Imperial Palace. They all looked at her with confused faces. At such a timing, everyone wanted to go on to the celestial mountain to find the relics of the ancient emperor. It was a fantastic opportunity. If they stayed here to deploy the raindrop divine matrix, who would go on to the celestial mountain? I've got news from Joey City. Many people set off from the Breeze Pavilion. They should have decoded the address, too, and will find this place very soon. Ren Huang Yi is good at decoding relics. He and I will go and look for the deity's traces. You stay here to deploy the raindrop divine matrix. Don't let anyone disturb us, added Qiao. Many people remained perplexed. They were all practitioners from the West Imperial Palace, and Qiao was the goddess of the West Imperial Palace. However, she was going to send Futian to decode the relics. Although she would go with him, everyone knew she was not a rival for Futian. They were not even comparable in terms of strength, so it meant the relics on the Celestial Mountain were basically Futian's. Why was she helping an outsider? The inheritance of the Elixir Emperor could be on the Celestial Mountain. It was exactly what the Divine Prefecture needed. If the West Imperial Palace could get it, they would grow more powerful. She should not give up such a great opportunity to a stranger, no matter what reason she had. And they would deploy a formation to help Futian. That did not make any sense. Qiao, I'm afraid I disagree. We will go to look for the relics right now, said an awe-inspiring middle-aged man in the tone of a senior. It was Qiao's uncle. Qiao was the goddess, but her position in the family hierarchy was not high. Many seniors had come with her this time. I am not discussing with you, uncle. As the goddess, I order you to deploy the raindrop divine matrix. An unusual light showed up in Qiao's eyes, which looked the same as the West Emperor's eyes. She glanced over the powerhouses of the West Imperial Palace. He is the enemy of the Divine Prefecture. How dare you collaborate with him so brazenly? Shi Qiao's uncle was still very reluctant to follow her order. "Start now. Otherwise, all of you will be punished according to the rules of the clan after we go back to the imperial palace," shouted Shi Qiao, pushy and awe-inspiring. She did not even let her uncle finish speaking. That gentle and pretty woman, always wearing a smile on her face, was iron-willed, tough, awe-inspiring, and bossy at the moment. She did not allow any questions for her order. "Do as she ordered," said the old man behind Shi Qiao. "Fine," responded Shi Qiao's uncle, gnashing his teeth. The others also nodded and started to work. Some of them trusted Shi Qiao, but many people were following her order reluctantly. She was the most powerful heir to the West Emperor, the goddess chosen by the West Imperial Palace. Even seniors would have to fulfill her order. The Lord of the West Imperial Palace once announced that Shi Qiao could order anyone in the clan except him, that anyone that refused to follow her order would be regarded as a traitor of the West Imperial Palace. All of his powers would be removed according to the rules of the clan. No one knew why that old man trusted and spoiled Shi Qiao so much despite her young age. When all that had been done, Shi Qiao said to Yi Futian, "Come on, let's go on to the Celestial Mountain." Yi Futian had been watching the whole time. It all happened in a very short while. Shi Qiao's brief but powerful speech showed him the other side of hers and left him in shock too. The successor that the ancient god clan had chosen was quite sophisticated. He could hardly believe it was the same gentle and pretty woman he knew that had acted so toughly. He was right. "That move will offend many forces," said Yi Futian. He was the common enemy of the divine prefecture. Shi Qiao had made it clear that she would not help him explicitly. However, what she did contradicted what she said. She told the practitioners of the West Imperial Palace to deploy the Raindrop Divine Matrix to help him. "We don't have much time. Other forces are already on their way." "We have to be quick," Shi Qiao said. "And I am not just helping you. Don't forget we are allies. I have a share too." Yi Futian looked at Shi Qiao, who was next to him. She was smiling with her eyes as gentle as water. It was the old her again. "Stop thinking about those people. What's urgent now is find the ancient emperor's relics on the Celestial Mountain and take them away as quickly as we can," added Shi Qiao. Yi Futian gave her a nod. He looked at the Celestial Mountain below them while releasing his divine consciousness to shroud the deity island. The breeze pavilion was surprisingly fast, so they had to make it quick indeed, find what he wanted as fast as he could and then leave. As long as he could get what he wanted, there would be no more concerns because no one was fast enough to catch up with him. And he would go as far as he could. The Celestial Mountain was covered with verdant ancient trees full of the energy of life. Despite having most of it in the sea, it was still giving off a strong vibe full of life and being nourished by the worldly spiritual qi. These herbs and trees all have a soul. They are celestial herbs and trees, very precious, said Yi Futian in a low voice, looking at the plants on the deity island. They were all precious medicinal materials, rarely seen in the outer realms. They were the real treasures. However, they were everywhere on the Celestial Mountain. The deity island was a treasure trove itself. 9 spirits, herbs, trees of life, celestial vines. Looking down, Shi Qiao glanced over with her divine consciousness and recognized many rare herbs and trees. An exotic light flashed across her pretty eyes. If she could take some of those away, she would own a treasure trove full of resources she could use to refine elixirs. Don't touch anything yet. We still need to find the relics of the ancient emperor first. Yi Futian restrained his greediness. It was not time yet. If they touched anything here and failed to find the relics, as a result, they would regret it a lot. Have you found anything? Asked Shi Qiao. Her divine consciousness covered every inch of the Celestial Mountain, but she found nothing. There was nothing special. No. Yi Futian shook his head. Just like Shi Qiao, his divine consciousness shrouded the whole Celestial Mountain, but he only saw the precious plants over the mountain. There are only plenty of precious spirit herbs and trees on the legendary deity island, but no inheritance of the ancient emperor. An assumption entered his mind. Everything here is precious and priceless, but if that was all, he would still feel disappointed. He wanted more than that. Both of them were searching using their divine consciousness. Shi Qiao frowned. There are always many rumors about this deity island, but maybe it's just where the successors to the great emperor planted medicinal herbs? Maybe there is no inheritance at all. Next to her, Futian suddenly put on a bizarre look. His eyes seemed to be able to look beyond the emptiness and see the truth. He seemed to detect something. Shi Qiao looked down and her eyes changed too. They looked like the eyes of the West Emperor. However, she detected nothing. She still did not see anything special. Elixirs. Futian said one word. Shi Qiao looked at him. Looking at the celestial mountain down there, Futian said, the herbs and trees on the celestial mountain are all nourished by elixirs. Top alchemy masters used to cultivate on this island. They refined elixirs and used them to nourish the medicinal herbs here. Some of the medicinal herbs were even transformed from their elixirs. Reverse nurturing, said Shi Qiao in a low voice. I heard that some elixirs should go through ordeals called elixir tribulation after being refined. Such elixirs have a soul. Some special elixirs can be used to cultivate precious herbs, thus giving them the tribulation attribute. In this way, more high-grade elixirs will be refined. Soul. Futian repeated the word. He was still looking down and checking out every inch of the mountain. Then he closed his eyes and entered a serene status, reciting the Buddhist sutra to himself. A divine light shrouded Futian's body like the light of Buddha. Shi Qiao put on a shocked look. Standing next to Futian, she also felt a serenity at the bottom of her heart, as if she would be plunged into that status as well. At that moment, Futian did not seem to exist. The celestial mountain was the only thing in his world. He was feeling every tree, every herb, and every leaf on it. He was communicating with their souls. Buzz! Futian suddenly disappeared, which struck Shi Qiao dumb. She looked down and saw him show up somewhere on the deity island and stand there in silence. It was an opening where he was standing. There were only a few herbs in front of him. However, those unremarkable herbs were growing on the celestial mountain with other celestial herbs and divine trees, and around them there were no other plants. Shi Qiao landed there too. She darted an odd look at Futian and those herbs. Those herbs would doubtless be neglected on the celestial mountain because they had nothing special. Visitors of the mountain could even step on them unintentionally, but somehow Futian chose here to land and was staring at them. She did not know why, but she stood there quietly without posing any questions. Futian was stronger than she was. He must have his reason to do that. She would not have come here with him in the first place if she did not trust him. At this moment, beyond the deity island, a big group of powerful cultivators with dreadful auras flew across the air over the sea. Those were exactly the powerhouses from Jiwi City. We came too late. Looking ahead, they supposed it was not late after all. The Raindrop Divine Matrix. It's the West Imperial Palace indeed. Some of them saw a rain curtain instead of the deity island in front of them. That area was full of raindrops, and none of them had the nerve to rush into that world. The falling raindrops had extremely edgy energy in them, as if they were the sharpest blades in the world. It was the Raindrop Divine Matrix deployed by the West Imperial Palace. Chapter 2530, Looted and Left. The Raindrop Divine Matrix was an important killing formation of the West Imperial Palace. It was very powerful. Those powerhouses were all hesitating after arrival. They did not have the nerve to rush in recklessly. The celestial mountain of the ancient emperor is an inheritance from ancient times. Does the West Imperial Palace intend to have it to all yourselves by locking this place down? Said one of the powerful cultivators in a reproaching tone. His voice carried across the sea. However, there was no response from the raindrop divine matrix. The rain kept falling. It was the rain of killing. The West Sea Domain was the territory of the West Imperial Palace. Even though there was a domain chief's manor, the West Imperial Palace remained the most powerful force. The historical and cultural heritage of the ancient god clan was not something the domain chief's manor could compete with. Bang! They knew talking would not help. Exerting the powerful force of the great path of destruction, they launched attacks against the raindrop divine matrix. However, the attacks of the great path were frustrated and cracked as soon as they got into the raindrop divine matrix. Who is here leading the West Imperial Palace? An intimidating voice spoke at this moment. A formidable, thrusting thunder struck across the air and turned into a divine light of thunder punishment with the dreadful force of the divine retribution. It was suddenly very dark everywhere. Over the sea, a destructive disaster seemed to be about to occur. Many powerhouses looked up at the sky. It was a strong cultivator from the Yuanshire Palace of the Yuanshire Domain, a force of the ancient god clan that came to visit the West Sea Domain. Several forces of the ancient god clan showed up one after another in different directions. They surrounded the raindrop divine matrix with a dreadful might powerful enough to destroy the world. Except for the Donghuang Imperial Palace, the ancient god clan was the most powerful force in the divine prefecture. Forces as powerful as they were might be more eager for top alchemy methods and elixirs than for some inheritances of the great emperor. After all, the ancient god clan already had the most suitable emperor-level inheritances for themselves, and the way of alchemy might make them go farther and become the number one force below the Donghuang Imperial Palace. There were no top alchemy forces in the divine prefecture at the moment, but there were top forging forces. The Tianyan city, located in the Tianyan domain, was also a force of the ancient god clan. They were in an unshakable paramount position in the divine prefecture. The lord of the Tianyan city was a very pushy and bossy man. He once had the Heavenly Mandate Academy raised by lifting a hand of his. By then, the legendary inheritance of the Elixir Emperor from ancient times had shown up. Of course, he would compete for it. Again, no response came from the raindrop divine matrix. Well, we won't show any mercy then. A cold voice came from the sky again. The force of divine retribution descended into the divine matrix. The other powerhouses also acted, launching attacks against the raindrop divine matrix deployed by their peers from the West Imperial Palace, to whom they were overwhelmingly superior in number. Above the celestial mountain, rich, worldly spiritual chi shrouded the entire island. Despite the countless celestial herbs and divine trees there, Futian was sitting cross-legged in front of a few leaves of grass. Qi Yao was standing behind, not far away from him. She did not want to disturb him. Futian proved his ability to decode relics a long time ago. He could be said to be a relic killer, and she was inferior to him in all aspects. Therefore, Qi Yao certainly did not think she could find out the secret of the celestial mountain before he did. She knew what she could achieve and what she could not. She knew herself well, and she also knew Futian well. So, she decided to be simply an onlooker, and she ordered her men to deploy the divine matrix so that no one would disturb Futian. That would win him some time. He had a good chance to disclose the mystery of the celestial mountain before powerful cultivators from the outer realms intruded into here. With his eyes closed, Futian was in ultimate serenity. He was 100% focused. He perceived the stirring of the grass in a gentle breeze. Those leaves of grass seemed very fragile. It was as if they were just some weeds. However, Futian had sensed earlier that those grass leaves were the ones with the most powerful soul on the celestial mountain. If he had not been so sensitive or entered the state of meditative consciousness through the Buddhist doctrine, he would not have even perceived the soul. Besides, there were no other plants around the grasses, as if this was their territory and nothing had the nerve to compete against them. They were like kings in solitude. That made Yi Futian wonder, is it really just grass? In a state in which he totally forgot himself, Yi Futian was feeling the grass, trying to connect to the soul. However, except for a mysterious feeling, he had no finding at all. The grass leaves were stirring quietly in the breeze, as if they were just growing here like other plants, and there was nothing unusual. He used his perception, the divine consciousness and eyes, but he still could not detect anything unusual. However, Yi Futian did not believe he had made a mistake. The more so, the more extraordinary those grass leaves could be. Yi Futian did not give up. An aura of the great way spread from his body and toward the grass, trying to merge with them. But it still did not work. Yi Futian could sense the existence of that soul, but he vaguely felt it had not been completely awake yet, that it was still in sleep, and he was supposed to wake it up. The branches and leaves of an ancient tree showed up on the ground and extended to the grass. Yi Futian seemed to have transformed into a tree, and he was growing with it. Soon the tree took root. Its new branches and leaves surrounded the grass as if they had turned into one. The aura of life and the will of the great way kept flowing into them to nourish them and help them grow. The ancient tree of the world could hold anything in the world. He wanted to try whether that could work. What a wonderful aura! Shi Qiyao sensed the aura in Yi Futian. The force of the great way was incredibly flawless. In the outer realms, the raindrop divine matrix was shaken. The battle in the air seemed to have affected it. Shi Qiyao frowned. It seemed the enemy was attacking fiercely. She looked up at the sky, thinking it would not take long for the enemy to crack the raindrop divine matrix. Yi Futian would not be able to stay in such a state if he was disturbed. Then all of the efforts they had made would be wasted. "Stall them," said Shi Qiyao to the air, looking up. She knew the powerful cultivators of the West Imperial Palace could hear her and would try to buy Yi Futian more time. Those grass leaves were wreathed in some celestial light soon. They seemed to be growing. Green, luminous dots blossomed, and the grass leaves were growing taller and bigger. That's a powerful soul. Even Shi Qiyao perceived it at the moment. The growing grass leaves seemed psychic. They had a powerful soul. And Yi Futian was trying to wake the soul up. Could the herb even have intelligence? The light of Buddha was shining vaguely on Yi Futian, who was reciting the Buddhist sutra. The Sanskrit recital lingered in the air. The sound of it made Shi Qiyao feel like everything was growing, as if the earth was waking up and everything was full of life. The grass leaves kept stirring. As they grew taller, it seemed easier for the wind to break them, but that was not the case. Lights sparkled. Shi Qiyao sensed that soul had grown more powerful. The lights were even gathering, and it seemed to be a human that they were turning into. Oh, right. Shi Qiyao was stirred. She realized Yi Futian had found the right thing indeed. Those grass leaves were turning into a human. What did that mean? Legend has it that the ancient emperor transformed into an elixir after his collapse and was taken away by his inheritor. Shi Qiyao heard a voice in her mind. Could that be she looked at Yi Futian with her pretty eyes and saw him staying still? The human shadow was taking shape. It looked like a celestial being that was pleasing to the eyes. A mere glance at him would give people a comfortable feeling. The shadow showed up on the grass, seemingly looking at Yi Futian. "Senior, nice to meet you." "My name is Yi Futian," said Yi Futian with his eyes open, bowing to the shadow. What a surprise! "Someone woke up the wisp of will I left in the world," murmured the shadow. Then he asked, "What year is it?" 10,000th year and a bit of the divine prefecture calendar," answered Yi Futian. He supposed the shadow knew nothing about the calendar. The divine prefecture calendar. "Where is the divine prefecture?" said the shadow in a low voice. It let out a sigh. 10,000th year and a bit of the divine prefecture calendar. I suppose my successor is already dead. Yi Futian did not say anything. He would not know, but he supposed it was true. If the legend was actually what happened, that the celestial mountain had been looted, no treasures would be left. Maybe the only thing that survived was a medicine garden, which was the whole mountain, and the later generations sealed it up here. However, Yi Futian woke up the wisp of will of the ancient emperor this day. "Are you also an alchemy master?" the shadow asked Yi Futian. "Yep." Yi Futian nodded. "Well, now that you woke me up, you must have something extraordinary." The voice came from the shadow again. Then it turned into numerous luminous dots and flew to Yi Futian and then into his brow chakra. Shi Qiao was quite emotional to see all that. The ancient imperial celestial mountain was nothing similar to the one she had imagined. There were no divine treasures, no treasure troves or valuable elixir recipes or gorgeous alchemy methods. The only thing here was grass. However, in those grass leaves remained the wisp of will of the ancient emperor. If it were not Yi Futian here, would it have been woken up? Soon the luminous dots disappeared. Those grasses withered quickly. Even the rare herbs over the whole celestial mountain started to wither. Boom! The shaking continued in the air. The raindrop divine matrix was on the verge of collapsing. "Collect the spirit herbs," said Shi Qiao. Yi Futian got to his feet and shifted his consciousness. Dreadful blares instantly came. The entire celestial mountain was shaking. Countless herbs and trees were sent into the air. He leaped into the air and waved his sleeve, where those herbs and trees all instantly flew into. Shi Qiao was doing the same. They were like two bandits, looting the place greedily. Finally a blare came. The raindrop divine matrix was destroyed. Those powerful cultivators charged down and saw Yi Futian and Shi Qiao looting like crazy. "Get going." A voice came. They certainly would not miss such an opportunity. They started to loot too. However, Yi Futian and Shi Qiao had plundered more than half of the mountain before they started. "Take him down," said someone, staring at Yi Futian. "Goddess Qiao, see you," said Yi Futian. Then he disappeared. No one had the nerve to attack Shi Qiao in the West Sea domain, but he should not linger here longer. He had got what he wanted, and he had better leave immediately before anything else came up. "He is gone." Seeing Yi Futian disappear, those cultivators put on a terrible look. "Be **starred," cursed in anger someone from the West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian left. So, they were doing everything for his sake. Many people even looked at Shi Qiao unhappily as it was her order.